So we are streaming now. It is 6 p.m. on the Pacific Coast, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, now 1 minute thereafter. And we are joined, let's see here, by, I believe, Aristides, and Brendan Zogit is being wrong. Okay, he has responded. Brendan. So, thank you so very much for being able to join us. And Aristides and Peter Moon and Brendan will each give their sound test in just a second. I am going to first off see if we can link up to live stream. Let's see if live stream has linked. Acid Click says, I am loud and clear. Thank you so much, Acid Kick, and thank you for the 3 dragons. Okay, we are going to see if we can reset the page on my YouTube channel, make certain everything is functioning. So thanks to the fact that Brendan was apparently policing throughout as much of the time as he could, he'll provide an explanation from his side as to exactly what was going on as much as he feels comfortable sharing. And I, of course, have much to share. Amor Fadi says, punctual as usual, as always, Mr. Dietrich and Team Dragon. Tolkien Study, who is our dear friend Brandon Young, says all clear. Amor Fadi says, yes, loud and clear. Okay, so that's myself so far. Now I'm going to go straight to the channel, so to speak, or rather the online broadcasting software as opposed to the channel. And we're going to have each of these gentlemen introduce themselves. Peter, say hello.
Okay, this is Peter Moon, and I want to, before you begin your explanation of what happened, let me contextualize it.
Sure.
But first, introduce everybody first.
Yeah, let's test everybody else's sound. Aristides, say hi.
I'm here, and thank you, everyone, for joining us.
Excellent. Brendan Zogit, say hello.
Yes, greetings, konbawa.
Yes, and people have no idea how important Brendan's part is in all of this. And Brendan's in a situation where he could not maintain communications at the time that I really needed him for reassurance. But I'm presuming that throughout that time he was checking into the channel. I'm sure he did. And as a matter of fact, just the fact that he was doing so rendered it impossible for the enemy to attack the channel per se. So
I was texting you updates from when I could respond.
Yeah, understood. But it was only up to a period of time before the complete shutdown because of the kind of weird techno curfew that you're under. And then the rest of the day he was out of commission.
We'll call it the Iron Curtain.
Yes. Yeah, Samuel Romero says, hi, Doug, loud and clear. I didn't know you like ramen, laugh out loud. That is in the kitchen of the Omni Hotel. They let me back into the kitchen when I explained my situation as a displaced San Franciscan, as opposed to...
Let me go into the context, because new people that are listening have no idea what we're talking about.
Yes, please.
So let me go into it. And Brendan, if you could mute your crickle crackle.
That's not me, Peter.
Yeah. Not in this case, it's not.
But I would let you guys talk, of course.
Yes, of course. So he's good.
Whoever has the crickle crackle, if they could mute that.
Yeah. I think they're mute now. Whoever they were.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, thanks. Yeah. So Douglas is alluding to the fact that his electric pole outside of his house has had to be replaced. This is a big thing because he's been monitored for decades. His particular communication process, his internet, his phone, whatever, has been, he has even gone into great detail about how they've tried to kill him by sending, what was it, ELF or poison through his apartment.
Oh, yes. And we can get into that later, the microwaving.
To that now, but it's like, and basically what I'm going to be talking about once he describes what happened, I'm going to go into the whole UFO craze, because this is coming up a lot. UFOs, UAPs, where are they really coming from? And I'm going to give some perspective on that. It's old hat for some of you who have been listening, but it'll help refine. And so this answers so many questions, and I'm going to do the best to give an abbreviated answer. It's nothing new for the old hats here. But anyway, so this is the most sensitive security issue for the government right now is Douglas Dietrich's channel.
Thank you. It is.
They tried to kill it. and as they say, he's been soliciting donations. He had to spend the night in a hotel because he had no electricity in his house while they replaced this. So Douglas, go explain and recontextualize it from your own perspective. And I did get your gift. Thank you very much. In addition to the gift, Douglas sent me a letter, that they were replacing the electric power pole, and he gave me a beautiful Chinese calendar. It's the most beautiful calendar I've ever seen. Chinese, authentic Chinese. It's like, I'm very proud to have it, and I will find the appropriate place to display it in my house.
God bless you. And it's the intent is to make it easier to help you keep track of the Chinese holidays on which I'll be incommunicado, and I will go over it with you personally so you know where to look for those highlighted holidays.
But aren't they designated in Chinese characters?
They are, but they're highlighted in a different color.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That will help.
Yeah. And so the holidays are in red. Holidays are in red, whereas the normal days are in the blue or black. And so I'll go over it with you so you know what to look for. But it will help so that you'll get a better grasp of my schedule. That's why. And because there's no American calendar or Western calendar that integrates the Chinese holidays. So that will help. Bless you. And thank you so much. And of course, it's a big character that says dragon. And it is, of course, the year of the dragon, and it's going to be a very special year indeed. So here's exactly what was going on, or a general situation, and we'll be going over it throughout the night, no doubt, but definitely during Peter's hours, and Peter's got a lot to cover about the UAPs, and all of that is excellent, thank God. I'll miss maybe about 10 or 15 minutes of it later, but we'll wait until a more opportune time for me to make the supply run. I just have to do a short supply run for water at about just before 8 p.m. So within these next 2 hours. So I'll probably be here for about an hour or an hour and a half, and then make that run. But everything else is settled. I've got the studio, so to speak, or the throne of pillows settled here. And this is essentially what happened. And there's a lot more detail that we'll need to go into. I'll need to be prompted and reminded, perhaps by Brendan. But Brendan knew a lot about the situation because basically Brendan's in a situation where he has to cut off his communications after a certain hour. He has kind of a techno curfew due to a very peculiar specific situation that I do hope he shares. I don't see no reason why he should not. As a matter of fact, it really adds a lot of context to everything, really. But as a result, I was only able to communicate with him until maybe about 8 or 9 p.m., maybe 10 at the absolute latest Pacific Standard Time, after which his communications went completely out. And he was unable to communicate with me until I got home. And as for myself, my checking into the Omni Hotel was between the hours of 3 p.m. to checking out at high noon. So I was completely out of communications for that period of time. And when I came home at high noon, basically it was Beirut. I'm not going to compare it to Gaza Strip, because if it were Gaza Strip, there'd be nothing left standing. There'd be nothing there. But if it were Beirut, it's like all the buildings are there, but they're caves. They may as well be caves. There was no power. There was no internet. Everyone was wandering around like zombies, just bundled up and just bleary-eyed, wide-eyed, bleary-eyed. They had no sleep. They had no heat. They had no ability to communicate with the outside world other than their cell phones. And as the majority of them had not been prepared, their cell phones were battery out, and therefore they were dead to the world. These were people who were lost. And this was a wide area for blocks and blocks around me. So it's like, of course, my immediate neighbors saw me and they were just stunned. It was, first was the neighbor that I never had an opportunity to contact before going to check out into the hotel prior this latest crises. I was able to contact my landlady's relations living upstairs. I was able to contact Calvin, my neighbor living next door forever, on what to me is the right side of my home. If I were to go out and stand outside my door and wave my right arm, he would be on the right side, right to me. He's, of course, if I were to turn around and face towards his door and ring his doorbell, he would be left to me, but he is immediately to my, whatever the direction is, the compass point. If I'm assuming, we can discuss the compass point with Peter later. The basic. I think
if in other words, you come out of your house, and he's to your left.
Yeah, to my right. He's to my right. He's to
your right.
Unless I turn around. Yeah. Go around.
Don't put the turnaround. If he's to your right, that would be to the west.
Yeah, to the west then. Yeah, he's to my west. And then to the east would be the neighbors who moved in from Argentina. And they set up a whole wine cellar that's climate controlled and all that kind of shit. And because they did that, they dug up all kinds of ants that I was dealing with for a while initially when they moved in. Thank God that was dealt with. But wife ran into me. I had been unable to contact her before everyone else. The importance of my contact to my neighbors before this went down was that none of them had received communications that I had received, which was a letter telling me a physical letter telling me they were going to replace the power pole, the infamous Federal. I have now confirmed that because of this incident. So this incident taught us a lot. We suspected a lot, but this incident confirmed much more. So there is, good God, the telephone pole that's not directly across the street, but across the street and a few doors down, west, or, to me is down, so it's kind of like a south or down, further down the hill, but only by a few doors, and across the street, this is the infamous telephone pole. And this telephone pole has been totally replaced. As a matter of fact, there is a image that I will upload right now so that Peter can download it, and I'll send it to him by email later. And it is a image of the telephone pole taken by Holly Caditis Kiefer. And this was taken when we got back from Arizona, and I am standing in front of it with Laura Lee Solomon. And this telephone pole is essentially unique because as a engineer, our man Aristides looked at it, and the first thing he noticed was that for a 2016 telephone pole, there you have it, and Peter could download that, and I'll send it to him by email later anyway. When you take a look at that telephone pole, it looks wooden. It is not. And this was in 2016. It was not wooden. It is camouflaged to look like wood. It is not wood. It is completely hollow metal. And that means all the cables are inside, or many more cables and fiberglass are inside, so that the people do not need to climb or ride on a cherry picker, as they call it, in order to access it. They can just access it from the bottom, theoretically. They can just access all the controls and everything they need to from the bottom. And the first thing Aristides noticed was that for 2016, it has a 5G canister, which is not to be seen until like 2023, 2024. You wouldn't see canisters like that. It's hanging right on in the mid-level of that pole. And so it's got a 5G canister before there was 5G in 2016, before anyone even spoke of 5G. That's the first thing Aristides noticed. The first thing George Knight noticed, as a person who installs fifth-generation communications all over England, was just the unusual nature of the pole in that it's camouflaged as wooden, and obviously, regardless of everything else we're saying, it's certainly somehow interconnected to the rest of the system. Now, maybe that was simply camouflage, further camouflage, because it's got wires. And it's got wires that go through the treetops, the canopy, so to speak. And all of these wires are, of course, problematic. But PG&E didn't think they were. So the only person that received a letter in the area was myself. And PG&E basically said this is going to be done overnight on a federal holiday in the dead of winter. And it's going to be from starting at 9 p.m. to 6 a.m. the next day, about 9 hours, that they felt that they could do this. But none of this made any fucking sense, because this is something you do in the day for safety reasons. It usually takes 2 days. You're lifting up an entire telephone pole out of the ground. This is going to take jackhammers. This is going to take chainsaws to break the tree line with all the entangled wires. Everything involved is major work. If they did it at night, which they did, they have to turn the night into day by using search lamps. And so they had to use searchlights all night. Okay, and I was the only one who got a warning of this. So when I ran into my eastern neighbor, or the neighbor who's to my left, if I stand directly outside my door and face outside towards the street, she came running up to me, and the first thing she said was, "Oh my God, you look like $1,000,000." And that's because I had spent all night in a hotel and avoided all the shit. And she looked like hell, of course. She was all wrapped up, bundled up, and had been without any sleep. And I asked her, of course, what happened last night? And she said, chainsaws, jackhammers, searchlights. It was like the end of the world. And it was all the power went out, everything went out. And I said, oh my God, that's awful. And I said, I was checked into a hotel, I missed it all. And she, of course, she looked at me very strangely, like the synchronicity of that didn't make any sense to her. And of course it wouldn't. And then she ran away to get some food because she said all the food had spoiled in the refrigerator, of course. And so she ran off to get some food for her family. I then approached the people who were doing the work. Now, the interesting thing was when I left the Omni Hotel and checked out at high noon, I, of course, was bitching to the cab driver on the way home. So it was a black cab driver that got hailed. He picked me up when he was bringing me home. I was bitching about what they were doing. And he remembered exactly where the gas explosions took place, because I was telling him, you know, this is PG&E, they're a mass murderous company. The court has held them responsible for 117 deaths. They've actually confessed in court to 84. This is, of course, over the past 10 years. The reality is, well before that, in 2010, there was a woman investigating them with the California Public Utilities Commission for their criminality, and found out that they were ripping everybody off for the tune of hundreds of millions of United States dollars. Her name was Jacqueline Grieg, and she threatened to have them shut down for all their, basically their pipelines were all completely unsafe and unmonitored. And so they blew her up by blowing up her pipeline. And they destroyed 40 homes and killed both her and her 13-year-old daughter and about 7 or 8 other people. It's a miracle it was only that many, but they did this during business hours when everybody was away at work. So they destroyed 40 homes without killing anybody because everybody was gone. But, of course, some people who were left were seniors and children. But at any rate, when it came to, and Jacqueline Grieg, who they knew it was her day off, probably because somebody in the feds informed them or something like that, and they probably have something going on with the feds. In fact, I know that for a fact now. But at any rate, when I brought that up, he said, yeah, that was in San Bruno. And I said, yeah, San Bruno, where the National Records Center on the Pacific Coast was. And, of course, I was thinking to myself, exactly where V lives. As a matter of fact, where Judith Eggert was born. And, of course, those two ladies, after getting my insurance assigned over to Judith Eggert, actually met each other and conspired my fucking murder. Which is, the interesting thing is, I also said shit.
Admitted it.
Admitted it when I asked them each, cross-referenced with both of them. Very coolly, casually, calmly, and coldly admitted this is what they had planned to do. The only thing that that frustrated them was they thought that maybe because of my nanoplasma, my vampire genes, etc., that I might survive, and they feared my wrath. But beyond that, of course, that just the idea if they succeeded, then the problem was whether or not they could pass muster with the forensics. They felt that they could actually do that. They were more afraid of me than any repercussions from forensics, because V could just have punctured both my lungs with her acupuncture needles, and you know, I have a history of lung collapses, so it likely would have gone by like, oh, the cyclosorine nerve gas, you know, had the ultimate victory because the MDs told me in the past, and she knew this, and of course has medical training to a degree, just like Judith did. Judith, they both had nursing training, as a matter of fact, so they were able to plot this out with a degree of professionalism that no one else would have. And just so people know, the medics told me, or the doctors told me that if my lungs were to collapse again, there would be no hope, that they couldn't staple them back to my rib cage again. So they were banking on that. So it wasn't the forensics they were worried about, it was, you know, myself. But such being said, you have all this weird shit in San Bruno, and, you know, just an interesting coincidence to bring up before I forget it. And all such being said about the poll, so when the black guy, the cab drivers bring me back, we head towards my neighborhood, and when we get there, he says, holy shit, they're still there. And I said, you're kidding me. And he said, no, man, it's the road's blocked and everything. He said, I can't take you in there. And so he had to stop outside of the zone. And I had to unload all my luggage and then walk it down to the zone. We said our goodbyes, and I went my way. Of course, I'm able to pay him now using the paratransit voucher, which is basically my card. It's like an EBT card. It's electronic benefits transfer card, except for cabs. So I was able to pay him with that, like I've been doing lately. This has helped immensely. And so when I walked into the war zone, where everybody's wandering around like zombies, encountered my eastern neighbor, the lady living further up the hill from me by a house, by a single door, and we had our exchange. Then I noticed what looked to me like a foreman, just by the way he was directing the operation. So I meandered down towards him after putting my luggage back in the home. And when I put my luggage away, meandered down towards him, and approached big, tall, black guy talking to a short, little white guy, and began to say, introduce myself. Hey, how you doing? And first off, they must have assumed I had nothing to do with the neighborhood and therefore were positive towards me, very engaging, because they must have spent all morning with everyone around them slinging shit, and for understandable reasons. And everybody was bundled up, bleary-eyed, hostile, doing everything but throwing rotten food from their spoiled refrigerators, all the spoilage from the refrigerators at them. And I'm sure they probably suffered some of that because their outfits looked like they had been hit by rotten tomatoes and shit. So I'm sure they had that. And so they were relieved to see somebody like me looking refreshed and looking totally like he hadn't been through anything. So they probably assumed I wasn't of the neighborhood, probably assumed, I don't think they thought I was a reporter. I'm not shoving any microphone in their face or anything, and that probably made them more comfortable. So the younger white guy, the short guy, says, you better talk to him. I'm just a tree cutter. And then so when I started speaking to him and said, hey, what's up? I'm just coming back from out of town, when's power coming back up, the internet and all that. And it's as George Knight had said, in England, the whole operation would have been totally illegal and never allowed, because in England, they consider information intercourse or data coming online to be essential to life itself, equivalent to air and water. So to cut off someone's internet is the equivalent of cutting off their air or water supply. So in England, when he has to repair a place and it's going to cut off someone's internet, they won't even allow it. And in here, they cut off everything. Now, they were doing that just to me. But as it turns out, when I'm talking to the big black foreman, he called himself the foreman of the linemen. He was like saying, oh, man, you wouldn't believe it. We had a federal contract because he's PG&E. Get it? He's PG&E. They're a state monopoly in Northern California of energy. They're mass murderous. They're a paroled felon that's allowed to continue their business. And there's no good reason for it. I mean, these people should have been... There should have been people who have sold all their shares, and they should have liquidated all their assets, and they should have been reconstituted. Yet none of this has ever happened, and none of it makes any sense. So they're a corrupt institution.
The only reason they haven't is because they have nobody to replace them. They're needed.
There's that, and also they apparently do federal contracts. So this is what he said. He said, we got a federal contract to work on the federal power pole in area. I said, the federal one? He says, yeah, it's a dedicated power pole. And he pointed to the infamous power pole. And I said, dedicated? He says, yeah, it's only geared towards one residence. He says, that thing is only there for one residence, and it's installed by the federal government. He says, see all these other telephone poles? I says, yeah. He says, they're all wood. He says, they're all fucking wood. He says, they're so old, they're stuck over from the days of the earthquake. All of them should be replaced. And I said, you mean like with hollow metal poles that have the cables inside? He says, that's right. The only one that is the federal pole. All the rest of them are maintained by the city and county of San Francisco since the days of the earthquake, and they aren't worth shit. And he said, what happened was we were contracted to do the federal power pole, only the fuckers didn't tell us it was sabotaged with what he called a self-defense mechanism. He said the moment they touched it, it blew out the entire area. And this was obviously intentional. It was something they set up to defend the pole, so to speak, but nobody had told them about that. They were told by the feds, remove this on a federal holiday in the dead of night and do it quickly. and replace it in a very short operation in the dead of night. He said none of it made any sense, but of course it was the Fed request and the contract, and they weren't going to argue. But the moment they touched it, it blew out the entire neighborhood, like a hot-wired car is the way Brendan said it, where you touch one wire, it blows the entire circuitry of all the automobile, and then you can't run it because automobiles these days are essentially electronic. And so that's what happened with the whole neighborhood, and it fucked everybody. All the power, all the internet ceased, and that means they had been without power or internet for at least 17 hours, more like, bordering on 18. And so I said, oh my God. And I said, so when's the internet coming back on? He said, oh, around 1300 hours. So that was about an hour later. And so there were a few other things I discussed with him in the conversation. And we can bring that up later, but the most immediate information was communicated. And aside from a few other tidbits, that's the important thing to note, is that we have the federal poll, which is highly sophisticated technologically, and then we have everything else is in the dark ages, going back to the Great San Francisco earthquake and fire in terms of tech level. And the entire power pole, we know for a fact, is dedicated to my residents specifically, and always has been, and that's all it's there for. And they've apparently replaced it with a higher tech version. It's not directly across the street from me, so that's a tremendous relief. It can't effectively really beam anything. It would have to pulse and impact the entire neighborhood with whatever it's doing. So at any rate, I went back to my home and was sitting on the steps and contacting people like Sammy Romero and Peter Moon and Brendan Zogit on my cell phone just by text, Aristides as well. And while I was doing that, my landlady's relation, who lives upstairs, walked up. And she, of course, I couldn't help myself. I started laughing. Because, of course, I came back wearing my t-shirt. I was wearing a t-shirt. I'm all, like, refreshed. She looked like shit. She says, you look like you've been to Club Med. And I said, yeah, well, I checked into a hotel for the night, and I made it a spa night, and she was like, of course she looked at me really strangely, like how the fuck did that happen? And, so I didn't really say anything about that, but I told her, but to distract her from the oddness of that, the oddity of that, I said, the foreman says at 1300 hours, about 1 o'clock, the internet and the power should be back on. Of course, she was overjoyed at that, and she was relieved. She says, you wouldn't believe it. It was like the world exploded last night. Searchlights everywhere, jackhammers, chainsaws. She said it was like a war zone. And I says, oh my, imagine that. So she went upstairs, and, I went back to doing what I was doing. At that point, by the time I was done just sending text messages to pretty much Team Dietrich, the lights came on, and, I could see that in the hallway of the building across the street. And so then I went back into my apartment, and just the first thing I did was, of course, hit the internet, make certain everything was okay. Then Brendan called, and that's when I straightened things out with him and figured out, we figured out together exactly what had happened, and we discussed a lot of the technical implications of what had gone down. There's a lot that is yet to be covered in this regard. I want people to understand that directly across the street, something has been done. And directly across the street, there is a simple wooden stake. All people have to do is look up on Google Earth 1247 Green Street. And on 1247 Green Street in Russian Hill in San Francisco, there has been erected, with absolutely nothing on it, a very tall wooden stake, which I was sent threatening emails and threatening fucking messages that were stuck up. In fact, there were no emails, because I would simply forward them to people as evidence. It was really the stupid comments left on YouTube that a stake was erected to pierce your vampire heart. And so it's an occult object. If don't take my word for it, look at it on Google Earth. 1247
Who gave you this comment?
It was several comments that have been left over the past several months, and I totally ignored them because I never really... They didn't make any sense.
I get
and then I like deleted them. And then what happened was that what followed up was there were 2 comments, of course, that were left having nothing to do with that thing across the street. But there were 2 comments that were left during this latest assault, and they were left on YouTube, and I'll go over them with everyone soon enough. But when it comes to them leaving the 2 comments, the latest attacks on YouTube, it was like they knew they couldn't upload anything with Brendan watching because he has direct access to the channel and could basically delete anything they uploaded. So instead, they attacked me with stupid comments. It was like, this is how chicken shit they've gotten. Now, here's something that does need to be explained in context, because a lot of people, here's where the emails are coming in. A lot of people are asking a very sensible question through email. Several things, like, don't understand, why doesn't the U.S. government just shut down your YouTube channel? Just literally shut it down. And so this needs to be explained, is that the United States government has rendered itself into impotence in a number of areas, almost universally. It's almost universally impotent because, first off, you have to remember, the one thing that is true is, despite all of the efforts of Franklin Delano Roosevelt and what he had intended through the man who was supposed to succeed him, Henry Wallace, this is not a communist, collectivist, socialist state in any sense of the word. America is truly, has a government that produces absolutely nothing. This is going to sound extremely strange to anybody who has any sense of proportion, but the truth is, the United States government, and I'm not going to turn this into a civics lesson, I'm just saying everything as quickly and as succinctly as possible so that people understand the situation. The United States government produces nothing, not even services. There is nothing that it does. It contracts everything. Everything these days is contracted. The only thing not contracted is the military services, and they produce nothing, including a service. They're not even delivering a service. There's nothing that they do other than maintain, per their own claim, the most advanced child daycare system in the world. They have a whole month of the military child because they're human child traffickers. This is the whole reason for your goddamn military, is really all they do. They certainly don't know how to fight a war. They're the people we're exposing. Now, they've lost every war they've ever fought, and they're the primary enemy. But there's nothing they can do. See, when they tried to, this is very important. It's an important point. It connects directly, brings us back to the telephone pole. When they tried to erase every record that I was in the military, which was their primary method of attacking my character, is to claim I was never in the military. When they tried to erase every record that I was in the military, here's how they fucked themselves up. In the time of my legal father, they began to contract out the military insurance. So that whereas before the U.S. government directly insured its GIs, then it said, fuck it, we're going to contract it out to a private company. And they made Prudential Insurance a defense contractor. Now, at that point, they lost total control of the ability to eliminate serviceman's insurance records and his insurance account. And that's what happened when they invaded, quote unquote, in full uniform, 2 Marine Corps officers. And we're talking commissioned officers, because I asked. A young lady called me up from Prudential one day and said, sir, are you Douglas Dietrich? I said, yes, this is Douglas Dietrich. She said, could you give me your account number? I said, yes. I gave her my insurance account number because she identified herself as Prudential Insurance. And I thought, oh, what happened? Did I die on paper? And they're ready to award me, perhaps the first person in history, my insurance? That was what I thought, was maybe they finally killed me on paper and they said, oh, you're dead now, you can have the money. No, I was disappointed in that regard. Instead, what happened, she said, there's 2 gentlemen here who are in full uniform. They're from the United States Marine Corps. And I said, could you identify their rank? And she said, I don't know how to do that. And I said, tell me what's on their collar tabs. And she said, one has 1 set of bars. And I said, butter bars, like gold? She says, yes. And I said, that's a lieutenant. And she said, the other one has 2 bars, and they're silver. I said, that's a captain. I said, that's a captain and a lieutenant there. That's 2 officers, they said. And she says, yes, they said that they want to shut your account down. Is that what you want? I said, no. Tell them to go fuck themselves. And she said, and that's when she turned to them and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Dietrich is our client, and he wants to maintain his account. I'm going to have to ask you to leave, or I will call security to escort you out of the office. Because apparently they'd been trying to intimidate her and give her shit. And so she sent the whole damn Marine Corps in full retreat. Beautiful young lady, God bless her for eternity and keep her. And I was left with my account open. Now, this is of extreme importance because later on, when Richard K. Cole Jr. called Brooke Gibson, and he said, "Is this Brooke Elizabeth Gibson?" And she said, "Yes." And he said, "I represent the United States government, and I want you to know that Douglas Dietrich is lying about everything he says. He can't have any military insurance because he was never in the military." That's when she told him, "Now I know you're lying because I was on the phone in a linked group call with Douglas Dietrich when together we called Prudential Insurance and had him reassign the insurance to myself." And that's how he fucked himself up and exposed himself as a liar. And when he continued with this assassination on my character, it only convinced her more that I am everything I say that I am, because everything he said was proven to be a lie. But all of that being said, it's one example of why can't the government simply shut down my insurance? They can't. You have to understand, at this point, the government has rendered itself impotent because they're completely dependent on private contractors to do everything for them. That includes fighting a war. Your military does not fight wars. In Iraq and Afghanistan, the majority of combat is fought by private mercenary companies, like Blackwater. So understand, your militaries don't even deliver a service. Everything is private contractors. This is part of your government's problem. They are capitalists. They're not communists. They're not national socialists. They're not fascists. There's nothing they can do. They're capitalists. And therefore, they've contracted everything out to private contractors and they've rendered themselves impotent. So, no, they can't shut my YouTube channel down. They cannot because it's owned by a private defense contractor. So they might, like, why didn't they contract Google to shut it down? It's because then Google would actually have to ask, because at this point, like with Prudential, I'm a Google client. So Google would have to ask. And at that point, I would say no. But Google is the owner of YouTube, for those of you who don't know. They started off as a defense contractor. They were paid to initiate Google, Sergey Brin and the other asshole, all at Stanford. And it was originally a Stanford contracted Department of Defense contract. So when it comes to where they're stuck, all they can do is try to sabotage the channel by going in and uploading videos that already suffered a YouTube strike, which is what they intended to do, and which is why Brendan has always had the back door to get into the channel and then delete whatever they do. The only thing that prevented my contacting him to do that with the latest assault when they uploaded a YouTube video that had already been stricken down was the fact that he's in a situation now where he's incommunicado through the majority of the day due to a techno curfew that he himself can explain whatever he feels comfortable explaining with that situation. But so now people hopefully understand the U.S. government cannot simply shut me down. They have to keep attacking my character. This is what they're stuck with. And they have to keep attacking the channel. And that brings us to what they did during the time that I was out. So while I was out and while Brendan was watching the channel to delete any videos they might hack into my channel, then they left some stupid comments instead. And it was like, this is how impotent they are and what they're fucking left with. So here's what I can do. I can share the YouTube, Skype. So I'm sharing Skype. Here's the cursors moving around. Hopefully Aristides, Brendan Zoget, Peter Moon can all see this. Then if we go to my channel, thank God we're doing well. Very good number of views. Okay, excellent connection. Good number of people watching. And orders, that multiply that by 10 and that's the actual audience. And comparatively small, but for us that's large and getting larger. And of course all of this helps to reinforce the reality of what we're contending with. So if we go from instead of say for instance my uploading this, which I need to do just to make certain that we have that to monitor and make certain everybody to hit the upvotes. I forgot to admonish people to do that. Understand that as soon as we start our transmission tonight or any night, we're hit by downvotes that prevent us from appearing on searches. So we need all of you to hit those upvotes as much as possible from every IP address that you've got. And that's what's going to get us back on searches. So there's nothing more important when you show up than to hit the upvotes from every IP address you've got. So what had happened was with this is all live stream, but if we go to the home, they know that the home page is where people see at first basically videos that are not considered live stream. So these would be the interview videos. There are what are historic videos, and then there's the interview videos with the interviews that I've done, and that's where they struck with odd comments. And so they struck one on the latest with Jen Arcana, and hopefully she's doing well. And then they stuck one on the back end of the listing of interviews with Sean Bond. So it's like they hit either end. They hit the most recent, and they hit the the oldest one that's on the homepage display with comments. And as for what these comments are, of course, I will show them. And the first one was somebody who's might be organic. This is probably a cultist of the King of Edom, but he probably did this voluntarily and organically. He calls himself Pissy Nish, and of course he's pissy because he's got 16 subscribers. You know, all of them are probably extended relatives. And he said, "This is some next level of self-discreditization. Bravo." This is, of course, just, me talking to Jen. And as for discreditization, that's not an English word. So these people came and speak English. It's like, whatever, obviously he's bitter and butthurt because he has 16 subscribers and nobody looks at him. It's kind of like Jambo the Reese Monkey. This one is more professional. This is government. This one has no subscribers. It's one subscriber. It's himself. There's nothing on his channel. And I mean nothing. Pissy Nish is a real person. He's organically an asshole. He's part of the cult of the Kings of Edom, I have no doubt, as guilty because, like Jambo the Reese Monkey, nobody looks at his chicken shit channel. So he attacked out of bitterness. The timing is what renders this obvious that he is involved with the Edomic cult that is involved with the U.S. military and effectively runs your military and the human child trafficking. And these are the people I exposed while at the Presidio. With Sound Extreme 1, there's just him. There is nothing there. The channel was created specifically to attack me. So there's no history on it. There's nothing uploaded. There is nothing but himself subscribing to himself. And he says labeling people who question your narratives and removing them is called censorship. Anyone commenting who challenges your opinions is not automatically a gang stalker, or we could go off to the drafts and assigned gang stalker. See what else he said here. Now, the interesting thing is it's 1 hour ago, was left 1 hour ago, had one upvote, which was himself. He upvoted himself. Here we are. Here we are. Labeling people who question your narratives and removing them is called censorship. Anyone commenting who challenges your opinions, yeah, that itself is pointed. I don't give opinions, I give facts and analyses, is not automatically a stalker or a troll. It means they listen to what you had to say and either disagree or have questions. This is healthy for free speech and healthy for us all to not fall into psyops. And of course, the interesting thing about both of these individuals is they both highlighted their comments. I don't know how that's technologically possible, so we have to talk to Brendan Zogin about that. How did both of these people highlight their comments? Because I certainly did not highlight their comments. And both of these were left during the time of the attack, or just close to when I started the transmission tonight, which is part of the extended attack, because after that long attack, I had to sleep. And when I slept, because I hadn't slept in days, I slept like the dead. So I was totally out when this fucker, and he portrays himself as a vampire. This is the important part. Again, if you take a look at the psyop with that, here's this individual, and his icon, the guy with one single subscriber himself, portrays himself as a vampire. This is the individual who said comments before that I represent the federal government and we have installed a stake to stake your vampire heart across the street. It's at 1247 Green Street. Anybody can look this up on Google Earth and you'll see the stake. There is nothing on it. It's not connected to any poles, any other poles, no wires, no nothing. It can't have anything. It's just wood and it's just carved to look like a stake. So this is what we're dealing with. And now, of course, they're attacking me as a vampire, as a persecuted minority of the ultimate sense. And this is their big trip that they're on. At any rate, somehow they managed to highlight their comments in either case. And so all of this is on record now. All of these men have seen it. They're all witnesses to it. Aristides, Brendan Zogit, Peter Moon have all seen this with their own eyes. They all know it to be true, that these people did this. Now, Brendan might explain how they highlighted their comments, but this is the attack back to the government thing. With Pissy-Nish, obviously he's just butthurt. There's nothing to respond to. As for the government gang stalker, the assigned gang stalker that we see here, when you take a look at this assault, and it's not a question, it's an assault, and it's a psyop, here's the first response. When he says, when people attack you, they listen to what you had to say and either disagree or have questions. What is the question? There is no question. All they have is an attack. The attack is they are insinuating, in fact, they're insisting that I'm quote-unquote censoring people. Where's the censorship? What are you saying? What is your message? And they always go to free speech. This is free speech. Now, in Australia, where Nemo Albano is, and a number of other people who contribute to me, there is no free speech. There's no free speech because they don't have that in their constitution. In Canada, they have some limited amount of political dissonance allowed in their constitution, but they don't technically have free speech. These people seem to get along just fine. The first thing America needs to do is get rid of this free speech, because all it's used for is hate speech and character assassination. No one is using it constructively. If free speech exists without you needing to put it in your constitution.
Douglas, they don't allow free speech here.
Yeah, I am suppressed. I am suppressed. Peter Moon is suppressed.
And ignore it and put stupid issues as free speech.
Well, tell them about yourself. You're not allowed to have a Wikipedia page. I'm not allowed to have a Wikipedia page. We are censored. This is the ironic thing, and of course it's meant to drive you insane. They attack myself as a censor when I'm not allowed to have a Wikipedia page. Anyone can try and start one and see what happens. Please, you can do it yourself. Try it. Do this experiment. Set up a Wikipedia page about Peter Moon or Douglas Dietrich. They will take it down. There is no free speech in America anyway. It's in the Constitution, but it's not only not enforced, it is the suppression of anyone like Peter Moon or myself who truly has something to say. So the free speech is all part of the psyop to drive us mad. That's the intent. And when they say somebody commenting or challenging your opinions, everybody asks me questions all the time. I always answer them. But here is the perfect example. Perfect example is Harry Berger is the funeral home where my father was buried. Harry Berger is the funeral home where my father was buried. The man who runs it, horrible name, Harry Berger. I could contact him. He was in the Air Force. He knows for a fact that my father made it to the rank of Chief Petty Officer. When he was buried, they buried him as having the rank of a Chief Petty Officer. He was acknowledged as such. However, during his career, because he had multiple marriages, almost half a dozen marriages, and all of his wives complained because they couldn't get alimony from him because he was constantly overseas and never in the United States, the Navy declared him a scandal and they busted him down by a rank. So when they busted him down by a rank, this rank was basically honorary when he was buried, acknowledged as a Chief Petty Officer, but he went through the rest of his career as being one rank below Chief Petty Officer. Now, the interesting thing is, as our man Brendan Zogit will attest, you have people practicing black magic on YouTube, like Miguel Andahar, who photographed himself literally, physically in bed with a individual accused of hundreds of rapes. Brendan, you can remind me who this individual was in the porno industry who was accused of all these rapes? And Miguel Andahar was sending our man Brendan Zogit.
Ron Jeremy.
Right, Ron Jeremy, thank you. It was Ron Jeremy. And he photographed himself in bed with Ron Jeremy and sent that photograph to both Brendan Zogit and myself. This Miguel Andahar filmed himself in the Philippines where he was basically digging up the bones of children that were buried in a pauper's grave.
Miguel practically invited me to go party with him. He's like, if you're ever in Miami or wherever he was, LA or Miami, he was like, you could come and meet this guy, and I was just like, after that, I was like, oh yeah, definitely not.
Well, tell them about what he was claiming about my father. What was it McGill Andahar was claiming about my father's rank?
Oh, that one, yeah, that one he was regurgitating from RKC, but it was like just what you said about the rank being, or he said it was like he was only in for a few years, just like RKC was saying, and that he went in later. It was just the same trip. That's why it didn't really affect me, or I didn't retain it, because it was the same trip I'd heard from.
Understood.
RKC.
Understood. By the way, the Veterans Administration has a tombstone, which my father has, which says World War II, Korea, and Vietnam. It's on his tombstone there in the Walcott Cemetery. So he was in all three wars, as opposed to being in for a few years. That was his career. And if he was not in, how can they prove where he was? Where was he all the time? You know, it's a terror. We can go into this.
They never, of course, they never bring.
Got Crickle Crackle here.
Rebuttal.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, well, the crickle crackle might be just part of the audio that has to do with maybe the electronic situation that our man Brendan is in. But Brendan will speak later. Thank you, Brendan. Bless you, Brendan. Thank you so much for that. That's very important. And so what I do want people to understand is that there's never questions. There's only attacks. All that they present are attacks. Your father was not in the military. You were not in the military. Yeah, it's just always attacks on character. There's never a question. And the question, of course, the onus is on them. If my father was not in the military, where was he? If I was not in the military, if I were not serving in mercenary contracts, which, of course, it's on record that Stephen Outram claims I was never on any mercenary contracts. It's a tower. Where was I? Which gas station was I pumping gas at? Where was I bagging groceries? There is no employment record for me anywhere other than what's on LinkedIn, and what's on LinkedIn is the truth. The only thing it's missing is the semester I spent at University of San Francisco in ROTC. That has to be added in at some point. And that LinkedIn was all written by Lorian Ann Fenton. So, and by the way, ironically, the woman in the photograph, Laura Lee Solomon, with myself in front of the infamous telephone pole, she was later institutionalized. And, of course, later proven to be working with the enemy by her own account. Ripped me off with everything in my, on my credit card, and then ran off and attempted suicide several times, and then was finally institutionalized. You know, all of these people are, of course, what they are. With Miguel Andahar, of course, he was filming himself digging up babies' bones in a pauper's grave in the Philippines and using these baby bones to create these intricate little necklaces for himself, which he brought back to the United States with him, saying they were birds' bones, necklaces and various totems he created out of babies' bones that he took from a pauper's grave in the Philippines. Aborted babies are misdelivered babies mothers couldn't afford to raise, and they had them buried in the pauper's grave. Tragic already, and to have this person exploit that. These are the kinds of individuals we're talking about. And so when it comes to all of that, I think I've explained it. What comes to my mind most immediately, we turn it over to Peter at this moment. And yes, back that up, Peter, with what comes to your mind and about the situation.
What they have essentially done is effectively taken us off our game by having us explain all of this machinations, you know, to undo the platform we're speaking on. Mm-hmm. And with all these machinations, they're still unsuccessful.
Yes.
So we'll get on with some of the main dialogue now, and we've gone in many different directions, but right now, what's coming up a lot is a lot of questions. It's been beat to death on even the mainstream news with people like Tucker Carlson, UAPs, aliens, and people keep saying, it's like the discussion keeps coming up. They're UAPs. And they even get coy about it. When I brought this up 30 years ago, I wasn't the only one to bring it up. It was just dismissed. We're not going to talk about it. Now, one of my friends sent me an article. She wanted to know what I thought about this. And Bernardo Kastrup, PhD. Sounds like he's got 2 PhDs. She wanted to know, what I thought. UAPs and non-human intelligence. What is the most reasonable scenario? Bernardo is an executive director of Essentia Foundation. His work has been leading the modern renaissance of metaphysical idealism, the notion that reality is essentially mental. He has a PhD in philosophy ontology, the philosophy of the mind, and another PhD in computer engineering. As a scientist, Bernardo has worked for the European Organization for Nuclear Research, CERN, and the Phillips Research Laboratories, where the Casimir effect of quantum field theory was discovered. 25-year career in high technology, having co-founded parallel processing company Silicon Hive, acquired by Intel in 2011. So he's got all of these credentials, and that's all fine. Now, what you have profile here of what appears to be an exalted mind with all of this. Originally intends to publish his essay below in a magazine, not his own blog. He says, I'm publishing the draft here for several reasons. A, most magazines will place the essay behind a paywall. And B, most magazines will require me to significantly shorten the essay. C, most magazines will force me to edit at least some parts of my argument in a manner that is not preferable to me. And D, the editorial process entailed in magazine publication of an essay as elaborate as this can take many months. So I'm doing the entire draft here. Now, what he's just said is, of course, legitimately arguable. If I were to read this whole thing, you'd say it's way too long. Nobody's got time to read this. This is not the way you read now. You might read it in a book, but when you're browsing the internet, most people are not going to do anything past past what might be a regular page or two at the, if it was just a formal piece of writing, like an 8.5 by 11. They might read a page. 2 pages is too long. And when you do videos, the shorter the better, as far as getting response and influence.
True. In fact, yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say YouTube is now dominated by what they call shorts, which are literally only seconds long to match with the attention span. Okay, so what I'm going to do is, because you're introducing the topic, we've got a good number of people listening.
It's a good time for you to go.
Yeah, I'll be right back, and I'll let you know as soon as I'm back. I won't be gone long. I'm going to go mute. Peter's going to go over the situation with the UAPs, the UFOs, and how the media is manipulating this. We got a great number of people listening, and we're doing great. Thank you, Peter. I'll be back.
So if you want, you can go look up Bernardo Kastrup, Kastrup, K-A-S-T-R-U-P. I don't know that you want to, but you may. And he says, his introduction to this very long article, but it's maybe 4 or 5, 8.5 by 11 pages. I don't know, it's hard to evaluate. He says, allow me to start with a confession. Although the topic of UA, and this is symbolic of what people are wondering about, and I'm going to cut right through it. Allow me to start with a confession. Although the topic of UAPs, previously called UFOs, has always fascinated me, my reaction to confronting much of the related literature beyond the safe harbor of a few serious authors has been one of considered dismissiveness. Now he's going in and qualifying. Well, this is a very offbeat topic, but I will read the serious authors. Wait till you hear who the serious authors are. But so he's been dismissive, as any rational human being would. In my view, a significant portion of the published material could benefit from greater rigor, empirical grounding, theoretical clarity, and logical reasoning. this field often appears to diverge from the standards of intellectual precision and level-headed analysis that hold in academia. However, recent developments over the past 6 or 7 years invite us to re-examine the subject from a more open and inquisitive perspective. Like, okay, here he is. He's growing up. Man, I'm going to take this on. It's time. This is such a legitimate field for investigation. Yeah, it's mysteriousness. But now we're going to do empirical grounding, theoretical clarity, logical reasoning. And what he's missing here, I can tell you right now, he's omitting the hidden factors. You know, I'm referring to Douglas, and to a lesser degree myself. Not to minimize myself, but so much of what I have to offer on this subject is associated with Douglas. He says, because there are so few, if any, consensus launch pads for such a polemical topic, I must explicitly justify each step of my thinking and thus cover a lot of ground in this long essay. He's trying to be meticulous, and in his own mind he is. And from a casual observer he is as well. I shall start below by motivating the validity of the mystery. UAPs are no longer just tall and questionable tales shared on social media, accompanied by grainy, out-of-focus cellular phone footage. Enough has been officially acknowledged since 2017 that the topic is now undoubtedly deserving of serious treatment. Now, he's saying it's been officially acknowledged. Now, it's deserving of a serious treatment because it's been officially acknowledged. One of the things he's missing here, or doesn't say, at least at this part of the narrative, is that, and I observed this long before I ever met Douglas, is that if you notice the history of UFOs, the quality and technological appearance or sophistication of the flying craft, it first starts out in the 50s, they look like pie tins or very crude vis-a-vis the German flying craft. And then they get more and more modern, more and more modern. It's, oh, by the aliens they're really getting sharper with their technology. They're not, you know, floating pie tins over us anymore. Now, this is one thing that was just never commented on. It has been commented on. I know I brought it up before I ever saw it, but other people have since observed this too. So he says that now that the government and the press are talking about it, okay. He says, after laying the foundation for my argument, I will then proceed to elaborate on what I currently consider to be the most level-headed and plausible account of the phenomena. And to anticipate a question you are bound to be already asking, no, I don't think it's aliens from Zeta Reticuli. The facts may be a lot more surprising and closer to home than that. Surprisingly, much has recently been disclosed. In 2017, several videos of UAPs, soon to become known as the Pentagon UFO videos, as they were recorded by infrared cameras and military aircraft, were circulating wildly on the internet. At around the same time, the story behind the videos was covered in a now seminal report by the New York Times. Here he's giving you Pentagon UFO videos and New York Times, both of which are completely intel sources themselves. When I say intel sources, I mean government diatribe. So you see, like, you know, the government's saying it, so I am listening to it. The government's telling us. This is Stockholm Syndrome phenomena, where you believe the person who's kidnapped you or holds you hostage. The videos seem to show airborne craft without wings or engines, flying and hovering deliberately, sometimes against high winds. What were the first, not the first ones, but the notable crafts that hovered against high winds were Jimmy Doolittle's bombing raid into Japan, which was a failed mission, but he was given the Congressional Medal of Honor. He thought he was going to be court-martialed, but they turned failed mission into a PR, well, we bombed Tokyo. And they did bomb Tokyo, but to no significant military advantage. It all led to a lost cause. But nevertheless, he was going against these headwinds that's known as the Kuroshio current. And this was the current that the emperor put his Fugo balloon bombs and his super dirigibles to invade American airspace and wage the Battle of Los Angeles and eventually secure victory for Japan in World War II. And you can read the San Francisco Peace Treaty got into effect on the emperor's birthday in 1952. That's even on Wikipedia. Japan paid no war reparations to the United States whatsoever. The U.S. Department of Defense later officially acknowledged the authenticity of the videos, as well as the fact that the objects visible in them remained unidentified. As if this is a point of significant reference that the U.S. Department of Defense, if they're acknowledging something, the first assumption of somebody who's grounded in intelligence or circumspect would say it should be taken with a grain of salt because it's the U.S. Department of Defense. They don't tell the truth. And of course, this person writing, I can guarantee you, is either completely uninformed of the Office of War Information and its role in World War II. Its formation in World War II was to disinform the public, and its later assimilation by what became the CIA after the Roswell incident of 1947. Years later, in the summer of 2023, Navy pilots involved in these incidents provided public testimony to Congress under oath, adding detail and background to the odd images. And then he gives different examples of people testifying, pilots, Air Force officers, former intelligence agencies, whistleblowers, and he's giving these as if, wow, this is credibility. In interviews, okay, he's talking about David Grush, a UAP whistleblower, former Air Force intelligence official. Now, okay, he's a whistleblower. He's from the Air Force. Okay, and he's presenting this as grounded information. He's not qualifying it by telling you that anybody who comes from intel cannot and should not be trusted. Now, this intelligence official, David Grush, claimed that several defense officials had confirmed to him that the U.S. government maintains a secretive UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program and is in the possession of several technological craft with non-human intelligence provenance. Now, crash retrieval. Now, these aliens with advanced technology are crashing left, right, and center, and the government's getting them? This is kind of funny. And you think about crash retrieval. Now, if there are crashes, they could well be from foreign agents, whether they be the Unterland, the Third Reich that established a base in Unterland beneath the earth as we know it, beneath the surface. Could be that. It could be from other crafts, ostensibly from foreign countries. That would be the most logical crashes. Douglas has talked about reverse engineering German craft. But now he's saying non-human intelligence. Well, non-human intelligence, he's implying aliens. But a non-human intelligence is a computer. A computer is an intelligence. The thing you stick your credit card in to pay at a restaurant or at a store, that's an intelligence. Because it reads your card, takes the information and processes. That's non-human intelligence. So if you're semantically dissecting it there, but the implication is clearly alien. Mr. Grush, too, provided sworn testimony during the congressional UAP hearing of July 2023, asked whether the U.S. has the bodies of the pilots of the recovered UAPs. He said, as I have stated publicly, biologics came with some of these recoveries. Notice the semantics. Biologics came with some of these recoveries. Pressed on whether these biologics were non-human, he confirmed without ambiguity, non-human. And that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge in the program I talked to that are currently still on the program. So biologics that are non-human, this could be an integrated chip. He could be lying too. Mr. Grush understands that the penalty for lying under oath is jail and offered several times during his testimony to confidentiality as required by law, provide specific details to lawmakers. I saw this presentation. It was disgusting. It was disgusting. It was just, he didn't really say anything. And this guy's giving him credence, and he's doing it from the posture of an academic, somebody who's been deeply involved in Silicon Valley. Mr. Grush, Mr. Graves, and CDR Fravor are far from alone. And these are the people who've given testimony. In recent times, other individuals in a position to plausibly be privy to what the U.S. government knows about the subject have come forward. So it's like the whistleblowers are coming forward. And he goes on to cite some more people. And this is just so offensive to the intelligence of those of our hardcore members who've listened to so many hundreds of hours of what Douglas has said. But in other words, what is the biggest secret of UFOs is that the Roswell incident of 1947 was not a UFO. It was a superdirigible. And this has gone into deeply in the book, The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II. And there is a opening statement at the beginning of the book constructed by myself, which is written much as an attorney in the venue of the narrative of an attorney who would present a case to a jury. And the two big myths are that the Roswell crash was an alien saucer. It's been perpetrated on the public. And number two is that Japan lost the war and surrendered aboard the USS Missouri. And so you can read the Treaty of San Francisco, which will disabuse you of that. They surrendered. Why did the US come to terms with Japan? Why did they sign a treaty that completely served the emperor and left him in his position of power? He outlived all of his contemporaries by decades. So up until 2017, the profitable UAP rumor mill was fed mainly by anonymous sources filmed with their faces and voices concealed and telling vague stories largely impossible to verify independently. Now, so much of that was fueled by UFOs are real, or flying saucers are real, whatever it was called, done on Fox News or Fox 5, whatever it was, released in the 1980s. UFOs are real, and you'd have these guys with invisible faces, the aliens, they all had names. The aviary, they called them names like Condor, and they would say, the aliens like strawberry ice cream and stuff like this. It was really stupid stuff, but it was this is what fueled so much of the rumors. It was the government itself. Even when one of these anonymous sources eventually identified himself, Mr. Robert Lazar, his credentials and even college education could never be verified. This is a clear case of somebody being scrubbed. This has changed now. Now his credentials and individuals, now the names and credentials of the individuals mentioned above are not in doubt. They are who they say they are. They're intelligence officials. They're military officials. Can you be so stupid? This is like the Soviet Union would have TASS, their news agency, put out a statement. And it was always comical. Whatever they said was comical. This was the official statement of the Soviet Union. This is what our press is, except it's typically not as in-your-face stupid. It is stupid, but sometimes it requires a lot more knowledge and perception. Their ranks and roles put them in a position to plausibly know what they claim to know. These individuals are willing to testify under oath in public hearings and confidentially provide evidence to members of Congress. All this while not proving that UAPs are of exotic origin does lend credibility to UAP speculation. Now, again, they're ignoring, and there's so much effort to restrict this learning about what Douglas has learned from working as a Defense Department historian. Burning documents was his job, documents destruction specialist. He read the documents and he's become a public informant. And it's hard to say what these people know and don't know. But as they say, Douglas was once, it's mentioned in the book, asked to compile everything on Roswell, not to destroy it, but to compile it for the base commander. And he had to go to a trunk. It said crypto top secret on it. And that's how crypto top secret it was. But it's just all of these lies that were told were, and as I say, they...
Okay, I'm back. Just letting you know I'm back.
Well, I'm just talking about how all of these, testimony of Air Force intelligence people, and it's so ludicrous. And he's giving them credence.
Yeah, of course.
They're coming forth. It's nothing you didn't know. So it's and even the former head of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office. Now, I didn't know that we had an All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office of the U.S. Department of Defense. I'm tempted to click that because it's in blue, highlighted in blue. So he's the former head of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office of the U.S. Department of Defense, Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, a man widely reviled in the UAP community as a prejudiced gatekeeper working against UAP disclosure, has made very consequential revelations during an official NASA press briefing. There are seemingly metallic spheres out there that somehow move and maneuver without any signs of propulsion or flight control surfaces. He proceeded to show a declassified video of one such sphere, as recorded by an MQ-9 Reaper military drone, one of the most sophisticated sensor platforms in the world today. The sphere shown moves fast in a controlled non-ballistic trajectory. Dr. Kirkpatrick then stated that this is just a typical example of the thing we see most. We see these all over the world. The spheres are described as making a very interesting apparent maneuver, is significant as it rules out balloons and ordinary drones. That they are seen frequently and all over the world also rules out elaborate, expensive hoaxes. No, it does not rule out elaborate, expensive hoaxes.
Thank you. It sounds like another generation of the original Foo Fighters or Krautballs.
It does indeed, but it means absolutely nothing. In fact, it sounds like a psyop in and of itself.
Thank you.
Prejudiced gatekeeper or not, Dr. Kirkpatrick has thus officially acknowledged that there are concrete UAPs all over the world, for which there is no prosaic account thus far. Oh, but there is. They have been recorded by a variety of military-grade sensors, not just cell phones. That Dr. Kirkpatrick's revelations have not become headline news in every mainstream media platform across the world is emblematic of the apathy and cynicism, the don't look up syndrome that has been assailing Western societies in recent years. I disagree. It has been headline news. It has been headline.
Thank you. Thank you. It's incredible how, it's like they say they're censored. They claim they're censored when they dominate the media. Yes.
Yes, it's like, we can't talk about this. I can't talk about this. It reminds me of a joke. It was a man who had laryngitis, and it was so bad. He didn't know what to do. He went to the doctor, and the doctor had him take off all his clothes, and he says, well, this is your problem. He says, you're too well hung. He says, that's taking, stretching your stomach muscles, your chest muscles, and it's putting pressure on your vocal cord. And you don't really have laryngitis. You're talking deep because you just have too much stress on your vocal cords. He says, what do we do, doctor? He says, well, we just do some surgery. What do you mean? He said, well, I'll remove some of it, make a lighter burden. So he does the operation, and he can speak very well, speaks normal. He says, that's great. 6 months later, he runs into the doctor, and he says, oh, doc, I didn't mean to ask you, what did you do with the stuff you cut out? The doctor looked at him, he says, I don't want to talk to you about that now. For anybody who missed that, the doctor now had the laryngitis because he had put it on himself. In other words, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. It's denial. It's like, okay. And these newscasters, they get giddy, silly. Like, oh, we can't know. It's like this guessing game. Like, oh, we're not supposed to know this. And then they start coming forward with more openness. Well, I don't believe in aliens, but... And they get giddy, silly. It's kind of like kids getting excited for Santa Claus.
Yes.
And maybe pretending, or maybe they're right at the cusp of knowing, maybe the 5-year-old knows better than to believe in Santa Claus, but the 4-year-old doesn't. And there's maybe, some of the other kids, and they're kind of a guessing game, who believes in Santa Claus, who doesn't believe in Santa Claus. We all went through that stage. And there's sort of an excitement because they all know they're going to get gifts anyway. But this is what it's like. It's infantile. It's intellectually infantile where these people are at. Because it's like a complete non-recognition of the hidden factors that rule our world. This is occultism.
Yes.
And occultism just means it's hidden.
Yes.
Too often, occultism is associated with nefarious or negative forces. Not everything that occurs in the occult is negative or nefarious, but too often it is, and I would probably say most often it is. But not
True.
Not exclusively. And so, people only recognize what they can see or what they take stock of. And I saw a commercial when I got out of the shower today, and it was more of a statement than a commercial. I don't know what it was. And this soldier is sitting at a table in a cafe, and I don't think they showed it. I got the impression he, was missing some body part or something. Just got that impression. I don't remember if they showed it or not. I don't think they did. And he's sitting there, and this guy comes up and says, "Thank you for your service. Thank you for your service." And then the wife comes up and says, "Look, I know people say this to you all the time, and but I want you to know I really mean it. You keep us free, you keep us secure. And he says, but we really mean it. He says, that means a lot to me. And it's like, and I think this was on Fox Business News, I think it was. In other words, right after they'd been, because I wasn't watching what they were doing, but it's just like this patriotism of ignorance.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Of
yeah.
complete foolish stuff. And I don't like to belabor this point, but it's to say, when I grew up during the 60s, when the whole zeitgeist, spirit of the times, was anti-war, at least with the youth.
Yes.
The silent majority were in favor of the war, but the youth was violently or vehemently protesting the war. And it just made no sense. And of course it made no sense. What were you going to do? And then the people who went were considered pariahs.
Yes.
And this is why they were treated very poorly when they came home. It was because they went and they violated their consciousness. And I had just they were actually, I was watching some of the Nuremberg trials today, Douglas.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
They actually were showing the Nuremberg trials with the translation, with some commentary. Hermann Göring, Rudolf Hess, so on and so forth, Adolf Eichmann. But he wasn't Nuremberg.
Right.
Anyway, and then I also saw, what was it, a commentary by a, I don't know if it was in a movie. I think it was in a movie. Yeah, it was in a movie. That was one hell of a movie. Paul and I watched.
Mm-hmm.
It was Rose Island.
You
ever heard of Rose Island?
Never. I mean, I've heard of Rose Island vaguely, but I'd never heard of the film.
Yeah, well, Rose Island was an engineer, an Italian engineer built an island.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like just out of international waters off the coast of Italy in the Adriatic.
Mm-hmm.
And he did it to be free, and it basically was, a party place.
Mm-hmm.
And, it was a threat because it was technically, and he was, applying to go to the United Nations, and the Italian Navy eventually blew it up.
Oh, actually, I actually saw that movie, now that I think about it, based on a true story, of course.
And when the engineer who did it died,
mm-hmm.
before he died, he allowed a movie to be made of it, because, but anyway, I was saying the military were viewed as suspects. So here it rolls forward into the 1980s. And of course, a lot of the hippies had become yuppies, or had the sentiment of yuppies, and now had homes and had a stake in America or whatnot. And there was the Reagan Revolution, which, was a lot of, people could now see the glory of greed and capitalism. I read this article once about this woman, and I know she was an older woman by that time, but she was had fixed herself, but she was talking about how she was getting a high from having bought this $800 ice cream maker.
Wow.
Like, she was making a lot of money. She bought an $800 ice cream maker, and it was a high. Now, it was the same dynamic that, a young man might have if he went out and got laid for the first time. It was very you know, very juvenile, more juvenile than say the young man. It's more understandable. How could you get high about, you know, go out and buying an ice cream maker? Like you've got some great empowerment. Now, I actually have an ice cream maker. My father bought an ice cream maker, and we did a hand crank when we were kids. We learned how to make ice cream. Very hard to do.
Yes, that's right. I remember my dad did the same with us. It was a way we could spend time together with my sister, and, you know, the way he kind of raised us to be a family.
Yeah, and so, you know, I mean, we'd do it. We'd have the whole neighborhood come over and have this ice cream, which wasn't very good. I mean,
that's right. It's not good ice cream.
Yeah, it was always vanilla, which was, you know, I didn't like. But now, you know, when my you know, former in-laws they got a lot of gifts. People would give them stuff, and you know, they didn't want. They had a very, I don't think it was $800. Probably more in the $300 neighborhood of a gelatio maker. It was an Italian machine that made ice cream, and you know, they gave it to me and my ex-wife, and she didn't want it, so I still have it. I can make, you know, sugarless ice cream with it. And I will tell you, it came in very handy a couple summers ago when all the ice cream was off the shelves.
Wow.
They ran out. COVID.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was, but you know, I could make my own. Mm-hmm. It became a necessity. And of course, I won't buy ice cream if it has sugar in it. So I'll make it with, you know, honey or grade B maple syrup.
Interesting.
And most of it doesn't even, you know, you don't need to put sugar in things, really, you don't. But in any case, yeah, so I'm saying this 1980s stuff with this woman getting high on making her ice cream maker. Just this mentality of, and then it even occurs to this day where you have a lot of construction is going on of people with third and fourth houses that they're building. Maybe they're renting them out, maybe they're not. And it's like people that are just too rich, and they're building stuff, and they have problems. Oh, well, you know, the contractor didn't do the right thing on my third house or my fourth house. And, you know, they're getting anxiety about it.
Jesus.
It's like, this is typical. And if you go out to Montauk, you'll see all these houses out there that just sit empty.
Jesus.
That are like a third or fourth house from people that are, you know, super rich or efficiently rich.
Right.
And it's just like, okay.
What a waste.
It is. But I'm talking about the Reagan Revolution in the 1980s, and as for myself, I was, I don't know if the word is lost, but involved in the idealism in the 1970s of Scientology, the idealism. In fact, Douglas, I found an very interesting thing about my chart.
Mm-hmm.
Watching some astrologer talk, and he's talking about Neptune coming up. Neptune is idealism. Mm-hmm. And Neptune's going to square Pluto. And he's saying, well, if you have Neptune, it depends, you know, what Neptune's going to be aspecting in your chart. And he says Neptune has an aspect, and he says it's like Venus in Pisces, which I have Venus in Pisces, or Saturn in Libra. I have Saturn in Libra. Both of those things, they're very idealistic. You know, Saturn in Libra is exalted in Libra, and it's like, wow, it sees the bigger picture and can idealize it. The same with Venus and Pisces. It would make, those two aspects would make me a complete idealist, and could attract me to a movement like Scientology, which had a complete idealistic end result for the individual. Mm-hmm. It's also what you call, I have also different aspects, like the Sun in Capricorn, mm-hmm. and the Mercury in Capricorn which are intensely pragmatic and practical. And then the moon in Aquarius, which is emotionally distanced, if not balanced. So, I don't get carried away.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, it's all this idealism is balanced with pragmatism. So, I didn't get lost, so to say. I didn't get consumed by the dream.
Yes.
And it also affects my career, because the stuff I've published with Radu Sinamar is incredibly idealistic. It's Shambhala.
Mm-hmm.
It's Shambhala. Montauk takes us into a abyss of insanity. The only redeeming aspect of Montauk was the time travel. That's what I was interested in.
Interesting. Yes.
Yeah, and all the mind control and stuff was, kind of what you had to go through to get to the time travel. And as good and as interesting as that was, it was David Anderson who delivered the real goods. And he delivered the goods and that occurred through the magic of writing. My own writing this stuff, and having a newsletter which he subscribed to, which led to me meeting him and led to my adventures in Romania. So it's like writing is a very magical activity. And when I say magical, it gates in, and I will reference Aleister Crowley, who said that, what you're really trying to do is gate in phenomena. And he goes into some synchronicity that occurs with numbers, which is fine. It's a fine synchronicity. But when I read that, it's very low grade to what I experienced in my own life. What he's mentioning, he's giving an example. Carl Jung, who coined the word synchronicity, gives an example with the scarab beetle, one of his patients. I think it was either he or she had a dream, and then the scarab beetle appears outside the window, I think when she's recounting the dream or something. And it's an undeniable coincidence of events. But the idealism is like, wow, how far can we go? The time travel is very idealistic, but it's very real. And then there's other barriers to that. That's another direction we can go in sometimes, because right now we're talking about UAPs. But what I will say about what David Anderson once said, that I think somebody asked him about UAP or UFOs, and he says their behavior and characteristics conform to the phenomena of a time reactor, which is really no surprise.
Right.
Is no surprise. But to get back, I was talking about the Reagan Revolution and war. And then Reagan, what Jimmy Carter brought the world was brought America was financial disaster and complete disrepute. America had great disrepute in the 1970s, early 1970s, if you're overseas. You were not proud to be an American at all. Horrible reputation. Some of it undeserved, most of it deserved. And it didn't matter whether it was deserved or not. You could just feel the sentiment. It was very anti-American. Jimmy Carter made things worse. Reagan brought us war and a high stock market, which is what World War II brought us, the stock market and a booming economy. Because you're spending all this money and people are producing munitions, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, Reagan, but the thing is, the commercials started to change. And you began to see commercials positioning military people, particularly the U.S. Marines, as knights in shining armor. And they began to change the image of the military through commercials to a generation that hadn't gone through Vietnam. And we now had a volunteer army. So they got people to volunteer for the military, think they were, you know, engaged in noble activity. And then I go back to after the war in Iraq, the first one, and then I'd be playing football at the park, and all of a sudden you'd see all these people running with these prosthetics, new modern prosthetics.
Yeah.
They were out there getting their exercise, you know, overcoming their disability, but there were a volume of them.
Yeah.
You see them routinely. And I was thinking, you know, maybe 10, 15 years ago, oh God, I don't see those people anymore.
Thank God.
Well, you know, it gave you a creepy feeling. But so many people went over there, you know, as gung-ho members of the military.
Yes.
Not knowing what they were getting involved in.
No.
And then many of them, if not most of them, have realized what they got themselves involved in. And there was no, they weren't saving America. You know, it's like, it's a horrible, horrible thing, what gets done and how people get pulled into it. Yeah. So this is what the military has to offer.
Well, just letting you know that people aren't buying into it anymore. Their recruiting has gone down by 50%. They're like 50% behind for the year 2023, and they're really losing it with the white recruits. Very few white people are signing up at all anymore. So things are improving markedly. I mean, we're doing good. Please continue.
Well, it's all a double-edged sword. So anyway, this is the problem with trusting the military. And we also have to, you know, go back into 1,000 years ago when they were recruiting people for the Crusades. And people had this holy mission that they were going to go back and take turf. Take turf for the Lord. The Lord has lost his turf, meaning Jerusalem. And the only ones that have any success in penetrating the turf are the Knights Templar, who are initiated in some respect by the assassins of Hassan Saba, who they actually hold that territory. And the assassins, and they initiate the Knights Templar, who remain mysterious ever since. And were glamorized beyond belief. But anyway, back to the UAPs. That's just what we're dealing with here with the government. Crossroads, and this is from the article. As a culture, we've thus reached an impasse. On the one hand, the meager amount of data that has been declassified or leaked isn't enough for us to derive any firm conclusions regarding the nature of the phenomena. On the other hand, enough has been begrudgingly but officially acknowledged that we can't dismiss the phenomena under prosaic accounts either. The best we can do is thus to take the data seriously, but not extrapolate from it without basis. In this spirit, I submit to you that the following tentative premises are justifiable. Firstly, there is an engineered technology in our skies and oceans that is not human. Now, that is an incredible leap. There is an engineered technology in our skies and oceans that is not human. Where the hell does that come from?
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, I would say that there is an engineered technology in our skies and oceans that is of nature. Western people would call it God. Eastern people might call it Tao. There's other names for it. Nature is an engineered technology, but it's not engineered in the sense that he's talking about. He's talking about nuts and bolts. The counter argument to this, of course, is that UAPs may be top secret, but very human military devices, often called black technology. Yet this seems to contradict much of what has been disclosed since 2017. Now, okay, he's saying, yeah, well, you better listen to these Air Force people because they're now acknowledging it. They're now acknowledging that they're here. Something they've been feeding us since the 1950s.
Thank you.
With movies and drive-ins. Yeah. And while these movies are in drive-ins, they're about aliens, and they're always about teenagers seeing the aliens.
Yes.
And then trying to convince the stupid adults.
Yeah.
And the stupid adults or the sheriff is like very skeptical, and they get pulled into it some way. They don't really want to admit too much. And you have to keep in mind that the kids watching these movies, for those of you who don't know, in the 1950s, one of the big things that came out, particularly in Southern California where it was warm, but it was around the rest of the country as well, the summer, was the drive-in movie. And you go to a drive-in movie, and it's usually just would charge for the car, and you go in and you have these speaker that you come in and hang in the window, and it would, you'd tell your dad to turn it up or turn it down, and you'd watch through you could even watch from the back seat because cars were pretty big in those days. You could sit in the back seat and watch the movie through the front windshield, this huge screen. And then in the beginning, before the movie, they'd have a playground, a sandbox with, a jungle gym and all that stuff. You could go out and play on the monkey bars before the movie. It was like and there'd be two movies. It was, a different era. But this is me going, I went as a young kid, and would fall asleep if it was late. I remember wanting to go see White Wilderness, and I fell asleep. Sadly, I really wanted to see all the wildlife of Alaska. But what teenagers who had cars would go and make out and whatnot and watch these B movies with the aliens, and more often, many times would get pregnant. This is how many kids in the 50s were born. They were called sometimes accidents. And a lot of kids were born. And abortions were not in vogue then either. They weren't in vogue. That became more of a 1960s phenomenon. But they existed, but I think they were largely illegal. But it wasn't. You said a lot of kids would be born out of wedlock, or the parents would get married when maybe they really weren't ready or really didn't want to. So you have to wonder what's the psychological component of these kids, getting hot and heavy with each other, and then, watching these aliens, sometimes with baby themes, not always. So this guy's telling us that black technology, yet this seems to contradict much of what has been disclosed since 2017. The following passage from the testimony of CDR Free̶e to Congress illustrates the point. Representative Miss Nancy Mace asked, quote, many dismiss UAP reports as classified weapons testing by our own government. But in your experience as a pilot, does our government typically test advanced weapon systems right next to multi-million-dollar jets without informing our pilots? CDR Free̶e responded, no, we have test ranges for that. Now, that's kind of an innocuous question. It doesn't really mean anything. But he's using it as a, you know, it's a very lame.
Thank you.
If I was grading this as a paper, I'd jam it down his throat, that line. I jam it down his throat. This doesn't really say shit. It's weak. You better have a lot more to back it up with.
Thank you. It says
Very
nothing.
anecdotal. Moreover, and this is him talking again, if UAPs such as the metallic spheres were black technology the U.S. Department of Defense were trying to keep secret, it is hard to imagine why Dr. Kirkpatrick, an official of that very department, would publicize their existence and even declassify a video showcasing their size, form, flight capabilities, etc. Also, the fact that UAPs often seem to defy our understanding of physics doesn't line up with the black technology hypothesis, as it would require not only the engineering to be secret, but also the very advancement of the human understanding of physics. This isn't impossible, but it isn't very plausible either. I would suggest he go to the Time Travel Education Center and look at what I presented there from the work of Dr. David Anderson, just on the theory of time. There's a whole world of physics that this guy knows nothing about. He's not even got his mind open. And then he says, finally, it is difficult to imagine why such game-changing black technologies, which would have to have been around for at least as long as the UAP phenomena itself, were never used in large and conspicuous scales to advance the geopolitical interests of any nation. Well, they have been being used for geopolitical purposes.
Yes.
By the Third Reich,
yes,
has used them for their own political purposes. The military, much of what they use for geopolitics is mind control and disinformation, yes, and shutting things and censorship. As David Anderson has said, the biggest tool of geopolitics is censorship. So it's like this guy is a 5-star idiot. Yet he has incredible credentials and apparently some, savvy with Silicon Valley.
Probably provides them with some defense contracts.
Good point. Now, the other thing is, when you have somebody who's either heralded as a genius or an achiever, and we had that one guy we that brought up that was on the Montauk, that went to Montauk, and his father was some Silicon Valley bigwig, and he took over. You can have an achiever, and he could be a genius, or he could just be an achiever. The two different things. Mm-hmm. And they can just be, they go into areas they don't belong. Mm-hmm. Like I remember one guy I think he was a technology millionaire, mm-hmm, and he was going out trying to tell the world about UFOs, and he wrote this book, and he sent the book out for free, and it was a horrible book. I would never have published it because he's just sending it out, and it's like, because he found his solution and he wants to tell the world his truth. And if a book can't sell on its own, it just, it's really not going to do anything. And I would have had to have educated him. He didn't come to me to get published, but I would have had to do a thorough education process on him. And basically, what he would learn is that what he has to say is not really worth publishing. Maybe it could or would, but he seemed that, he was out of his field, okay, as a UFO investigator or whatever. And there have been so many people that go, I'm going to tackle this phenomenon. This is something we have to tackle. Like, I think there are like say every Sunday when I play football with this guy Cole, and he's a big fan of the Green Bay Packers, and I will go up and I will put a false microphone in front of his face and I'll say, "What's your comment?" What's your comments on that week? And he'll give a commentary. Actually, his comments are proving to be brilliant because they just won. And they beat the Dallas Cowboys, and they're going to play San Francisco, I think, on Sunday or Saturday, whatever it is. Saturday, I think. They're going to play the San Francisco 49ers in the playoffs. So, but anyway, I put this phony microphone in front of his face because he's a big fan. And what he does is, he'll read up and analyze, and if I want to know about that team, I can ask him. He'll tell me exactly what's going on with that team. I'm not going to read it and ask. But it's interesting to know if I'm going to watch the game, what can I look for? And the point of it I'm saying is that there are tons of sports fans out there that will evaluate their team, whether it be baseball or football or basketball, and they will have precise opinions based upon what they observe, based upon what other commentators, all these sports programs, that's what they do. They go into bloody detail and evaluations of a particular sports team. And you know what? So many times, despite having a lot of knowledge of what's happened before, they're wrong because sporting events are unpredictable. So what I'm saying is it's been very incumbent upon people to tackle this UFO phenomenon and say, oh, I'm going to tackle this UFO phenomenon. I'm going to see what's going on here. Somebody's saying this, somebody's saying that. And now they're starting to tackle AI.
Yes, this is where it gets really ridiculous. Go on.
What we need to tackle is IQ and emotional IQ, intelligence quotient. And it's like, so it's like there's such a sea of non-intelligence. On the other hand, you can go into areas you know nothing about, and you can find intelligence you knew nothing about. And I think specific areas of, if I'm doing a construction project, I go, God, wow, there's a whole tool that I can use that I didn't know about, or a whole procedure I can use, because there's so much information out there. There's also intelligence you can get. But when it comes to this stuff, it's like you have so many people grappling this problem and saying, oh, what are we going to do about all these UAPs? What are we going to do about all this stuff? And the problem is they don't see that they're being lied to. Now, I'll draw this back to my experience in Scientology. And I think there are many key points when you see this isn't working. And one of them was after I got married, they started doing something. I think they were feeding the crew beans and rice or something, which was, like I said, whatever they were feeding was sub level.
Jesus.
So I would take my wife out to eat at a salad bar because I thought, what am I going to eat here? And I could afford to do it. But then I began to see, look, it's actually cost. And then they went and I think they reduced the stipend you get to like $5 a week or something. And it was like, which was like unlivable.
Of course.
And then I remember, and then they stopped the towels. And I remember one of my roommates put a sign on the door and he said, take your $5 and buy a towel. Which he was just, being a hard ass. And I didn't care about the $5. I didn't, I just thought this guy's really messed up. But I think it's costing money to work here.
Yes.
This is ridiculous. It's costing money to work here.
In other words, you're paying to work there. Yes, you're paying to work.
This is fundamentally wrong. And this was something that I'd never experienced in the Sea Organization or Scientology. Never. It was never that oppressive. And it's like and there's other things where you're being lied to. I never felt that I was being lied to before. And some people, and you can really, there's a lot of, I guess what you'd say, nuances surrounding L. Ron Hubbard and stuff like that. But when he lost control of the organization, there was no integrity in the organization. So basically, you're being lied to from the top of the organization. And whether, well, it doesn't matter whose intentions were what. Everything changed. And the point I'm saying is here, it took some of the people, and I left in 1983. Mm-hmm. I would have left in 1982, but I thought that Hubbard might put things back together again, as he often repeatedly would do. Now, wasn't going to happen. So he died a few years later after I left. Right. But there are people that, it took them 20 years or more to figure out that they were being lied to. And now there's a whole cottage industry and people telling their Scientology escape stories.
Yes.
And I'm familiar, I will occasionally watch one if it's a particular person I know, and I'm always curious to find out about the history of what happened when. It's curious historically for me. And also, if there's something, what I consider to be newsworthy, I will watch. But other than that, this is like it goes nowhere. They think it's cathartic, but they're just replaying an old movie.
Yes.
And and they have axes to grind, and basically they're indulging in the same self-destruction or self-immolation that they experienced in Scientology. Mm. So the point here is, it takes people a long time to realize they've been being lied to. It could be a stockbroker. People don't have stockbrokers too much anymore, but it's lying to you. It could be your doctor that's lying to you. It could be the person you've been buying stuff from, who you think's doing you a favor. Your whole life, and he's been ripping you off. And he's always telling you how he's taking good care of you, selling you things at a cheaper price, and then you find out that he's been ripping you off for 20 years.
Yeah, Jesus, that's what happened to August Derleth's daughter when she fired that guy whose name I forget that Aquino was dealing with all those years. Yeah.
Yes, this occurs all the time in business. So basically, we have this, that this person is, he's talking about geopolitics. Mm-hmm. So now he gets into the non-human technology. He says, secondly, if there is non-human technology in our skies and oceans, then there must be non-human intelligence. Intelligence is active on our planet, engineering and controlling the UAPs. This does not imply that the NHIs are extraterrestrial. It simply means that they aren't human. Now, this is a leap of insanity. Zardy says, if there are non-human technology, he does this if, then there must be non-human intelligences on our planet, engineering and controlling the UAPs. This does not imply that the NHIs are, meaning the non-human intelligence, are extraterrestrial. It simply means that they aren't human. Well, I would say that there are intelligences in our planet that are not human.
Thank you. Thank you. Yes.
But they're not aliens, as you would think it. They're not like.
Thank you.
Well, he's not really going down that alley anyway. He's not saying there's little green men or little gray men. But this is the thing. Why, like, a non-human intelligence, like, say, let's say it's a good one from Shambhala. Is it going to appear in a UFO and come down and say, come up and increase your vibrational frequency and we're going to show you the mysteries of the universe? That's like a Masonic initiation or a secret society initiation or a Kabbalistic. Oh, okay, now we're going to see all the bells and whistles of. We're talking about an LSD trip or something. It might be a little more benign than an LSD trip. Might be more benign. And I just say that because LSD is technically a poison.
Yeah.
But it will open up doors of perception you didn't have. And the whole issue with LSD or psychedelic, it takes you beyond what you're going to normally see. And that can have, eye-opening ramifications. But anyway, if this was a benign intelligence, it's going to manifest in a UFO, it's going to come over and hover over your bed and go, woo, 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 woo. It's going to get an initiation. Some people have dreams like that. They have enlightened dreams. I'm not putting those down. But it doesn't need to be a flying saucer in the physical sense. And it doesn't need to be, Foo Fighter type spheres that are hovering over you. Dreams can open up all sorts of things, and consciousness can manifest. And when you dream of a UFO, you're dreaming of something that you don't know about. It's unidentified. It's like kind of over your head. It's not a bad dream. Now, on the other side, if we're talking about negative non-human intelligence, here we're moving into the demonic realm, the realm of the Chichoa. And I want to say something about the Chichoa, Douglas.
Yes.
There's a martial arts instructor who's pretty, I guess what you'd say, pretty good. I say that with some reservation. Say it with respect, though. I say it with respect, and I do respect him very much. I really don't know his martial ability. I just know where I was taught. And I know some other things that I won't say, but anyway, and not him, but one of his buddies who's got a very esteemed reputation and can back it up. They were talking about the discussion went on to demons, and I caught the attention of his buddy. He likes my postings when I say things. I'm always very respectful, and you should always be respectful with other martial artists. And I caught his attention by my posts because I say things that
nobody else will say. Yes.
I don't know, but I mean, he knows that I have some idea of what I'm talking about, at least. Mm-hmm. I would consider him very advanced. But when he saw me exchanging jabber with Rudy Curry, I caught his super attention because Rudy Curry has quite a reputation, and Rudy's like a friend of mine. Mm-hmm. He's also a fan of mine. Rudy Curry is this incredible martial artist I used to study with. He was a fellow student with Roosevelt Gainey. He was known as the knockout artist. And he's come out to Montauk with me a few times. And I think one of my most humbling experiences was it was the last day of the biodynamics group that used to meet out in Riverhead. And I was going to deliver a lecture and a class on Qigong. And I remember taking my daughter with me and Rudy and his friend, and I'm doing the class, and Rudy's sitting there like one of the students, because he said he's doing everything I say, because it's my class, and I felt like, and I said, and my daughter's criticizing me. She says, "Dad, you already said that," or just very child. Dad, well, you said that before, Dad. I said, "How was it?" "Oh, Dad, you said that before." That's just daughter stuff, and
Okay.
And I said, "Rudy, how did?" He said, "It was very good. It's very good." He said, "It was very good." Because he's, I felt very humbled. But Rudy, anyway, I exchanged jabber with him, and he sees that I know Rudy, and whatever he thinks of me goes up a few notches. And somebody asked a question about demons and demon possession, and they offered whatever wisdom they had, which was fine. And then I put something in there about, I said, if you want to deal with demons, look up the etymology of Jesus Christ. And I wrote out the Yod He Shin Vau He, which is the subject of my book, Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal. I said, and I wrote this, and I just put this out there. And then I put out, and there was no comments back on that. And then I put, has anybody ever heard of the Chichewa, Southeast Asian tribe that gets into people's dreams and, and talks about a little bit about the boat people? Now, both of these key martial artists have extensive experience in Asia. I mean, extensive Asia. More experience than you have, because they have grown up there as white people.
Yeah.
Or physical experience.
Yeah.
Like, going to all these countries, learning from all these teachers. And I just thought it was interesting. Silence. Not one. Not one iteration. Can you tell us more about that? No, I've heard of them. No, I haven't heard of them. Not one thing. The silence was deafening.
Interesting.
Not alike. And that told me something.
It does. It speaks for itself. It speaks volumes by its very lack of interactivity. The fact that they don't want to respond at all is...
Well, it might be something they don't know, or might something, they might also, they have enough resources to be able to look into it.
Yeah.
And, mentally. Mm-hmm. And it's like, what do I bring to the table? Because it's very interesting, because I can see, incredible things that these people know, and I can see also things that they don't know.
Yes.
And I wouldn't dare put myself in a position of comparison. In fact, you're not supposed to put yourself in a position of comparison. Mm-hmm. In fact, one of my fellow students, who's quite a character, I've only met him a few times, quite a character, and he had us all in stitches telling about his adventures with some prostitute. He got this prostitute. Now, this is not typical of my fellow students, but you have to understand, this is like Brooklyn, and this was where we practiced had been a whole drug park, where the drugs, and they'd asked my teacher the Chinese had asked my teacher to, clean up the drugs in this park. So, there's remnants of it, and there's stories. I think my last year, I think I heard a gunshot go off on my way to class. It was about, early in the morning, and I later found out that gunshot was some drug activity that had taken place nearby. Just while I was driving by, I heard the gunshot. I wasn't involved. never felt any danger there. But anyway, this guy talked about, it was funny. He had us all in stitches. He had brought this prostitute hired this prostitute to come and serve all these guys. I don't know what the context was, that he worked for whatever he was doing. But she refused to have sex with him. And he was explaining later why. And he found out, and it was a more complicated story. If I could get him to tell the story, he would have us all in stitches. But he basically, the reason she didn't is he was protected. His Qigong had protected him. Now, this is not to say that my teacher was validating any of this crap. In other words, he taught this guy Qigong, he learned Qigong, and he was doing such crap in his own life. But his Qigong protected him from having sex with this woman because everybody else got AIDS. She had AIDS. And when he said he did some test, he went to get some test done at some place that was monitoring venereal disease, and they said, "Oh God, we know your DNA. We have it. It's in all these women." I mean, they recognized his test.
That's absolutely bizarre. That's very disconcerting. Go on.
It was hysterical to hear him tell the story. In other words, he was a philanderer par excellence, and he was telling us the seedier side of his life. But we were all in stitches. But the really thing that was being brought home is how his Qigong protected him, because although he was misbehaving, to say the least, recklessly behaving, this prostitute basically saved him by refusing him. And he didn't understand because he was paying her too. He was paying her.
Wow.
But she did the right thing by him. Anyway, this guy was incredible. I think there were some videos of it. He had perfected what was called steel palm, and he could lower his, basically come down on what he called cinder blocks, and hit down, and 4 cinder blocks would break. His palms he had done steel palm is a special training regimen. Most martial artists will talk about iron palm, and iron palm can lead to great destruction of the hands, or there's some people that have, I guess, perfected iron palm, but we were taught steel palm, which is, you never hear that term in martial arts. What's the difference between steel and iron? Steel is refined iron, goes through a refinement process. So it's toughening up your hand, and I'm not even going to try and describe it. It'd be simple to, but I'm not going to do it, because somebody might try it and hurt themselves.
Thank you.
And although I taught it to one guy verbally, I couldn't show him in football, and he says, "Yeah, I do it." He says, "Yeah, it's helping me catch the ball, and I don't get my fingers hurt anymore." Yeah. But I have done it, and it can still get my fingers hurt. It depends how hard the ball's thrown and how it lands in your fingers, but not enough to take me out of the game. But anyway, it does help. Anything, but I've minimally done steel palm. But anyway, this guy could just do, miraculous things, and with this, but there were other things he couldn't do. There were other things he couldn't do. That this was being told by some of my other fellow students, just because they studied other things. So the point is you can be good at one thing in martial arts, or good at 6 things, and somebody could be good at 3 other things that might overcome you. So it's like, and I guess the real learning would be, okay, well, now you got to learn those three other things. So, but the point is that I'm in an area here, and everything that you've learned has a role to play in all of this. With the art of the ninjutsu, with the
yes,
it's like okay, with the demon realm.
yes,
because you never stop learning. But I just thought it was interesting that when I mentioned the Chichewa, it's like something. I have to wonder if their silence was saying, I better find out what he's talking about. This is on our own backyard.
I think there's an element of that, but there's also an element of they simply shut down the moment the name is mentioned. Like
it might be. I don't know. In fact, I'm going to talk with one of my friends about it, who might be a little more cynical about these characters than I am, because he knows them better.
And it could be that whatever experiences they've had are embarrassing, and they want no one to know of them. A good example is our dear friend Justin White, who was a Canadian. Hopefully he's still alive. He's was of course in South East Asia, and he was in Laos in particular, where he encountered the Chochoa, and his experience was so negative that many people would probably have a hard time describing that experience. They'd be afraid to describe it. He was very courageous in describing it, and but it's not like it wasn't awkward. Of course, it's awkward. And with these individuals, the experiences, if they had any at all, might have been negative or awkward, and something that they just kind of shut down when it's brought up. Yeah, go on, by all means. Continue.
Well, for them to not know about the Chichewa is, in some respect, like you not knowing about a satanic cult that was operating in San Francisco. It's like saying Chinatown. Not San Francisco.
Yes.
That was wreaking havoc, all over the place. It's like you not knowing it. That's not going to happen. But it's like that. They should know. Because, I say this with respect, they're extremely knowledgeable.
Got it.
Extremely knowledgeable. And they're live in Asia.
Yeah.
And then there was an incident at the Shaolin Temple. I should say the monastery, not the temple, the monastery, where they were doing this martial arts demonstration, and one of my teacher's students was in the Shaolin monastery, and he's a black guy, and then he was kind of like stopped, and where did you learn that? That's not supposed to be taught.
Interesting.
He says, some guy in Brooklyn. Meaning some guy in Brooklyn, meaning my teacher taught him. He wasn't supposed to know that. It was like, just like a bunch of old, funny duds. Must not teach.
That's what. Yeah.
He would teach anybody what they were supposed to know. If they were supposed to know it, he'd teach them. He didn't, everybody was an individual. The move sounded a little too complicated for me. Certainly above my level at the time, and I don't even know if I'd want to learn it, if I need to. I don't see any situation in my life where if I was going to demonstrate anything to Shaolin monks, it would be for their health. If they came to me with a health problem.
Right.
And I don't know that they would or would need to, but it would be on the most remedial level.
Mm-hmm.
Because that would be the only way. And the more I look at any of that stuff, the only relevancy is is the health. Is the health. You get healthier. So anyway, to get back to the subject at hand, UAPs and other nonsense. He's talking about non-human intelligences. It just means that they aren't human.
Right, which is relic populations, crypto populations that I've spoken of for years.
But I don't know that you really attribute those to UFOs, do you?
Oh God, no! Not in general. In general,
yeah. No, but he's talking about who's controlling the UAPs.
Understood.
Yeah.
For what it's for what it's worth, just so people understand my stance on this, as briefly as possible. I mean, like literally in a few sentences. The overwhelming majority of UFOs that look like they're phasing in and out of dimensions, but retain a kind of mechanical solidity, readily identifiable as a shape, for instance, like a rod or a saucer. These are, generally speaking, almost exclusively the 1,000-year Reich in exile. When you get to these more organic-looking phenomena where it looks like a jellyfish in the sky, where it looks like a amoeboid, okay, then we are talking cryptids. We're talking about certain kinds of life forms that can exist in hard vacuum, and yet there's others that are specific to our atmosphere. What the most famous case would be the Crawfordsville monster. That would be the most famous case. The most other cases that were identified specifically by many people who were studying with Dr. Wilhelm Reich would be these more amoeboid types that exist in hard vacuum and travel literally between the stars. They're certainly around our solar system and almost certainly in hard vacuum between the stars. But these are entities that can crash to Earth. And again, the case that could be either one of these, atmospheric or interspatial, interfacing between hard vacuum and our atmosphere, would be the Crawfordsville monster. There are other cases, of course, but you have to find them in books, and almost none of these cases are online. You can look high and low for all kinds of cases about these amoeboid entities that are described specifically by Hugh Trevor Constable, who is a military officer who became very enamored of the technology and techniques of Dr. Wilhelm Reich and wrote several books, and he amassed all of these cases that he published in his books concerning these aerial or hard vacuum cryptids that were spotted not just by atmospheric researchers but by astronomers who wrote down in their astronomical journals all about just entire schools, like mass migrations of these cryptids in space that they were witnessing through the telescope. These things are just not, you're not going to find anything about them online. There's just nothing on the net at all about them. So, but the documents that are cited in the books are quite real, cited by the former military specialist Hugh Trevor Constable. And then you have that's another type of UFO, the organic UFO. Of course, the problem with most people is once they get a hammer, then everything looks like a nail. So, to someone like Hugh Trevor Constable, he took the stance that all UFOs are these organic amoeboid entities. And then he rendered it all unpalatable by using a stupid name to reference them. He just called them critters, as opposed to anything scientific. And though his writing is very scientific, and his amassing of documents is such, that his colloquial reference did nothing to help his case. It's just stupidity.
It degrades the whole subject.
Thank you.
And puts it into a format for ridicule, invites ridicule.
Thank you.
And it's like he doesn't know how to communicate.
With so many of these people, that's the case, yes. So there's the 1,000-year Reich in exile for the more, certainly almost every of one of these UFOs from 1945 on through the early 70s, that would be Thousand-Year Reich in exile, when you see these hard mechanical shapes that are readily identifiable as mechanical. Then when you have these more distant shapes that kind of morph, they change shape. These are just shadows from another dimension, as these craft are flying in and out of dimension, or rather phasing in and out of dimension. And these are essentially at this point traveling in both space and time, and what we are seeing is their shadows. They are in the fourth and fifth dimensions, and what we are seeing are three-dimensional shadows that are morphing and changing, just as your shadow morphs and changes into unrecognizable shapes depending on where you're standing in relation to the light that's casting the shadow. Your shadow can be almost like a single point die in a certain situation where the light's directly above you, and your shadow can be completely elongated and warped out of proportion depending on the setting or rising of the sun, etc. That's how, depending on other factors, the three-dimensional shapes that we're seeing morphing in the sky that are shot at by missiles and rounds of lead, none of this hurts them because they're not physically there. We're literally shooting at shadows, but the shadows are in the third dimension, whereas these other craft are in the fourth or fifth dimension. These are from either the Thousand-Year Reich or other civilizations descended from humanity itself from the future. They're time traveling. So they're traveling in both space and time. If you're traveling through space, you're always traveling through time, but they are exacerbating that because they're trying to rendezvous at a specific time. Because if you have an interstellar civilization, you have to have an intertemporal civilization. There's no way you can maintain an interstellar civilization without time travel. Because without time travel, an interstellar civilization is not possible. You would be traveling at such a slow speed. The only thing you'd be capable of doing is if you just kept going at lower than the speed of light, and you could do this. You could do this at less than the speed of light. You could colonize the galaxy in a comparatively, believe it or not, short period of time. This is actually the case because you could just keep going and keep going, but none of the colonies would ever be communicating with each other. These would have to be self-sustaining. You're basically seeding and abandoning. But if you keep doing that and expanding within a comparatively short period of time, you've colonized the galaxy, which is why we know there's no aliens out there, or this would already be manifest. So we do know that our future descendants will keep returning here because this is the genetic baseline, and this is where they come back to retain their humanity. This is why there's abductions. There's taking of genetic samples from each other, from humanity. They're taking genetic samples from us to retain their humanity because they get less and less human as time progresses and they evolve towards vacuum or hard environments of other planets. So those are the three major ones. There's also a fourth that I brought up. Three major sources of UFOs. There's also a fourth that I brought up with when I was at one of the conferences, and I was confronted, of course, with your usual attack, which is your usual question, which is a passive attack. And this was by someone who wasn't even hostile. But it was like, oh, well, all of these can't be, Asian prisoners of war. And I said, of course not. And the cases he brought up where there were crashes and entities that were recovered or cited, and these entities are clearly not human. These things happen, and in some cases they're quite true. And when they're happening in places like South America or these more isolated third world nations, but you have no reason to doubt the veracity of the witnesses, these are indeed crypto populations. These are relict populations, and it's spelled RELECT. Relict populations. These are fossil men, so to speak. These are populations that evolved before the advent of man, before the various mass extinctions. And there's been many more than the 6 major mass extinctions that we know of. And these populations have just retained themselves either in underground pockets on this planet or on Mars or conceivably even Venus, where they continue using these craft, and they don't always know how to use the craft. Sometimes these craft, some of their descendants get into the craft, make them work, and don't know how to make them land. That's quite obvious. And then they crash. It's simply because these objects are just relics to them as well, a kind of antique left over from their forefathers that they only are trying to get to work again due to somebody found the instruction manual but doesn't know how to read it, so to speak. And then the other type would be, of course, black projects, and they would be more readily identifiable. They're generally black triangles, and sometimes some very fast planes, but they're usually recognizable as technology that simply extended beyond a generation that we're more familiar with. So that alone provides you about 5. That, you know, you can count it on the number of your hands what the sources are. And with that, we go back to Peter.
Well, yeah. And this brings up some other issues. But now, just so you understand what we're dealing with here, this guy gives all of his projection, his, you know, comes with a very, you know, sort of...
He has a biased agenda. He has a biased agenda.
Oh, wait till you hear this. Then he goes into the hallmarks of the phenomenon, and he says, although the disclosure process is relatively young, the disclosure process, in other words, they're starting to disclose the truth, where in actual fact they're hiding and they're censoring what we have to offer here. And the disclosure process is relatively young, having publicly started only in 2017. The phenomena itself seems to be at least as old as humanity. Ancient mythology, observations, and serious researchers, the most prominent, competent, and reliable of which, in my view, is French astronomer and computer scientist Dr. Jacques Vallée. Have been collecting data on it, applying statistical analysis to such data, and deriving conclusions from such analyses for decades now. 2 key conclusions. Now, Dr. Jacques Vallée is this guy wrote the most disingenuous paper on the Philadelphia experiment as a hoax. It is shameful. It had been totally deconstructed, but he's a Satanist.
Yeah. I mean, for what it's worth, what I can tell people most certainly is that I've met the man, and aside from myself, having taken a photograph with him, he would meet far more regularly with Anton Szandor LaVey while LaVey was alive. And this one wonderful German woman, I'd have to look her name up. She was kind enough to send me some things from New Zealand, where she lives with her husband, and he basically like almost commune conditions. But she had told me her observation, which was just casual but quite astute, was she said, gee, Dr. Jacques Vallée looks so much more happy and comfortable in the company of Anton LaVey as opposed to yourself, where he looks quite awkward and nervous. And I says, yeah, of course. And, so Jacques Vallée is definitely someone who was a Department of Defense contractor. And we have to remember that this is nothing hidden. It's not like I'm coming out and saying this as some kind of character defamation. This is like his own call for reputability causes him to emphasize that background. So you'll see that in a number of the books that he wrote that are much more technical in nature, where he brings up his government contracting background, and he also used that to give him a sense of professional respectability whenever he was talking about UFOs. So I think the primary discredit that is to be emphasized that I'm aware of is, as Peter Moon says, his attempt to quote-unquote peripheralize or to discredit, his attempt to discredit or peripheralize the Philadelphia experiment. Or other aspects of Project Rainbow, which Philadelphia experiment, for those of you who don't know, was one element of what was called Project Rainbow, which was called Project Rainbow because it had to deal with full spectrum dominance. And you want echoes with that, kind of like a dramatic effect through the echoes of the announcement. Full spectrum dominance. And this was a term that evolved in World War II, meaning dominating everything: air, sea, land, radio waves, extra dimensions, space and time, This is what they meant by full spectrum dominance. Dominance all across the board, and including parts of the board you cannot see, or even knew existed in 1945, 44, 43, 44, 45. The Philadelphia experiment, of course, was 42, 43, 44 region. That it was, and by the way, the Philadelphia experiment is an excellent example, or shall we say, it proves itself exemplary of the indispensable man. I've mentioned before, George S. Patton, who is not the end-all be-all in terms of military acumen, far from it. He wasn't stupid. He was by no means an idiot or a blunderer. He certainly acted at times in a way that was not a service to himself, such as taking the whole United States Army out of the way to try and rescue his son-in-law at one point during World War II. But aside from that, which I consider the most disreputable thing that he did, aside from that, he would make blustery, stupid statements sometimes, or he'd do blustery, stupid things. Forget the slap. I mean, that's not even an issue with this. Rather, the most stupid thing he ever said, as far as I'm concerned, was, any man or anyone who thinks they're indispensable isn't. In other words, nobody's indispensable. It's bullshit. There are plenty of indispensable people in the world. We simply learn to limp along as best as we can without them once they're gone. Nikola Tesla was an excellent example of the indispensable man. Once he was gone, once he killed himself, nobody knew how to work his technology when it came to the Philadelphia experiment. And it's why they fucked up so grandly. Without Tesla, they literally did not know what they were doing, even with the involvement of Albert Einstein. It was simply beyond Albert Einstein's comprehension, the physics with which Nikola Tesla was working. So when we come to the reality of the limits of Einsteinian physics, which are just above that of Newtonian. Newtonian physics goes to a certain level, and we always can go back to those levels of pre-revolutionary physics when it comes to certain things where we cannot do without them, like landing on the moon. Landing on the moon was not an Einsteinian physical accomplishment. Everything was based on Newtonian mechanics. We had to go back to Newtonian physics to land on the moon. Had nothing to do with Einstein or any revolution of his that took us there. And we could go back to Einstein for basically building bombs. But beyond that, when it comes to time travel, these greater physics, okay, well, you're well past them at that point. So Nikola Tesla was there and was probably the closest we had in the active, accessible American world to that level of development. And once he died, that was it. No one's been able to replace him since. So there's indispensable people, and they do indispensable things. And after that, we're left trying to figure out what they knew, because we're still at the level where most people don't even know the majority of what Tesla did. So when it comes to that, and Einstein and George S. Patton and all the points being put together, I turn it back to Peter.
Well, yes, and I'm looking here. It says, it talks about, it's got a picture of Lavey with Jacques Vallée with and what's his name, Anton Szandor Lavey.
Yeah, Major Anton Szandor Lavey. Yeah,
Lavey. They rhyme. Lavey and Vallée.
Yeah, Lavey and Vallée. Yeah, think about that.
And with Aquino there too. And it says here, which is discussing his flirtation with Satanism.
And don't forget to send me a copy of that photograph, please.
It's too grainy. I've seen a better one.
Okay.
I'll see if I can find a better one.
Okay.
This one is dismissive, saying, well, doubtful, but Lavey also was Michael Aquino's brother-in-law, and Vallée also was probably interested in Aquino's role inside the military special ops crowd. Now, he was one of them. Lavey is Michael Aquino's brother-in-law? I hadn't heard that before.
That too is a new one to me, but I could understand why people would say that. And this has to do with, of course, some things that were done with Michael Aquino and his marriage to Lilith, in which there's some kind of relation that Lilith had to Anton LaVey. Does that make sense? That was alluded to, but I never, Aquino himself never spoke of that with me because it was nothing considered important or relevant to anything he and I would ever discuss. But that was something that I understood from other people talking about him. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, yeah, I just never heard. And there's also, it says, what satanic book did Dr. Pasulka mentions that Jacques Vallée handed her a History of Satan book written by Carmelite nuns. And Dr. Pascula is some video here. But this book was apparently
Pescula.
Written by a Spanish Carmelite nun who died in 1682, recorded the devil's frequent attempts to corrupt and oppose her. Her name was Isabel de Jesus.
That makes sense. And that would be his Catholic background because he's French. So because of his French background, he's older. He would have had a Catholic background that would have brought that book to his attention. Probably shared that with the individual. And the doctor's name in question, I think, is pronounced Pescula, from the way I heard Aquino pronounce it, which I think was the accurate way. Pescula. And but when it came to Anton LaVey and Aquino and Jacques Vallée, they definitely were a crowd. So I do want everyone to understand that. They were definitely hanging out. And the way Vallée would excuse it away would be, he would say that that Magus Anton Szandor LaVey was great conversation, which I'm sure he was. And that was what I said to the German woman was when she was asking me about that and inquiring about it, I said, she says, knowing about the children, she was saying, knowing about, his hanging out with not just LaVey, but Aquino, and with the reputation both these people had concerning children. And for those of you who don't know, we all know about Aquino's pedophilia and his abuse of children. So put that aside for a moment. And without dismissing it, of course, but putting it aside, respectful to the subject, when it comes to Anton Szandor LaVey, a lot of people are unaware of his level of degeneracy. So he would have children naked, of course, for what he said was the satanic ritual involving using a naked woman's body as the altar. These weren't just legal age ladies. These were oftentimes prepubescent child females that he would be using for that purpose. So we know at least that. And as for other activities, obviously they go beyond it since he was the advisor for Rosemary's Baby and was talking about the corruption of infants. So that alone, the fact that he was hired as the advisor for the film Rosemary's Baby based on his knowledge of the corruption of infants, I think we can read into that the obvious. And when this German lady, again, I'd have to look her name up on packages she sent me from New Zealand to even remember her name. But she was asking about knowing what Dr. Vallée must have known about their abuses of children. Why did he, value their company so much? And I says, my joke with her was, hey, he's French. Babies are a dime a dozen, but good conversation is hard to find. So there you go with that. There's a kind of French cosmopolitan jadedness, a level of sophistication where they would almost excuse any degeneracy for the sake of artsy conversation, the kind of conversation for intellectual stimulus and humor that you can't find among the masses. So, such being said, it is what it is. Obviously, Jacques Vallée himself had a sense of charisma and charm that he exploited. And this is what made him almost a kind of a movie star, and had characters based on him in Hollywood, like the film Close Encounters of a Third Kind and the like. So with that, back to Peter.
Well, I think you give him way too much credit.
I'm not going to argue with that. Probably.
And I would say that French, you're saying, well, Catholic.
Yeah.
France has a much bigger background in Satanism than it does Catholicism, in my opinion.
Yeah, that argument could be made.
And I'm not joking.
Yeah.
Very dark cults. Now, this Diana Walsh Pasulka,
Yeah.
or I don't know how you say it,
Pishol.
they're very interesting here.
Yeah.
She got her Bachelor of Arts at University of California, Davis,
Mm-hmm.
and PhD from Syracuse,
Mm-hmm.
Graduate Theological Union, Berkeley. She focuses on religion and technology, but she's a professor of religious studies at the University of North Carolina, Wilmington. And Wilmington is an area that I thought about moving to. I went there and met a very dear friend who I talked about before, who I talked about her jumping off a pier when
Jesus.
after she read the Montauk Project. Well, I say jumped off a pier. She did a swan dive. She was a Olympic type swimmer.
Oh, I see.
But it would freaked her out. And but anyway, I met her there. She was being attacked. Anyway, I don't know how. I don't remember. Anyway, I was put in touch with her, and we got along very good.
Mm-hmm.
And I met her before I got involved with Montauk, and so that was a later evolution. But we went to a. I know what it was. One of my psychic friends had told me to go to the Cotton Exchange, and with this lady, I went to the Cotton Exchange is just this little. It's kind of like a little mall, in a way. Kind of quaint, and we went into a pub to have dinner, and I told the Cotton Exchange, yeah, the psychic told me to go to the Cotton Exchange while I'm there, and we're in there, and we're sitting adjacent to a table. It turns out to be a professor at a junior college, and he's got one of his young students there. That it looks like they have something going on, and we're having our own conversation, which is of a metaphysical nature, and they're having one, and somehow we cross conversations, and he invites us to come to his class the next night. And he's a professor of, God, I don't know what he's a professor, I think criminality, but he's really into criminality of the occult. This is what I resonate with, I guess. I wasn't looking at that at all. I was looking at possibly to relocate our advertising agency. And because somebody had suggested it would be a place to go. And I took 2 trips down there, but anyway, we went to his class the next night, and he had a whole, I don't know if we watched a video, I think it was a video, but he told us that Wilmington was the major center of occult activity in the United States. We're talking about negative occult activity. And he was he showed us a video on police crime with the occult. He talked about Wicca as a religion, as opposed to being something dark and evil. He gave a justification for what you might call white occultism. Call it that. It's not all bad, but he did say this was the center for occultism, and he didn't mean it in a positive sense. And he knew quite a bit about it. He was very nice. I think I remember his name. I think it was Lynn Buckman. But it was like, I didn't go down there to investigate the occult. And then I later learned that notable people in the OTL went down there, moved down there. Not necessarily to Wilmington, not necessarily not to Wilmington, just to North Carolina. I didn't pursue their addresses. But So that was very odd. And now this woman, and of course, there's a lot of you can't walk around that town without talking to God, about talking to somebody about God. I don't want to talk about God in North Carolina. But yeah, this woman is. It says. Her book, Heaven Can Wait, discusses purgatory's location and materiality, and American Cosmic, which explores belief in UFOs and extraterrestrial life and how it has changed traditional religions. Regarding the initial development of her work on ufology, Pasulka has stated that she first expected to treat UFO sightings and contact reports as simple modern variants on perennial mystical experiences, but after delving deeper, I had to consider that these things are actually real. She has argued that there is a base reality, however obscure in nature, to both UFO sightings and the abduction phenomena. Now, Sean Illing at Vox described American Cosmic as not so much about the truth of UFOs or aliens as it is about the appeal of belief in those things, is what the appeal of belief in those things says about our culture and the shifting roles of religion and technology in it. On the surface, it's a book about the popularity of belief in aliens, but it's really a deep look at how myths and religions are created in the first place and how human beings deal with unexplainable experiences. It is a superb investigation into the birth and rise of a new religion. Pasulka makes a reasonable case that the spirits, angels, divine messengers, manifestations of God, aliens, or their spaceships that humans have been reporting since the dawn of history are too numerous to be entirely delusional. She would be an interesting person to talk to for me. It says that she is a practicing Catholic, yet grew up in a secular family in California with a Jewish mother and an Irish Catholic father. She is the mother of 5 teenagers. So here she was interviewing Jacques Vallée, who is, I guess he's pretty old now.
Yeah, he's pretty old, and just so people know, I met him more than once, almost I wouldn't say regularly, but certainly often enough, just spontaneously, organically, casually on the streets. He does live in San Francisco, and certainly met him more intensively, at least twice. One time arranged in a restaurant, another time at Fields Books, which no longer exists, and is instead now the salon where I see V. So that's there you go with that. More and more synchronicity and more oddity about everything and all the interconnectivity of it all. What else does that remind me of? Well, back to Peter for now.
It says that this article here says that Anton came to Jacques Vallée's house and played Donkey Kong.
There you go. I mean, that's by the way, that sounds very obscene. We can read into that more than just the video game, perhaps. I'm kidding, but at the same time, you never know.
It was also suggested that he hung around LaVey so he could get his leftovers, meaning his women leftovers.
Yeah. There you go. I bet. I mean, there's. By the way, that's not unbelievable. That's not a. I mean, there's all kinds of elements to this, but that would imply, of course, he was no doubt probably partaking in the rituals. I'm certainly not denying that. I hope you never thought I'm trying to contextualize. I hope you don't think I'm trying to rationalize.
No. The only thing is that you gave him more,
intellectual credit than
and chic appeal than that he has, although he does have some, because people are sucked into the fact that he's sort of this credible character, and this what the point of it is, all this article I've been reading leads back to this Defense Department.
Yeah, that's the important thing. I mean,
person who comports with Satanism, and see, this is the whole thing. And it's like bowing down, and somebody's writing to me saying, "Well, what do you think of this?" And I said, I said he doesn't have the slightest clue.
Or rather, he does, but
Well,
he's perverting it for.
This is a problem, Douglas.
Yeah.
And I also had another one with explaining. They watched that movie that Tony Robbins did on the, what's it called, the silent, about the human trafficking.
Oh, right. Yeah, the sound of freedom. I'm sorry.
And this person had a terrific compassion and empathy for what this person is doing with human trafficking, and had problems with people not really having any empathy for what she's talking about. In other words, I was trying to say this is very deeply layered. I said, we can't discuss this.
Thank you.
Because how do I explain that this is all a ploy?
Thank you. Well, it's not. It's how would I say? Yeah.
This person was very frustrated that people had no empathy for child trafficking, and when she suggests that movie, they, in other words, they were dismissing it for the wrong reason.
Interesting.
Would have been better if they embraced it and said, "Hey, there's a problem here."
Interesting.
So it's like it's so layered that I just said I don't want to get into discussion about it because, it's too complicated.
Yeah, that's understandable. I mean, because what she says is bizarre to me. I understand what she's saying, and maybe that's her experience, is that maybe when she's personally trying to talk to people about such a dark phenomenon, it's actually almost healthy to just not want to discuss it. Because the reality is, what can your average person do? The first, they'd have to immerse themselves into learning about the phenomenon, which itself is sickening and not healthy. And then of course, after that, they get profoundly depressed, and it's not a good thing to even be looking into for your average person.
Well, let me see. It's a movie that's probably, I don't know if it's on Netflix. I don't know how this person saw it, but in other words, you see the movie, and if you're not genned in, Douglas Dietrich, it's going to seem reasonably plausible.
Well, it will seduce you. It will seduce you, which is its intent. It will seduce you with this entire agenda and this entire paradigm that is perverted and false. And if, say, for instance, that individual were to listen to us tonight, and I were to explain it to her in brief, I would say, again, as shortly as possible.
It's easy to get it straight because there are so many complications with yourself that it's an awkward.
I appreciate what you're saying, but say they were.
In other words, I'm saying it's a problem I have to deal with. Not that this is a problem to me.
Understood.
This thing is a problem to me, but in other words, things require too much explanation.
Yeah, they do.
And there's no platform. And I wouldn't begrudge anybody for watching this and having similar conclusions that this person did, because it's just it's what's available.
Yeah, that's part of the problem. But when it comes to, again, just to succinctly put it into perspective for those who care, and there's plenty that do, or they wouldn't be here. If she were listening tonight, which of course she's not, I mean, I'm not going to assume she is, but if she were, I would just simply tell her, look, The Sound of Freedom is produced by a bunch of people who are human child traffickers. And it's meant to make it look like they've been taken care of and the problem's been solved and that you don't need to pay attention to them.
I don't think she had that impression.
Yeah, I'm sure she doesn't have that impression, but just to let people know that's the idea. When it comes to the people who were financing it, so many of them were arrested for their involvement with human child trafficking that the star of the show had to resign from the project. So the person who The Sound of Freedom is portraying is this idiot linebacker looking guy who looks like a big ass football player, and he's part of the propaganda shtick. Is like, this guy looks like he's big, he looks like he could take on a room full of bad people, he looks like he's a guy who's part of the solution as opposed to part of the problem. This is what people want to believe. He's big, he's white, he looks like he's solid and respectable and had a career with all the police. I mean, this guy's career was like, he'll pervert the narrative to say that he quit law enforcement and say, I quit law enforcement because they weren't doing anything about this and I had to take the problem on myself. And the reality is, if you look at his career, he's been involved with law enforcement for 30 years. Okay, that's not quitting law enforcement. That's retiring and then deciding he was going to do something in his retirement, quote unquote. But then again, you take a look at the guy and he's got 6 kids. He's got a wife. He's got at least 6 kids. And so obviously he spent that whole time working with the law enforcement career where he could go home to his kids. And I guess after his kids were all grown up, quote unquote, which still doesn't make them safe, he decides to pursue the bad guys. And he claims he's rescued, like, it's literally an unbelievable amount, thousands and thousands of kids, like 60,000. It's something like that, like something like 6,000 at a time, and it ends up over the years like 60,000. I mean, oh wow, that's incredible. And all this time, no one's threatened your wife or kids. No one's threatened your family. And then beyond that, you go ahead and make a movie where they had some real skinny, lanky guy who looks more like a Johnny Fuckable male model type play your role, rather than somebody who even looks like you. That's what's really bizarre. It's the whole thing is bizarre, and it really is exactly as I said, something funded by child molesters to make it look like the problem's been solved. Now, this guy took it on, and he saved all the kids. He's saying,
was he the guy that got arrested?
No, he's not the guy. He had to resign. He had to resign from the project Song of Freedom because of all the people being arrested. Okay. That were involved with the project. So it turned out like it incriminated him just by his whole name being so inextricably intertwined with it. And the movie's still about him. So the movie's about him. Of course, no one would recognize that because if they saw the movie, you'd be looking for some skinny Johnny Fuckable male model type as opposed to, him who looks like a big fucking linebacker like the Hulk and shit. So when it comes to this woman, however, expressing to people, oh, hey, there's this horrible problem, and they're just like, oh, God, I don't want to hear about this. That's a healthy response, and I would tell her that, as opposed to, say, for instance, the biggest problem I have is with people like Ian West, who say, oh, I really care about this. And then you have to ask them, why? Why? I mean, because of course, this is horrible. Of course, you want it to stop, but what you do is you basically lobby the authorities. You basically, your authorities are supposed to be taking care of this. Well, obviously, according to the guy who made The Sound of Freedom, they're not doing anything because they're all corrupt, and therefore you've got to go out on your own and be a vigilante like him and take care of it. Well, that's bullshit. There's nothing you can do. There's nothing he did. Whatever he did is absurd. How would he have taken 6,000 children out of this human trafficking without, an incredible stink happening at the very moment that it happened? That would have been impossible. It just didn't happen. So Douglas Dietrich, on the other hand, now we know what happened. I stopped the largest human trafficking operation in the world, run by the U.S. military, the Army specifically, but all other branches involved. And that was the first time that I took one of these rings down. The second time was when I got out of the Marine Corps and I wiped out the ring of the Marine Corps that was engaged in human child trafficking at the San Francisco Marine Corps or San Diego Marine Corps Recruit Depot next to Camp Pendleton, where all of them were forming gay porn using kids. One of them being Richard K. Cole Jr., who I was supposed to rendezvous with to make a porn film involving young children, young boys from across the border, promised citizenship. And, of course, when I took that down, he never forgave me. Mostly because I never rendezvoused to fuck him. So, this is what got me gang-stalked the rest of my life by the U.S. Army and the United States Marine Corps. Both of whom hate me, and the only way to get back at them, expose the fact they lost World War II. Expose the fact that's all shit. Everything they say is shit. And, but look at the price I paid. This is why, when you say, oh, they're throwing us off our game by talking about a telephone pole, that's not throwing us off our game. That is our game. The very fact that they did that validates everything we're saying. That has probably done more to vindicate us, validate us in people's eyes than anything else you or I have ever done in years, is what they've recently done with that goddamn telephone pole. And the stupid stake across the street, which, by the way, I never even noticed, really, until I came back from the stupid
Omni Hotel, which was kind enough to allow me to change the room. As soon as I got there, I said, for security reasons, I'd like a different room than the one I'm booked for. And they were accommodating enough. They said, right away. And so they gave me a different room than the one I was booked for. And that helped immensely with security. I'm sure otherwise there might have been an assassination attempt there. They all knew where I was going because, like I said, the enemy knows everything that I do. They're in my computer so often that Brendan Zoget has to go in with me regularly to set the time, reset the time back to San Francisco along with the weather, because the time and the weather are always reset for Washington, D.C., which, for those of you who don't know, that's impossible because Microsoft is stationed in the West Coast. And if it were Microsoft programming that was simply glitching and putting it back on Microsoft time, it would be Los Angeles. That it would be going back towards simply by dint of California's demography. Simple population pressure would put it back to the Los Angeles time zone and weather as opposed to Washington, D.C. So it's so since they knew which room I was booked for already, as soon as I got there, I said, "Can we change the room?" And they changed the room for me. Otherwise, I'm saying without exaggerating at all, I may not have come back alive. When it comes to what happened then, aside from my surviving what was probably a setup for a potential assassination attempt at the Omni, when I get back and what happened, that was the first time I really looked across the street because I've never had a reason to care. I mean, I go out, I do supply runs, I come back. I don't really look across the street except at maybe shapes of people coming at me that might be potentially attacking me. I'm not really interested in what's going on across the street per se. This was the first time I really took a hard look coming back from the Omni and saw that stupid stake directly across the street from my home that had been set up. Giant fucking stake. Pole that's just there. Installed for no other reason than as a terrorist tactic against a man they know.
What's occurring here is these are like occult communications.
Yes.
And these are not, I mean, we can talk about them. And it's true. And it does totally vindicate what you're saying.
Thank you.
But it's, this is stuff that's better conveyed in a movie.
Yes. Good point.
Because it gets too complicated to, like, say, to put in a book or something. We can talk about it. And so much of the story you're involved in is so intricate.
Yes.
And I couldn't begin to, I didn't want to explain it to this person.
Understood.
Too hard to do. And I mean, I bet I'd have to write like a whole book.
It's true. It is true. It's
established what it's almost like preparing a legal case.
Yes, it's true.
And then this is the thing. This is why I addressed the UAPs, because the UAPs is something that's coming up, and I wanted to cover it. And I didn't even get to say the main thing of what I wanted to say, and that goes back into the Third Reich and their initial things of UFOs.
Well, we can cover that Sunday. It's not going to be an issue. By the way,
I cover that. I don't know that we don't want to cover it, but we certainly covered it in the book.
Yes.
The whole Office of War Information, because I went down the trail of this guy's article.
It's definitely an OWI article.
Yeah. By another person, very intelligent person, he's a doctor, okay?
Yeah.
Which takes me back to the Marx Brothers movie. Doctor. Yeah, I mean, but being reasonably intelligent, or even I mean, what was it? The intellectuals of yesteryear. Part of being an intellectual in those days, and I think back to the 1960s, the Gore Vidal types, and not necessarily the sarcastic ones.
Satirists. Everybody's a satirist.
But it's kind of like this. I mean, the intellects of those days could pick apart the politicians, which were so easy to pick apart. But there's smugness, and what's that word? Supercilious, above. They're like, they're above. They're above. Doesn't mean silly. like above, and it's like sort of UFOs, yes, and just this cerebral, they could cerebrate. What could I say? And it's just, and what we're talking about here is, just occult factors.
Yes. By the way, Chris Carter, who's or Collins, Chris Collins, I believe his name is, who's in our chat room as Shining Shadows, remembered the name of the German lady I kept referencing in New Zealand, Frau Mara, even though he doesn't remember her surname. And I still would have to find the package of stuff she sent me and get her surname, which isn't going to be too difficult. But yeah, Frau Mara, that was the name of the German lady who was talking to me from New Zealand. So shout out to Chris Collins, aka Shining Shadows, in the chat. Back to Peter, of course, and Peter's pointing out some important things. And the biggest challenge Peter faces is, of course, the presenting a legal brief every time somebody approaches him with these various questions. Yeah, that was the other point I wanted to make about the human child.
It's not a question.
Yeah.
It's a statement
Yeah.
telling about this movie, and I recognize the movie because I heard about it from you.
Right.
And I'm not recording it in my mind for posterity.
Understood.
This is not something I looked it up and saw that Tony Robbins was one of the producers.
That makes perfect fucking sense too. I mean,
yeah, but in other words, I wasn't intending to do anything with this, so my memory of it was not sharp.
Right. Understood.
But it was not unpresent.
Well, by the way, the memory you have of it is not sharp because it's not a relevant film. It's not a relevant production. It's
become a relevant topic.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yes.
It's now become more relevant than it was because somebody saw it, and somebody that I know, and it made a definite impression on them.
Right.
That was a significant impression and something that needs to be, corrected at some point.
Got it. And the other point that I wanted to really drive home is that when, unfortunately, unlike this other person's experience, the person who was approaching Peter Moon with this Sound of Freedom as a phenomenon, as well as human child trafficking as a phenomenon, and her frustration at people being somewhat just apathetic about this incredibly challenging and simply unsoluble problem. The reality is, it is the major obsession of the American public. So her personal experience is puzzling to me. I believe what she's saying. I certainly believe she's complete.
You know what? It's her own microcosmic world.
Yeah.
It's just what, and we all have different microcosmic worlds,
right?
Of who we circulate with, and I don't know what that is, but it's.
But the point to be made is that the American public, you could tell her, is completely obsessed with this to the point where it dominates the internet. All they talk about, by the way, Chris Collins remembered the German woman's last name, Mara Herman. That's it. Frau Mara Herman. So God bless you, Frau Mara Herman, if you're out there listening. Love you. And the care packages you used to send, you're an angel. But aside from that, just so people understand, when it comes to what Peter and I have just explained, it gets to the point where you have to really question anyone who's coming at you passionately about human child trafficking and like they're doing research on it. Please, you've got to question them, question their motives, and really just maybe even the healthiest thing you could do is turn around and walk away. I don't know if I ever shared this with you, Peter, but Ian West, who got, of course, struck against my channel, or rather provided perfect opportunity for the Bulgarian bozos to launch a strike against my channel, which was the very video that was later uploaded by what is almost certainly the NSA onto my channel just before I left for the Omni Hotel in order to try and get my channel taken down, because they can't ask it for it to be taken down directly for all the reasons I articulated in the opening hour. He wound up sending Brooke Gibson child porn. He wound up sending her child porn. And for that reason...
Who sent her child porn?
Ian West!
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, his...
Why? What was the justification?
That he was, this is real, it's happening, see? And he sent this to her.
He's proving it, yeah, and you know...
by distributing it! By distributing it!
Yeah, shooting a foot bullet.
Yes! And the question you have to ask is, what are you doing with this? That's certainly what she asked of it. What are you doing with this material? It's like, is he jacking off over it? The question has to be asked. What are you doing with it? Why would anyone in their sane mind be collecting that? You know I don't, because the US government's in my computer all fucking day. So when you got somebody like him and he's got what I don't got for no good goddamn reason, you have to question them. They're part of the problem. And this is the part of the problem of most people. And the internet's completely obsessed with this topic. And most of it is human child traffickers or pedo consumers. Pedo porn consumers that are obsessed with the subject because it rationalizes their constant delving into the topic. So that's something that needs to be presented to this individual who spoke to you about this subject is, look, you're living in a world where there's all kinds of people who say they're interested in this as a excuse for their collection of child porn. This is part of the problem that we're confronted with. So there we go with that. I mean, even that big fat linebacker who the movie Sound of Freedom is about, I would personally confront him if I met him. Because what's he gonna do? Physically attack me? I would physically confront him and ask, so you saved all these kids? I mean, what did your wife and children think about this when you finally gave up your life with them? Because you must have totally just threw them away and never saw them again to be rescuing tens of thousands of kids at a time. That must have consumed your entire life. Obviously, you spent none of it with your family. They must really like you. It's like somebody who's doing something like this or claims they're doing this, you know, how is it that you're even allowed to speak? Because what I did at the Presidio military base, you know, I mean, I would accuse him to his face of basically being a human child trafficker and a pedo porn consumer, if not an actual pedo predator. Because what I did was when I shut down these operations, all it ever brought me was grief and a bunch of people attacking my character. How come he's not suffering that? Yeah, obviously, if anyone really did something, this is what they'd say. They'd say, he's not a cop. He was never a cop. He was never in the police service. And they'd be pursuing him with this attack on his resume. They'd scrub his records as best as they could. This is what he'd be confronted with the rest of his life instead of being promoted. So understand this, everybody. The people they promote are the villains. The people they suppress, like myself, then they'll complain about free speech. That somehow I'm censoring people. That's where it becomes funny. Now, you got 3 witnesses. You got a fact in a court of law. And Peter Moon, Aristides, and Brendan Zoget all saw this clown say, I, Douglas Dietrich, am suppressing freedom of speech. What a joke! What a fucking joke! This is how your enemy operates. Oh, this Douglas Dietrich guy is suppressing us! Suppressing us! The deep state! Your government! That I'm somehow suppressing the United States government! Little old me who has to check out into a hotel room while they knock my internet out! Take it, you know, I mean, Peter, you've been with us for a long time tonight. Feel free to wrap it up any way you want. You know, take as long as you want, but...
Well, it's... yeah, it can get exhausting.
Yes.
To deal with certain subjects. And the only thing I'd say is that's why I've got to keep focused on the book, because this book explains. It's like a primer to understanding what's going on. And as to say, it has there's a magical effect with writing. That's why it needs to get done.
Yes.
So it seems like more people are getting interested in it, buying it. We'll see if they can handle the price with it. But it'll create a deeper forum for understanding.
Thank you.
Of what we're doing, and
And by the way, your help with raising funds has proven incredible. Response has been terrific. Had a number of people contribute. I need to give more credit to some others who contributed recently. Stephen Myers, of course, is a regular contributor, but there have been other people contributing as well since the last time we spoke, which, believe it or not, was Sunday, and feels like it was 10 years ago, honestly, because of that hotel stay.
The last week went by
but
very slow.
Yeah, but somebody sent me a money order for well over $300. And I need to credit them later. I'll need to take a look at the money order again. In fact, all they gave was their initials. It was like JW. I believe it's JW. There's been a JP who also sent maybe $25. And JP, I want to thank you for that because I know you're going through some times. So JP, of course, is known to Peter Moon. And I affectionately reference him as Jack Parsons. So JP sent a money order, as did JW, whose money order was well over 300. So blessings to both those gentlemen. So people have been responding thanks to Peter's campaign. And so bless you, Peter, and thank you so much.
Well, it's important, and I thank everybody, JP and everybody else, because this is a serious and important activity, and it's appreciated. JP wanted to buy your book, but I wouldn't take his money, because I'm not going to take money for a book that's not produced yet.
Understood.
They don't need that. But I'll make sure he's first on the list. But yeah, it's important that we get all this communicated. But I'm saying there's so many factions of what's going on right now with regards to, huge pockets of people just indulging in crap in terms of communication. And I'm not even talking about what I see on Facebook. But you know what? It is what it is. And on the positive, the most positive thing I see in life right now is, on a mundane basis, is inventions and know how to do things. Like, I've got these little portable heaters I've talked about. You'll see them advertised probably more on YouTube than on Instagram, and they keep the house warm. When it goes down in the teens, I will put on the oil burner, to keep the pipes from freezing up.
Yeah.
If I could probably, I really can't drain the pipes, because I also use the oil burner for my hot water. I'd have to put in a hot water heater. But the thing is, these things keep the house warm very inexpensively. I've got a very efficient heater, a Dyson heater, that's an electric heater, but I don't use, that's more expensive. So it's like, this will reduce the electric bill. And what I'm saying is, I also have something that keeps the place cool. These things, and these are just samples, there's inventions that equate to creature comforts. And this is the age of Aquarius. Age of Aquarius, I shouldn't say age of Aquarius, I mean Pluto in Aquarius. Aquarius is innovation, invention. It's also socialism, unity, people doing. I say socialism, it's not necessarily negative. It's not necessarily good either, because Aquarius is the opposite of Leo. Leo is the individual. Leo can be a very disappointing sign, because it's where, when it gets overinflated, it's egocentric. Somebody who's too much into their ego. Where people will be doing something for a cause, but it's more about their ego. You remember that Hands Across America?
Barely. Yeah, I do.
we are the world.
Yes.
It was a bunch of crap. A bunch of crap.
Oh my God! All the water went up my nose. Yes. Yeah, it was.
I could tell it immediately.
Yes.
And then later I'd learn from, some guy in the Flying Tigers. He says, yeah, we deliver all this food. And then, the dictator would take it off in a truck and then sell it or use it for himself.
Of course. Of course.
Yeah. So it's like, this is, and, meanwhile, the people from the music industry are, patting themselves on the back. And
it's sad. It's pathetic. It is pathetic. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like, how can they participate in that? I remember when George Harrison had a concert for Bangladesh. I don't know if that did any good or not. I probably did some good, but I don't know that.
It's how much good can you do, really? It's
I mean, I really don't know. Yeah, anyway, Aquarius is doing things for humanity, and you have much more uniformity, and it gives less opportunity for people to stand out as individuals. Like you want to be, like right now in the National Football League, they celebrate the quarterback. A good quarterback's going to get paid $50 million a year.
Wow.
40 would be the minimum.
Wow.
And if he's, I mean, it's excessive.
Of course.
They're not worth it.
Thank you. Thank you.
There are some arguments where you could say they are worth it. Like, say, the New York Jets had Aaron Rodgers. He got hurt on the 4th play of the season, and he took a pay cut from 50 to 35 million, so they could be below the salary cap or something. He's already richer than he ever need to be, but because they lost him, they were a completely inept team. Whereas if they had him, they would have generated more revenue. They would have generated, better everything. So you could say he's worth it, but the thing is, $50 million is, so somebody's worth this amount of money. It's it seems this is the individual being, what's the word, exaggerated or. Now, what I'm saying is when we go into the age of Aquarius, it'll be more about the whole team.
Yes.
Okay, so that the quarterback is a team player. He's always going to stand out because he's a focal point. But a good quarterback will get all his players involved. And, you get all his players and maybe he'll get less credit. But this is the environment we're moving into with Aquarius, whereby you might have a president who just does his job, and he doesn't, he's more like I'm trying to give an example.
Well, more like a committee head or a CEO than a celebrity politician.
And this is the problem with the CEOs of the recent times, where they get huge salaries.
Yes.
It's disproportional to their contribution.
Oh God.
And,
Yeah.
and it's more like they're what do you call it? They're exploiting for profit.
Yes.
There was one CEO, I think his name was Jack Welch from GE, and he made huge salaries, but he would explain it. If that guy ran the corporation, he could make more money, and the compensation was fair and due. When he went out the corporation basically went under. It's not broke, but GE crashed.
Wow.
So in other words, sometimes they're worth it, and sometimes they're not. So it's all. But the point I'm making is, as Pluto moves into Aquarius, it's going to take the emphasis off of the individual and put it more on the collective. And this is interesting when we consider David Anderson, a time travel scientist who needs a low profile.
Yes.
Or everybody wants him to have a low profile, except for my own people are interested in my own work.
Yes.
We all want to have a more present profile. It's like, because we are interested and appreciate what he's doing, but it would be more like, oh yeah, he's one of many people doing time manipulation.
That'd be pretty hard to.
Peter Moon is one of many people writing about this, and Douglas Dietrich is one of many people who work in government documents coming forth.
But by the way, that's one thing that you could say. If anyone ever tries to counterattack what you're saying, based on the source being Douglas Dietrich, because of the difficulties that you were attempting to articulate. Basically, this is how I interpret what Peter Moon said, that he was alluding to the problematic nature of myself as someone who's taken on the human child trafficking operational problem at its highest level and bore fruit that I've been paying for the rest of my life. When he tries to tell people about this, the issue that he has is the cross-dressing, the vampirism, the the purchasing of children off the streets. But what you need to basically let people know is, look, it's like an undercover cop. There's no way that the police are going to be able to do anything.
If that comes up, and it doesn't always come up,
yeah,
that's I'm already lost by that.
But that's, no one other than myself familiar with that milieu would have been able to have done anything about it, is the point. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you're operating in an area that people just they can't fathom. And some people can. Look, there are some people that can, or the people that listen to you, they can fathom it.
Yes.
But there are so many people that can't, because you have all these, amateur conspiracy theorists.
Yes.
And like I had one, I considered her a dear friend,
mm-hmm.
Who I lost contact with, and she, wrote, do you remember me? Well, of course I remember you. We did things together. We had very many deep conversations. Do you remember me? Of course I remember you. And she sent me all this stuff, and on QAnon. And I explained to her what it was, and and I'd also heard, not from her, but from a common friend, that she had, polarized against her psychic ability and was now had become a Christian, which was not what she was when I knew her. Because I maybe she got, I really don't know. Maybe she got possessed or got too close to the dark, and she polarized into Christianity. And now she's talking about QAnon, and then I sent her the article on Q that I wrote, mm-hmm. with the Kino's death, mm-hmm. and never heard back from her.
There you go.
Like, maybe she got it, maybe she didn't.
I doubt it. Probably it upset her so much that she shut down, went into denial, probably considers you the enemy now. It's what I would think.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think it's that. But I don't think she considers me the enemy at all. I think when she wrote to me, she considered me somebody she respected and was trying to take her research to another notch, mm-hmm. and wanted my input on it. And then, I guess what I was most surprised by was not her take on this, but, do you remember me?
Interesting.
I didn't have sex with her, but it was like, yeah, as if I did. I mean, it's like the same thing. It's like, yeah, I had sex with you back in, 2005. Do you remember me? Yeah. I mean, that's how, I guess, offended I felt, because I was that, I was close to her, not in that way, but we were still very close friends. Yes. And we did things together. And do you remember me? Yeah.
That's pretty bad. Yeah, that's a bad story.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, okay, yeah, of course I remember you. And but then if she polarized so hard into Christianity, there was probably something really going on there. That was, because that will happen. They'll get poked by the darkness and just boom. Yeah. And then there could be an entity, taking over.
Well, that's what you and I have been warning people about, along with Keith Call, my dear friend, who was the working at the seminary school, Wheaton College. We've always been trying to tell people you shouldn't be investigating this stuff. You should leave it to people like us. Honestly, these average people start investigating it, and if then they find out the hard way what they're dealing with.
That's another problem, though, because what am I writing about? So, as I say, with the, even like when I got into that occult area with the demons in the Yod-He Shin Vau-He, the name of Jesus, which I dedicated a whole book to, the Synchronicity in the Seventh Seal. And that some people just don't get that book, or that concept, rather. They just don't get it. And although it's kind of simple. It's simple, but it's not simple. And then educating people, and and they'll go back to the same old, like, you could educate. You know what I heard today?
What?
On a religious station when I'm driving, it was like, you have to drink the blood and eat the flesh of Christ. And he was quoting.
Jesus!
and I think it was a quote. He was sounding like a quotation from the Bible.
I don't think that's in there.
No, I don't either, but I'm saying, eat my flesh. Okay.
Oh, here's my body.
Okay, here it is. I'm way past. I'm overtime. But anyway, here. Okay, now listen to this. Now, it's funny we end here. Okay, what Jesus meant when he said, "You must eat my flesh," God makes you hope he's not a pedophile, which is what Hubbard was attributed to say about him. Anyway, okay, listen to this. Okay, now this is an article, and it'll lead to a quote by John. The day before, Jesus had fed 5,000 people with a few loaves and fish. Then that night, he walked miles across the Sea of Galilee before catching up with his disciples in their boat. I didn't know he walked miles. I mean,
Wow.
The crowd had seen him send his disciples away in the only boat available. So the next day when they found him in Capernaum, they knew he could have only got there miraculously. They wanted him to be their king. If I had somebody walk across 5,000 miles of ocean, I would be amazed, but I wouldn't say, I want you to be my king. I might admire the hell out of you. I might want you to teach me, but I want you to be my king.
Well, people thought differently back then.
Well, if you did have to have a king, you might like him better than somebody else. But then again, he might have too much power. So.
Yeah, there you go.
Then he went and ruined everything. To his adoring fans, Jesus said, quote, "Truly, truly, I say to you, you are seeking me, not because you saw signs, but because you ate your fill of the loaves." I do not work for the sick. He says, do not work for the food that perishes, but for the food that endures to eternal life, which the Son of Man will give to you. For on him God the Father has set his seal. John, that's quote, end of quote, John 6:26. Confused, they asked him how they could work to please God. He replied, quote, this is the work of God, that you believe in him whom he has sent, unquote. And then it says in parenthesis, not in quotes, God isn't looking for workers, he's looking for believers. Jesus was a hero to the crowd because he had fed them. But Jesus discerned something very wrong about their enthusiasm. They wanted more bread from heaven.
Yeah, there you go.
More than bread, but wanting the blessings Jesus provides is not the same as believing in him. Indeed, Jesus had come to give them bread from heaven, but not that kind of bread. So to test them, he began to make statements that sounded very strange. He told them that he was the true bread from heaven that gives life to the world. And whoever eats this bread would live forever. Then he said, and the bread that I will give for the life of the world is my flesh. This sounded like cannibalism. His listeners mocked. He pressed it even further. This is from John 6:5-1. Quote, truly, truly, I say to you, unless you eat the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood, you have no life in you. Whoever feeds on my flesh and drinks my blood has eternal life, and I will raise him up on the last day. For my flesh is true food and my blood is true drink. John 6:53-55. For the Jesus for King campaign evaporated. The people walked away, shaking their heads. The crazy man wants us to eat his flesh. They completely misunderstood what Jesus was saying. So what did he mean? How do you labor for the food that endures to eternal life? Believe in me. I am the bread of life. Whoever comes to me shall not hunger, and whoever believes in me shall not thirst. For this is the will of my Father, that everyone who looks on the Son and believes in him should have eternal life, and I will raise him up on the last day. Truly, truly, I say to you, whoever believes has eternal life. And then it says, eating is believing. Drinking is believing. Believe in what? And believing it. And then he instituted the Lord's Supper because he did not want us to forget the very core we believe. When the crowd took offense at his gruesome talk, Jesus exposed their unbelief. Quote, the words that I have spoken to you are spirit and life, but there are some of you who do not believe, unquote. It's couched in very troubling language.
To say the least.
Yeah, in other words, what is this? And I think this goes back to earlier customs of Jewish cannibalism.
Ooh.
Because I've read that there were, the Romans really tried to crack down on cannibalism during that time period.
Interesting.
That was in Barbara Walker's encyclopedia of women's,
Wow.
but yeah, so it's like, if I were to reinterpret that and say and try and transmute it into a higher lesson and say, well, this is reducing it to the Malthusian sphere, the lowest common denominator. Eat my flesh and drink my blood, which is cannibalistic. And it's like you'd say, I would like to think that I think they do talk about transubstantiation, where you'd want to consume something that would be transmuted into a higher level. and they don't, the bread is the flesh,
Mm-hmm.
and the wine is the
Blood.
So it's like taking the holy sacrament.
Mm.
But I think it's very much of a riddle. At best it's a riddle.
Mm.
It's like somebody saying, eat me.
Ooh.
It's like there's even a like what happens during the sexual process. You consume the energy of somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Consume the energies of somebody, and the sexual process ultimately results in creating another child. It's like, this requires interpretation, and it's almost like being subjected to a mad riddle that you're supposed to figure out so that you will have eternal life. What is it now? If you study the OTO, and this would not be exclusive to the OTO, the Gnostic Mass, the sacrament in the OTO, they will use cakes, and they will be cooked with menstrual blood.
Jesus.
But just a bit. They don't. It's not like they mix a cup of blood in there, just a trace of it.
Okay.
So it's not, it's not like you're drinking blood. It's just, and it's even you're repelled by that, yet you consume it. But yeah, it's like, and it's the bread and the cake. But the whole idea is the woman is sacred. It's the woman's sacredness, and she's the one this was an older ritual than before Christianity. So it was the menses, and it's taking, they're treated as an alchemical substance, the sperm and the menses, the white with the red, and I don't even remember if they consume it with the sperm, but that would be the ultimate mixture of these fluids and the alchemizing of them. So the Christian stuff comes later, and the Christian stuff becomes a watered down or co-opted version of the ancient feminine rites, even down to the Holy Trinity, which was originally the crone, the Mother, and the Virgin. They had their own Holy Trinity. I forget what it's called. God, it's but the female, the male Trinity is a co-option of the female Trinity, which is all very clearly delineated in different ancient matriarchal stuff. So, it's been a long time since I've looked at that stuff, and was very interested in it. But what happens is you can't beat down that drum too much, because it's like, as they say, it's like a black person going in to try and convert the KKK. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. So it's just, okay, people aren't ready to hear this stuff, but they're very willing to hear stuff about QAnon.
Same shit.
Yeah, they're very willing to, throw the hat in the ring about AI, about UFOs and UAPs. Yeah, whatnot. So anyway, interesting night.
Yes.
You've got your power back.
Yes. Both metaphorically as well as physically. Go on.
Yeah, and you survived it you survived the ordeal better than most who really weren't informed.
Yes, thank you. I mean, that's what I kept thinking when I was encountering all these people. I was thinking, Christ, I'm just somebody who's here by dint of rent control. The rest of you guys are fucking rich. Why didn't you just fucking check into a hotel for the night? Then I remembered, oh yeah, you didn't know. Oh,
that shows that perhaps you are the richest of them all. Perhaps.
Thank you, in a very real sense.
Just not financially.
Yeah.
But the richness of what is it? I had a long talk about that. Like, it's like, well, we were just talking about all these people with extra homes. It's I don't imagine. I think it's nice to if you pass on to leave something behind for the people that you love. But in other words, if you're like, was it Warren Buffett said that, he wasn't really leaving his kids anything because they don't need it.
Thank you. Yeah.
And, the problem with him is who he's leaving it to. I'd rather have it go to his kids than Bill Gates.
Thank you.
But, yeah, I mean, there are problems with that. But the whole thing is, if you're dying with so many assets that it's like, what did you do with those assets? What did you do with them? Like, you accumulated all this energy for what purpose? And then where's it going to go? It's something to think about. I'm not talking about a person who leaves a few $100,000 to his kids in a house. But then again, so much of the instances with houses, they'll set it up so your palliative care at the end of your life will consume the house. It's like it's all an asset grab.
Yes.
So you have to cleverly maneuver the asset out of your name into your kid's name, 5 years before you die.
Wow.
And hope your kid honors the moral agreement.
Incredible.
Otherwise, you end up in the It's funny, but it's not everybody is as conscientious about their parents as you.
Yeah, thank you. It's true. Very few are. As a matter of fact, damn few are. Yes.
Okay, but with that, I'll say goodnight, and we'll see you back on Sunday.
We look forward to that.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye for now. Sweet be thy dreams.
Douglas, if you haven't, if you can.
Thank you. Thank you. Blessed be thy slumber. Okay. Peterman left. SkyBooksUSA.com. Okay, let's add everybody else to the call. And Brendan Zogit can jump right back on theoretically, but let's call him anyway just to make sure. That's funny. It seems like he's got two links here or something like that. Of course, we'll try everybody else. See who else responds, and then I will try and take a short break, refresh myself, and okay, we can add Acid Kick, the Real Tech Geek, and let's see now, Amanda Ute, of course, and let's try who else might be here. Aaron Tice, theoretically, he never responds, so there's no point. And of course, Sammy can always call if he wants to come on. Andrew Bartzies, Brandon Young, there we are. And who else comes to mind that I always forget, or they simply don't appear on the list? Troy Bellamy does not appear on the list, so let's add Troy. Victoria never appears on the list. Let's add Victoria and how she responds. And Let's see now. Who else comes to my mind that never appears on the list? Hopefully, we managed to get everybody. Let's see now. So it is calling Troy and Victoria as well as everybody else. Hello. Yes, welcome aboard. And that, of course, for those of you who don't know, is the voice of Acid Kick. And that, of course, is our man, Brendan Zoge. Brendan Zoge is crinkling. He's crinkling his paper.
Oh, sorry. Greetings to that.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Oh, my God. And let's test Aristides' voice. Aristides, let's see if we can hear you.
I'm still here.
Yes, excellent. Let's see if George Knight joins us at some point tonight. Brooke Gibson, Mark H., Jennifer Hawkins, Victoria Hobbs, the name of a great philosopher, Real Tech Geek, Amanda Ute, Brandon Young. Troy Bellamy seems to have not responded and kind of faded off the call list. Let's see now if somebody else joins us. It looks like for right now it's Aristides, Brendan Zoget, and Mr. Sid, SYD, otherwise known as Acid Kick. So, did I neglect Amy? Oh my God. Let's see if we can call her. She's someone else who didn't show up on the list. And so let's try that. And I doubt she's going to respond because of her hours. And especially now that she's got a job. Formerly homeless. And now employed. Of course, she comes on, tends to be towards the morning. Thank you, Aristides. That yawn is just so inspiring. It's, of course, for him, he'll be drifting off at some point tonight. And as for myself, I do want people to know tonight I am totally, in a sense, sleep talking. Just gonna be sleep talking throughout the episode tonight. It's like I'm just not really here. People have no idea what this took out of my schedule. With it sounds like it shouldn't be much. I understand that. The rest of you don't live this kind of lifestyle where, I have to earn my pay, which is basically blood, and I'm working for food, which is basically blood, over at the estates. And so when I come back from that and go straight into trying to find a way to check into a hotel room, raise enough money to do that while making the rent and conducting multiple supply runs, including some very heavy ones I have to do soon, for supplies that last for months at a time, meaning as a bachelor, I don't wash towels. I use paper towels quite a bit. Most of my hygiene when it comes to bathing or showering's done at the estates. There's no real opportunity to really take a bath and soak in a bathtub. Most of the time when I'm at the estates, I'm enjoying either the shower or I'm enjoying some kind of basically encounter with an escort. So it's not like I have much time to treat myself to a spa kind of experience where I'm just bathing and luxuriating in a bubble bath, which I pretty much pulled off at the hotel this time. I took advantage of that to turn it into a spa kind of event and spent most of the time in a hot tub filled up with not just hot water, but also with basically Epsom salts, baking soda, hydrogen peroxide, and vinegar. Presumably, or preferably, it would have been apple cider vinegar, but actually I had to make do with the Four Monks white vinegar, which was fine. George Knight has indeed joined us, and so... So, welcome aboard. For how long are we gifted with your presence tonight, George? Brendan also has to leave quite soon because of his hours these days, but how about yourself?
Yeah, I've got a good hour, Douglas. I think I've got a good hour with you, with everyone, so thank you. I've just woken up about half an hour ago, so I'm just caffeinating myself. Okay.
Excellent.
Thank you.
And Brendan, how much longer do you have with us tonight? Before, what about the techno curfew? How do you avoid that at a time like this? Do you like take yourself out of the home or something?
Well, basically, I just stay in my car until 11 p.m. and then go outside.
Okay. Thank you. So
sometimes I'll come to my car and talk.
Okay. Well, thank God for that option. I mean, oh my God.
Are you willing to share anything about your living environment with our listeners with the techno curfew, or not?
Yeah, George and I would think it was funny. So basically, I'm living with a person. Well, I won't go into the details, but the person I'm living with currently, transitionally, it's not permanent. They are like deathly afraid of quote unquote 5G or being bombarded by EMF rays. So my iPhone is completely verboten from the house, and I can't turn it on while I'm inside. So to conduct anything that's not like wired Ethernet connection, I literally have to go outdoors or outside into my car to even turn my phone on or anything. So it's pretty cumbersome, but that's the situation.
Thank you. I mean, that's awful, and I feel so bad about it, and prevented him from being able to really provide me comfort or moral support throughout the majority of my night at the hotel when I kept asking him about the channel. And so fortunately, he was able to monitor the channel throughout the night regardless, and likely prevented it from being sabotaged, and they were stuck with instead entering stupid comments. And what's your opinion on those comments? You notice, of course, what I showed you on the screen share, and I could show you again if you want to reinforce the visual image, how one of them was on the latest interview and one of them was on the earliest interview that's available on the homepage. That's obviously coordinated. And just
well, you pretty much nailed it. It's like they were too lazy to click on any of the other videos. It was just the first two, right?
Well, the first one and the last one. It's the first one and the last one. Yeah. And it's like they figured that would be like good coverage across the spectrum or something. But I mean, it obviously has nothing to do.
Actually, I know what it was. Those were the most popular ones, or some of the most popular ones.
Right.
That were recent.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so. Yes, good point.
The most recent ones with the highest views.
Okay, there we are. Thank you. And but how is it that they highlight themselves? How do they highlight their own comments?
It's not really possible unless they get engagement. Maybe they have other people like the comment.
That doesn't make sense because there was no like on the highlighted comment of Mr. Pissy Bitchin or whatever he called his name. That was what he called himself, just for people who think I'm being like childish or something. That was actually, his name was Pissy Bitchin or something like that. And he highlighted his own comment with no like on it. And the other guy was just one like, his liking himself, and that was a lot less likes than were on the other comments. But somehow these guys managed to highlight their own comments. So it had nothing to do with engagement. It's just NSA shit, right? In the end.
Pretty much. I mean, there's no other real way to do it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And
other than knowing the YouTube algorithm to like you said, insider level.
Yes. Thank you. And so that being said, thank you, Brendan, for all the help you provided. And of course, Aristides was of great help by sending the care package that helped both before I went to the hotel and when I came back. George Knight, of course, Acid Kick, of course, is always helpful with what he does and helps in whatever way he can. So George Knight, obviously, I don't think you've been able to hear the opening hours, but I would appreciate your going back later and reviewing the opening hour of tonight's show, because that's when I discussed everything that went down at the hotel. Also, maybe the second to last hour of Peter being on, what would normally be his last hour, around, the third hour is also, the first hour, opening hour, and the third hour of our opening hours was, if you could go back, review both those, where I'm particularly talking about the hotel and what happened. So did you get my message in the Skype about my coming home, basically? Yeah.
Oh my God, yeah. And it's just what we anticipated. It's just what you said that would happen as well. And
Thank you.
What I certainly would suspect would happen, especially in the middle of the night, in conducting such an operation.
Thank you.
Yeah. Obviously, negligence and misconduct would be conducted. Yeah. Yeah, it's just ridiculous, and it's just, what do you expect? Just like, yeah.
Well, without repeating too much of the story, just so that people understand, when I came home and the entire neighborhood was blacked out, then I approached the foreman, and the foreman had basically said that, as I pointed out to Peter Moon, which I don't think he appreciated the gravity or the importance of this incident and what it really does for our listeners in terms of educating them as to the situation. It's not something that, like he was saying, takes us off our game. This is the game. Is basically, when I came back and was speaking to the foreman, there was so much that was confirmed that we always suspected. We had always suspected this infamous telephone pole, which, again, if you scroll up in tonight's text, it is the first image that you see. Matter of fact, it's really the only communication in the text box tonight for our Skype, is that telephone pole that George has already seen. But the foreman confirmed to me that the hollow metal telephone pole was put into place a decade ago. He said that was put into place a decade ago, so that means that it was metal in that photograph, and it's camouflaged as wood, which is, as I've said, for the long time now, it's been hollow metal that has been made to look like wood, which in and of itself is rather odd. Because often, thank you!
Conductor of electricity, so that's preposterous.
Yes.
It makes, it makes no sense. It makes literally no sense.
Thank you! And so, but he pointed out that it was, Sammy Romero has seen it, so Sammy can testify to this. The other person who saw it was obviously Holly Kaditis Kiefer, but she never comes on. And the other person who saw it was Laura Lee Solomon, but in a sense she doesn't count because she got institutionalized and a number of other issues with her. But when it comes to Sammy Romero, he can testify to the fact that if you touch it, you feel it's metal. But it's definitely unusual in that it's camouflaged to look like wood. And so it's been such for over 10 years now, since about the time that photograph was taken in 2016. And as the foreman said, the way he described it, this was the term he used, he said, it's a federal power pole that we were contracted by the federal government to replace overnight. They wanted it done overnight, so that confirms the federal government demanded it be done overnight during a federal holiday. And he said they didn't forewarn us that it was sabotaged, his words. He said sabotage, and again he used a very strange term, with a self-defense mechanism that took out the entire neighborhood. So the moment they broke into it, so to speak, then the entire neighborhood was fused out. And so that shows it was connected to the entire neighborhood, which he was pointing out was really unusual. And the reason he was so open with me, I gave all the reasons for why he was open with me in the opening hour, so I don't need to reiterate that now. You can hear it yourself later. But he was very open with me for a number of convergent factors. Obviously, I was the first person to approach him that wasn't literally slinging rotten food at him, because this is what many of my neighbors were doing throughout the day because all their food had spoiled in their ice boxes. When suddenly the world exploded around them overnight without warning with searchlights and chainsaws and jackhammers. And but he said that you have this federal power pole, communications pole, he actually called it, the federal communications pole, and he said that it's a dedicated pole. So we didn't expect anything to happen when we uprooted it, as he said, or disinterred it, But it was apparently fused to the entire neighborhood in a way that it took the entire neighborhood out with it, even though it's not connected to the rest of the neighborhood in terms of communications. And the rest of the telephone poles he's pointing out, you see all these other telephone poles? I says, yeah. He says, see, they're all wood. He says they're all wood left over from the days of the Great Earthquake and Fire. They haven't been changed since the time of the Great Earthquake and Fire. And the only metal pole in this area is the federal pole, as opposed to the rest are maintained by the city and county of San Francisco. And so there's so many things that we always suspected, but they were all confirmed directly when I came home with the conversation I had with this foreman. So, Brendan, what were you going to say about your own hypothesis on how they could be so misinformed? And I think, of course, you're absolutely right. Brendan pointed out that probably at a higher level of the government, they knew that it was fused to the rest of the neighborhood as kind of a self-defense. So if anybody tampered with it, it would take the whole neighborhood out. But the people who gave the order to PG&E and contracted them to replace the pole did not know this. I mean, this is pretty much, Brendan, your own thesis on this, please.
Yeah. Basically, from what I've seen with the blue collar, is that with the upper management and the people that are in charge of a project like that. Perhaps someone knew at the upper echelon, but they didn't pass that information down. So whoever finally ordered it, like had to call up those contractors or whatever, like for PG&E, because all those other people that are like auxiliary, like get hired on at a later time, especially during a holiday like that. I'm sure they were all like called in from the greater Bay Area. But so whoever ordered that failed to tell them, even if they knew, that there was other factors, other things to disconnect, so that would be my opinion.
Thank you.
Someone knew. What I told you is that someone knew, but whoever ordered it didn't know.
Yes.
So the chain of communication was broken somewhere above their head. Because I see it quite often in the schools. It's like, wait, we knew about this, and then the other person says, no one told me, and then the principal says, we've known about that for years. So it's like it's kind of a situation like that.
Absolutely. So, and as George Knight has emphasized before, in England, this would never be allowed to happen. They consider the flow of information to be as vital to life as air and water, and that George himself, if he were to repair something, would not be allowed to do so if it would deprive the client of their internet. And yet, here in America, they just thought that they were going to deprive me of power and internet, but they wound up doing it with everyone around me. And then when I came back, of course, I was all refreshed, and everybody's commenting on, how the hell, where did you go? You look like you were well rested, and in all this. So I just, it was so funny. I just, came back all refreshed, and everybody else had been through a night that felt like a war zone, and they all looked like shit, and they were all starving, and it was just, wow, they were through a nightmare. I'm so glad I checked out. And so, George, with that in mind, Acid Head has gone to dinner. He says he'll be right back. And thank you for letting us know that. And, so, George, while you're caffeinating and digesting this early in your morning, any other thoughts about anything? Not just this, of course, but anything else that comes to mind? Our friend Peter Moon brought up the South Africa leading the charge against Israel for war crimes. Of course, I don't expect you to be monitoring everything, but, whatever comes to mind, anything, whether it's my personal situation, yours, or the world. Yeah.
Yes, thank you very much, Douglas. Another important note and factor that to be emphasized is that you've been speaking about that poll for years.
Yes.
You've had your suspicions on it for years, and it's the suspicions. There's it brings credence to everything, and you have your reasons for being concerned about the poll, and it's just been proven.
Thank you.
Just everything.
Thank you.
And as you said, you were, you checked out and checked into a hotel where everybody else, they just didn't think anything of it. It's just that's the world we live in. Just people live in complete ignorance.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, it's true. And like I said, you can hear it in the opening hours. I had all kinds of encounters with my neighbors, and they were just all just flabbergasted. They were like all bleary-eyed, wide-eyed, just they couldn't like sheep who got caught in the headlights. They're just like they were totally run over, but steamrollered. They were just steamrollered by events. Had no, and they're I'm only in this neighborhood by dint of rent control. All the rest of them are rich. They could easily have done what I had done, except they lacked forewarning. And so they were all hit. They were all hit hard. And so the food spoiled in the refrigerators. I
was going to say that,
yeah.
I bet their freezers full of food and fridges full of, food, and I bet that it's just all gone to waste. They've had to throw it all out now. So you
can imagine the melted ice cream in the freezers. Yeah,
And so what was going on was the foreman was so friendly to me because I was the only guy showing up who wasn't throwing rotten food at him. That's basically what was going on. And because, you know, these people were understandably upset and angry. It was basically a war zone overnight. So that being said, of course, there was some incidents at the hotel. Also, when you hear later, go on, Brendan. Something else come to mind? No.
The fact, I was just going to say the fact that they were still there when you got there means they had like one of the worst nights of their freaking career, probably.
Yes! Yes!
Like, I was telling Douglas when I was talking to him, it's like, they went there thinking, oh, it's already a holiday, it's going to be an easy 8-hour job, you know? How bad could it be, right? And then the second they touched the ball, it freaking nukes the whole neighborhood. They were probably having some of the worst, you know? That was like the worst MLK day they've ever had. I feel bad for them.
Yes. Yeah, they'd been through hell. That's true. And it was bad for the whole neighborhood as well. For everybody.
Yeah, and that's what I was telling you about those contractors. The second they see a government contract, especially Fed, they're instantly like, oh, fuck, this is about to be a shit show because stuff like this happens all the time.
Thank you.
Nothing gets told to them, and then it ends up being like a 12-hour job when they only got paid for 8 and all this shit.
Oh, yeah. And this was at least 16 hours. 16 hours.
And they definitely didn't get paid. They maybe got paid overtime because of the holiday, but anything above the contract, they probably got shorted. You know?
Yeah. Good point. Yeah.
Talk about good faith as well. People really thought it was going to happen within a few hours, just overnight, and it's like, no, these things do not just take a few hours. Talk about good faith. We knew it was going to be a long hold, prolonged operation, and that is not something that just happens overnight.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bless.
Yeah, that's another anomaly. Is that whole project should have never been assigned to that short of a time frame, like you're saying, George.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, these are normally 2 days, and they're done in the daytime. And all of this was hazardous. I mean, for one thing, we're in a rainy season. It was raining the next day. As soon as these guys finished at 1300 hours, about 1 p.m. in the afternoon the next day, then it started raining. Imagine if it had started raining on them overnight while they were attempting this. Just the whole scheduling of this is, like I told Brooke, is all creepypasta shit. Just the whole thing, do it at night, do it in the dead of winter, do it in the rainy season, and during a national federal holiday, no less, when everybody is home. And it's not a holiday where everybody goes to visit their relatives and half the neighborhood is empty. This is Martin Luther King Day. Nobody celebrates it. It's everybody's at home. So, yeah, it's...
The fact that a project like that even got approved means that it was like they had no choice.
Yes. Yes, thank you. Thank you. It's true. It was forced upon them. How about yourself, Aristides, as an engineer? Any thoughts? You pointed out that you noticed that there were a lot of people losing power all over North America, but none of it had to do with service, of course. All of it had to do with a weather phenomenon where there was no choice. The weather was knocking things out. But this was, as you said, exceptional in the case. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think you didn't have ice. I think a lot of it was related to ice.
Yeah, you mean across the rest of the United States? We didn't.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Which adds to the surrealism of our situation in San Francisco. There was no fucking ice. There was no. Right. There's no good reason for this to happen. It was entirely man-made. Yes. Any other thoughts, Aristides?
We've got plenty of ice. It was 11 degrees this morning.
Oh shit! You can have it. No fucking crickets then. Brooke has nothing to complain about. You walking outside the door, there would have been no crickets then. Yes.
What was I going to say? I couldn't find these comments that you said were left on the YouTube. I know you were showing it, but I don't know if it's showing it.
I deleted them.
Oh. Well,
so they're accusing me of censorship. Yeah, they might as well. Yeah, I mean, couldn't disappoint them.
Okay. That'd be a good reason I couldn't find them. All right, thank you.
Yeah, the irony about that when they're saying that you're trying to censor. I mean, that's just...
Thank you. That's
so ironic.
Yeah. By the way, just so George Knight sees what we were talking about, I will show you this because it actually is morbidly entertaining. Okay, I'm sharing screen now. Let's see if. And by the way, this tonight's photograph embedded in thumbnail of tonight's live stream, and everybody start hitting those upvotes, please. Tonight we had a whole bunch of people listening, much more than usual, and far less upvotes. I'm certain half the people listening were the enemy, just trying to find out what the fuck went wrong. But anyhow, this is in the kitchen of the Omni. They allowed me back in the kitchen when they found out I was a displaced San Franciscan instead of just some business person or tourist. But when it comes to the inbox, here we are. Here's the inbox. Let's take a look at, aside from politicians telling me they could use a boost, notification of donation received. Quick look at that. And so half $100 United States dollars. From this wonderful person. I don't know if he didn't ask to be anonymous, so it's Aaron Tice, God bless him. He's actually a good friend of Peter Moon's, and so aside, and myself, as far as I'm concerned. But here we are. Here's one of them. New comment on Sean Bond. Here we are. Take a look at this, George. Now, here we go. This is the Sean Bond interview, which was, just to show you, this is what our man was talking about, Mr. Brendan Zogit. This is what he was referring to, was this. When you go on the homepage here, and then you take a look at the interviews, what they decided to hit were the interviews, because the interviews are always up as opposed to the live streams constantly changing. So they figured that the interviews were the ones they hit. They hit the last interview, the latest one, which was very popular, and then they hit the earliest interview, which was also very popular, as our man Brendan was saying. And the one that was on the one with Sean Bond, which is, totally irrelevant to what Sean Bond and I were talking about, was a guy who presents himself as a fucking vampire. And of course, if you were to go back to, say, for instance, his channel, which of course, it actually connects. Look, one subscriber himself. This one subscriber, it's him. There is nothing on his channel. It is created specifically to attack myself. And he portrays himself as a vampire in mockery of myself. And then when he leaves this comment, labeling people who question your narratives and removing them is called censorship. Anyone commenting who challenges your opinions is not automatically a stalker or troll. By the way, what even brings this up? It's not like the guy even listens to me regularly. Well, obviously he does. But for him to even say that as an opening statement shows exactly what he is. It means they listen to you, to what you had to say, and either disagree or have questions. So tell me, Mr. Sound Extreme One, what is the question? Of course, there is no question. This is healthy for free speech and healthy for us all to not fall into psyops. I mean, talk about the psyop here. The psyop is, I'm being suppressed, my internet is cut off, and this guy is telling me I'm censoring people. This is someone, I'm not even allowed a Wikipedia page. This is the insanity that we're dealing with. The deep state is telling me I'm oppressing them. This Douglas Dietrich guy, this vampire son of a bitch, he's oppressing us in the deep state. I mean, imagine the temerity. Yes. As for the other clown, let's take a little bit, we scroll down a little bit more. I'm sure we'll find it. Let me see now. This one was let me see, the YouTube channel here. Okay, now live on your channel. The other one was the YouTube comment, new comment on Sean Bond. So let's look up the other YouTube comment. So here.
I like that one from PG&E that says, please share your feedback. Thank you. It's just like, now, funny thing is... The funny part is you're the only one that they actually did a favor to.
Yes.
It totally backfired.
Thank you. Here's the other one. Here we are. Here's the other comment. New comment on Gen Arcana. Here we are. Here's this guy. He calls himself Pissy Knish. Pissy Knish says, this is some next level of discreditization. Oh, to talk about a non-existent word. Bravo.
Self-discreditization. What does that even mean?
Yeah, he's saying I'm discrediting myself, but it's like he can't even say the word. It's like he discredits himself by not being able to speak English. Oh, well, no wonder he's pissy. He's got 16 subscribers. That's I'd be pissy too. I like what he says, dark and darker clips and compilations. This is like Jambo the Reese Monkey shit. You know, this is another guy screaming at y'all shot and shit. See, he's doing the occult, you know, machinations, trying to say he's calling up the jinn and shit. Yeah, twitch.tv, pissy knish. Yes. Yeah, and so instead, he gets stupid shit like this up here that he put up, like somebody's face being, you know, fucking, what do you call it? CGI'd into a CGI night suit and shit. At any rate, there you go. And the face looks just
1 gram of dabs into a single hit. He's just stoned. He's just stoned out of his mind, basically non-functional.
Yeah, thank you. Like so many of them, and
like
and
it's
this
basically it's like a hashish concentrate.
Yeah.
He did 1 gram in 1 hit.
Yeah, thank you. The Extreme Ninja returns with a 1 gram dab hit. Yes, like, there you go. There you go. Then he thinks he's raising the gin and shit because he's so fucking high, he's seeing shapes and shit.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, thank you. And the face he put into the knight's armor looks disturbingly Jewish. It looks like the merchant rubbing his hands together. The Jew. It's just really just bizarre shit. These are the guys that are all so
These are the people that like live on the internet. Like that's all they have is like cannabis and like being on the internet. That's the only thing that they have.
Yeah, thank you. So they did this while I was gone and out and unable to do anything while I was at the hotel, and I was completely incommunicado. But this is like where they're at, and so that was going down. And aside from that, George, your own expertise in the area, I'll have to talk to Brooke Gibson about that, because she was, she's like saying, oh, George will just agree with you. And, and I'm like, come on, honey, the guy's professionally involved with installing 5G. It's more than just he's agreeing with me. He actually knows what he's fucking talking about when it comes to this. It's, really got to reemphasize that to her, but, other than that, credit to her. She, has stood up to Richard K. Cole Jr. when he was coming on to her and shit, so it is what it is. So aside from that, George, knowing what you know, any other thoughts, reflections? It's as you said, the whole thing was bizarre. You knew they would have to turn the night into day. When I was talking to all these people, it was like they survived an enemy attack. It was kind of like, the way I described it was, I couldn't call it Gaza when I came back at high noon, because if it was Gaza, there'd be nothing left. But it was more like Beirut. It was like Beirut. The homes are there, but they might as well be caves. And the people are wandering around all wide-eyed and shit, and just like, what the fuck happened all night long? The night turned into day, and there was nothing but searchlights and chainsaws and jackhammers. And they were always commenting on how refreshed I look. You look like you just came back from Club Med. And I'm like, God. And I was like, that's because, I was given this taunting letter. I didn't tell them that. I was given this taunting letter by PG&E. And having had fair warning, I checked out. Not like all you poor rich bastards who stay here overnight and starved. Yeah, with your refrigerators melting and your ice cream turning to liquid and shit. It's a sad world. So, all that being said, George, whatever other observations you have are welcome, or any other thoughts that come to mind about anything else,
Oh God, yeah, thank you, Douglas. No, it's such a funny, it's a funny situation what happened. I'm just so glad that you were able to do what you did, and you discussed this prior to it, so it was all anticipated. It was all, we knew that was coming, and those poor naive people, they talk about good faith. They really had good faith it would happen overnight. And then they'll wake up with a full refrigerator full of food and
a functioning society around them, and it all went to shit.
Yes. And as you said, it's just like walking down a street in Beirut where there's no utility services. It's just all hollow buildings with nothing inside. But yeah, it's I was going to just a few things actually, Douglas, whilst I'm here with you. We had a conversation about that yesterday. Bringing up Brooke, what she said. I did catch that when I went to the training course on Monday in the UK.
So you did hear that? You did hear her say.
George is just going to agree with you. Yeah, and bless her. No, I did chuckle. To it. And yeah, I just have to reinforce to her, or just to I have said it before to her that I have verified everything that you've. Ever since I've discovered you, I've vetted everything. So it's not like I'm agreeing. It's I know what you're saying is a fact. So I'll be disingenuous. I'll be lying to not only to everyone but myself, especially if I disagreed with you. So it'll be preposterous for me to, you know, I only agree what I know. But if I don't know something, I'm taking it in.
Well, here's
just like I learned about Vladimir.
Yeah,
when you mentioned about Vladimir Zelensky.
Yeah.
I then after when we came off air, I did review what he said publicly about Israel, about we should all gather in solidarity with Israel. And I was like, well, that is why the United States is funding Israel as opposed to supporting Ukraine.
Thank you.
Because he came out publicly and said, we now must stand in solidarity with Israel.
What an idiot.
He was then treasonous at that point.
Yes, thank you.
Thank
you.
So,
what a treasonous idiot. Yes, go on, please, by all means.
So yeah, what's the word I'm looking for? So yeah, all the my opinions on him have certainly changed.
Thank you. He's basically loyal to the Jewish race is his thought, but the horror is when you again do research on what did Israel do to support Ukraine throughout the war? Nothing. They wouldn't even condemn Russia. They wouldn't even condemn the invasion of Russia. Israel did nothing for Ukraine. Nothing. So for him to come out and say that is beyond treasonous. It's insanity. Israel did nothing to support his nation that he supposedly represents. I'm going to go through the chat, find out what a lot of people are saying. I do want people to know that Troy Bellamy is saying, I'm listening, but I've got to teach in the morning. Good evening, everyone. Love you guys. Thank you. We love you in return, Troy Bellamy. But as well, I do want people to know that what else came to mind with Brooke and the situation with the Ukraine, what was brought up with lately with the Israel situation. I'm trying to remember something vaguely applying to what this brings to mind, but I'll remember it eventually. In the meantime, yes, by all means, George and Brendan in particular, since they both have very limited time with us, I want you both to just go ahead and vent cathart about whatever's going on in your lives. I mean, certainly we all are interested and we want to hear what we can. I honestly don't think it would be exposing too much if we were to describe a little bit about the individual that Brendan Zogit is living with. I do want to emphasize to people, this is not a lover.
Oh, yeah.
This is not a physical intimate. I won't give out any more than that, but I do want people to know that Brendan had to find some place to stay for a while, and that but the person is obviously neurotic, but they do have a very interesting background, but that's for him to share whenever he feels safe about it. Maybe he can do that when he's moved. Is that okay for me to say?
I would share after.
Okay.
Yeah, I would share after I leave, but just out of respect for them for now.
Yeah.
Okay, understood. And also Aristides.
But neurotic is a good word.
Thank you. Yeah, no, it's like tell everybody listening you were trying to tell them about Hitler. They started talking about, hey, my mom survived the war and and Hitler didn't like Jews. Yeah.
Her aunt and was telling her about the story of that Hitler's parents, they what was it? It was something about there was a Jewish doctor or something.
Yeah. Somebody slammed the door in his face or something.
Yeah, it was his basically his stepfather was Jewish and he tried to come see his mom one day and the guy slammed the door in his face. And I was trying to explain to her, I was that's a total urban legend about Hitler. He had Jewish blood, but it had nothing to do with his stepdad or something weird. And she's like, you're so arrogant. You think you know everything. And I just didn't even want to get into it and tell her, I know the son of Adolf Hitler, but, that's where I'm getting my history from. But anyways,
yeah.
I couldn't go into detail like that immediately.
You reminded me, Fred. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, before George responds to that, and keep that thought in mind, George, just so people do not become confused. The controversy over whether or not Hitler has Jewish blood was something that we really have no knowledge of unless somebody really does a hard, thorough genetic test on myself, or, say, for instance, the Hitler survivors in America who are part of the William Patrick Henry Hitler family that was the nephew of Adolf Hitler in the United States, who had visited Hitler personally and was trying to get a job from him, and Hitler just basically told him to fuck off, and that's when he came back and tried to serve the U.S. military and say he was an American patriot. Unless somebody does a thorough genetic testing using their blood of that family or myself, we're not going to know about the Jewish blood. Hitler was always concerned about it. There was no direct genealogical linkage. There may have been members in his family who over the years had maybe some Jewish marriages or marriages into Jewish families. Hitler's mother was a maid.
That was the claim that was made a few years ago, that they traced the genealogy and they found it was something ridiculously it was kind of like that Christine lady.
Thank you.
It was like so small. It was like his mother's side, like 5 generations back, but they counted it because it was Hitler. So
thank you. And but he was always concerned about the potential himself, and that's why he was, in a sense, blackmailed by Hans Frank, who was the man who was placed in charge of Poland. And Hans Frank was the man who later on said, 1,000 years shall pass, and the guilt of Germany shall not be wiped away. And then when he was close to being hanged, then his last words were, there is no guilt for Germany. And that is, of course, never quoted. They always quote this other quote that he made while he was on trial and thought he could get in good with the Allies by sucking up to them and then saying what he said. But when he realized they're going to hang him anyway and he's about to die, then he said, fuck you, there is no guilt for Germany. And but nobody ever quotes that. I remember presenting that to a historian once, and they were totally shocked. They had no idea about that. It's just shows how fucked up these stupid people are. Matter of fact, I can tell people the story about that later, and just who that quote-unquote historian was. Turned out to be, of course, an ideological communist from Cuba is who this piece of shit was. And but that being said, when it comes to the Hitler bloodline and the Hitler family thing, the only other thing to be remembered was that his mother was trying to help the family out by working as a maid. And there is, as far as I could ascertain, something more than just rumor to the fact that she at one point was working at a Jewish estate, and the Jewish owner of the estate raped her. And that was something that may have rankled Hitler's impression of the Jews. This did not impregnate her, and it had nothing to do with Hitler's birth, just so people understand that much. But the fact that his mother, at one point in her life while working as a maid, may have been assaulted by an individual who was legally never going to face repercussions because of their privilege and their wealth, would have been a justifiable reason for him to feel the way he did. So there we have that, and those things out of the way. My mother also worked as a maid when she first came to the United States and was trying to help the family out, and had to fend off an equal number of assaults from so-called employers. I don't feel any of them, or my impression was not that any of them were Jewish, but then again, I wouldn't know. That was, okay, that being said, back to George.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, Brendan just reminded me something that happened to me. This is long before I knew you existed, Douglas, and it was an experience I had on the bar one evening. This is probably about a decade ago, probably about 10 years ago, where I was talking to a colleague who was working on the front desk. I was talking about the Autobahn being created in Germany under Adolf Hitler, and where he introduced the retirement age of 65. And I brought up these historical aspects and historical facts about the good things that came from it, and it was just a general conversation. And then this woman, she was with two other friends of hers on this round table. She like piped up as soon as I started speaking of this, and she goes, "Oh, how could you talk about that? My family perished in the Second World War because of Germany." And I was just like, what? I was like, I'm just talking about the motorway highway system was invented and created in Germany. That was first innovated by Germany. And I was just speaking about the retirement age being 65. That was also recognized in Germany to begin with. It was because of these simple facts, these simple things that they recognized. Then it was adopted internationally after that. And it was just talking about all these positives and good things, but then it was just like this negative came from it. And it's just like they can't let, as soon as you mention it, people get piped up and so sensitive about it.
It's beyond sensitive, of course. Yeah, that it's beyond sensitivity. That's insanity. That the insanity is that you must only perceive this as evil and a source of evil, and this is, of course, they're still in wartime. They are still in wartime.
Yeah.
And
still in the mindset.
Yeah.
Yes.
And as far as they're concerned, it's active wartime, and you are treasonous by aiding and abetting the enemy, by trying to enable the enemy, by promoting enemy propaganda. This is how they perceive it. Now, just to give you my own example of an experience in that regard, I was walking through, there was this whole story about how I met this guy. It was actually with Bethany Buckner. Bethany Buckner was a girl I was dating for a period of time, and she was German, and her grandfather was General Buckner of the United States Marine Corps, who had been killed in Okinawa, and afterwards, because the Marine Corps couldn't pronounce any Japanese or Okinawan, which for those who don't know, Okinawan is a different language from Japanese. For people who couldn't pronounce Okinawan or Japanese names, like Americans can't pronounce it at all, they simply called the bay he was killed on Buckner Bay. They named it after him, quote unquote, on American maps. So the guy who was taken out by a Japanese sniper, Marine Corps General Buckner, I was banging his granddaughter, and she had a stalker boyfriend, ex-boyfriend from hell, who was Jewish, named Richard Lesser, who was stalking me for years after that, determined to take me down because he had found out from her I was the son of Adolf Hitler. I had actually shared that with her. And so he was out to take me down forever, and finally faded and disappeared. I've told people before about his parents. One was his mother was someone who had a great deal to do with the Guggenheim Museum, and his father was somebody who ran the largest pornographic website on the web at that point, pornographic sales site. That was Adam and Eve Pornography, the largest pornography distributor online at the time. Probably one of the only ones online at the time, initially in those days. And so he came from a very spoiled background, and he wasn't even the cause of this incident. We were, through her, she had a girlfriend whose boyfriend was a skinhead. And so we went on a double date. At one point, while we were on a double date, the girls decided, along with us, the boys, so to speak, myself and the skinhead, whose name I regret I do not remember. I don't remember the name of her girlfriend either, to my regret. But the girls decided they were going to do something, and we boys decided we were going to do something. And so we wandered off into the park in San Francisco. And I forget which park we were in, but we were in a park. And we began talking about the history of the swastika. And then we were physically assaulted by an individual we took down. But he was a middle-aged white guy with glasses. Just some crazy son of a bitch who was middle class, employed, respectable, quote unquote. I know that because we took his wallet out and we ripped through it to find out exactly who he was. After we had taken him down, he was still conscious while we did this. The skinhead held him down while I took his wallet out so I could identify the son of a bitch. And I said, "What the hell is wrong with you?" And he said, "I must attack you. You're speaking of the glories of the swastika. What if you were Jewish?" And I said, "Are you Jewish?" "No, but we must always protect the Jew. We must always protect the Jew." And so the skinhead just wanted to leave. And I said, "No, we're going to report this to the police."
So I made certain we took this guy to the police station, which wasn't that far away. San Francisco is the second most congested city in the world after New York City. It's not like it's difficult to find a police station. We took him to the police and reported him and said, we've just been physically assaulted by this individual we had to defend ourselves against. And then they took a look at his ID, and this guy was normally employed, just some normally employed office worker who happened to, decide he was going to take it upon himself to attack us because the one man was obviously identifiable as a skinhead, at least because he was bald, young bald guy, and myself because he heard us talking about the swastika. And the police tell us, well, you should know better than to ever talk about the swastika in public. What if you overheard it and you were Jewish? I'm like saying, are you fucking crazy? Are you really going to pull this shit? Are you really going to talk like this to me? Really? Are you serious? I said, are you fucking crazy? We can talk about history. Anyone should be free to talk about history. We're a couple of guys talking about the history of a symbol that is far older than that of the Third Reich. For some madman to come out of nowhere and decide he's going to physically assault us because he feels he's defending some minority that he feels is helpless to defend itself. You're crazy. They had nothing to say to that, but they, and of course they couldn't do anything to us, so we just left. But I don't know if they ever booked him. I'm sure they probably did not. They probably just let him go. Because we weren't going to hang around and waste time. I wanted to make certain that he was in there so they could at least start the process. But we weren't going to hang around to make certain that we wasted an entire day. So they probably just let him go. And that, of course, but look at what we're talking about. You're living in a culture where whether it's Britain or whether it's America... In Britain, their problem is they're still on World War II time that they never left. They're always under the shadow of the Blitz. They're always living under the Blitz. With Americans, they have never gotten over the Holocaust. The Holocaust to them is above God. It's the everyone must die to protect the Jew. And this was reflected as well when I was in the Marine Corps. When I was in Marine Corps boot camp, a Jewish rabbi came to speak to us. And this was at a time near Christmas where we were all from the various training divisions brought into the San Diego Marine Corps Recruit Depot Auditorium. So there's literally hundreds of us. And we're all forced to sit down and listen to the speeches of various religious figures, chaplains and the like. And one of them, the rabbi, came out and claimed he had an actual drawing drawn in human blood by a child from a death camp or a concentration camp. And of course Americans never discern, and the Jews aren't going to discern it for you either. So if he really did have this, then it should have been in a museum, but instead he was using it to parade it before us. And he said, this is what was done to us, the Jewish people, but thanks to you, the United States Marine Corps, it will never happen again. In other words, the entire purpose for our existence is to defend the Jew. This is what this rabbi was telling us. So that in and of itself is so offensive, so insulting that, this is not what your average Marine is supposed to be signing up for, but probably your average stupid white Marine thinks they are. The entire thing is a worship of the Jew that the Americans have. With the British, there is an element of that, but it's mostly they just are still stuck in the wartime. They never got out of it because their life has been so fucked up by World War II. They never recovered. The economy never recovered, and they feel like they lost because they did. They feel like they lost because they did, and they're really bitter about it. They really are bitter about it. They still hate the Germans because of it. Yes. The gentleman, take it from there. I don't know if Aristides has any thoughts that come to mind.
It reminds me of...
Brandon. Go.
Reminds me of when you tell people, Hitler was the first person to ban smoking in public. Yeah. And, they can't even compute that shit.
Thank you. Or that he was a vegetarian. That he loved animals.
That one's my favorite. Yeah.
Cruelty to animal laws. Cruelty to animal laws. He installed cruelty against, so that people couldn't be cruel to animals. He installed, he protected animals' rights. He installed the world's first environmental laws. Don't forget the world's first environmental laws were installed by Adolf Hitler. So, yes, you're talking about somebody who was aware of the environment.
But those people, if they're on that mentality, what are they going to throw all that shit out too?
Yeah, thank you.
It's some evil Nazi, what do they call it? Like Operation Paperclip. Now we can't smoke in public.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like, come on, you guys really are fucked, man.
Yeah,
Like,
they are. They're completely and totally fucked. I mean, what if you're a liberal progressive who loves animals and loves, environment?
he had like public health stuff, you know, where people had to exercise, you know, like
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, something for a functioning society at least. Color
Yeah.
TV.
Yeah, but these people would be against all that and say it's a Nazi conspiracy. That's Nazi ideology.
It's absurd.
Better start smoking. Yeah, better start smoking and being. And
The funny
torturing
part is they
animals.
love all this shit. They love TV. They love driving cars on highways.
Yeah.
You know,
Oh yeah, of course.
they like being able to breathe.
Oh yeah, yeah. Clean air. Clean air.
Yeah, clean air. Yeah.
And so yes, by all means.
When I remember I mentioned it to someone about, I was like, you know, they're like, oh, Hitler's so terrible, and I'm like, oh, but he was a vegetarian. At least that's redeemable. And they're like, how could you say that? How could you even talk about that?
Yeah.
Same trip as what you were saying, George. It's like, what do you mean? It's just an objective fact. Like, at least he had some morals. Like, you guys, but they want him to be like this. It's like a fantasy villain, like Thanos or something. It's like he's so evil.
Thank you.
It's like,
Irredeemable.
like,
Completely,
irredeemable.
totally irredeemable in every
It
respect.
becomes stupid. It just feels fantasy. Even Loki and all the mythological beings had, you know, some redeemable feature, but no, not Hitler. He's not allowed.
Yeah, well, even Marvel Comics portrays Loki as basically an anti-hero. And even Hela is so popular they can't make her an irredeemable villain. They keep doing alternative realities in which she becomes the goddess of life and shit. I mean, they don't even need to do that. They could just actually, keep her going as what she is, and it's popular enough. But yes,
I mean, in the mythos, like even Loki comes out a few times and helps them, like when they're dealing with like the Svartalfar and stuff.
Oh, of course.
He'll help them out. You
know?
know?
Of course. Well, he has no choice. The frost giants and all these assholes would kill him too.
Yeah.
I mean, so.
Exactly.
Yes.
Svartalfar, the dark elves. Yeah.
Yes, the dark elves. That
the
Mars
beings
is
that
named
are
after.
still the beings that are still fucking with our reality.
Yes, that's right. The Dero and the Cho. Yes.
Yeah.
And basically, Peter Moon was all puzzled. He said, I asked too, and of course this is kind of like, a couple of white guys living in Asia, but he's under the impression they really know their stuff. Of course, they could just be a couple of white guys living in Asia, right? But he said, I asked them about the Cho, and they just went totally silent. At any rate, probably because they had a bunch of bad experiences when they went to get some dope or some hookers or something, and are too embarrassed to relate their stories. But anyhow, George, whatever else comes to mind, go ahead as well.
Yeah, just before I have to shoot off, the ironic thing about the whole situation is during the time of proactive prosecution of hostilities, the British and the Americans didn't care that what was going on outside of Germany in Europe. They didn't care that they were in this operation to congregate all the Jewish, the Jewish people out of the diaspora, congregate them into these death camps, Tauntslagen, and massacre them in the millions. They didn't care during the time of World War II.
It's true.
They were, and you go to these museums dedicated to the Holocaust, and you'll see aerial reconnaissance overlaid over these sites, and yet all these railway tracks are leading into these camps. And you would ask, during the time of strategic bombing, why weren't they targeting the railroads? Because the simple fact is they didn't care.
Yes.
They did not care. And they knew what was going on, hence why they're taking reconnaissance photographs. And that's something historians and scholastics have been arguing for decades. And the simple fact is they did not care during the period of hostilities. They didn't care.
Thank you.
And when it comes down to the swastika, it's the most universally recognized symbol on Earth, and it dates back far older than Christianity, and it's been used in every single culture on Earth besides Semitic, and that's something important to emphasize. It's been used universally throughout the world. So anyone who opposes the swastika, the Hakenkreuz, is truly against other cultures.
Yes.
That's the objective. That's the objective fact of that. It's like they tell you to be antithetical towards it. It's been banned. It's outlawed. You can't bear it. You can't you can't hold it as a possession or as a ward or a sigil or anything like that. You cannot hold it. It's banned. It's outlawed. But the fact is, it's been universally used throughout history, and so you're truly against all humanity at that point. And that's the insanity.
Well, this is the Edomite occupation government. What we have right now is like the persecution of the Christians during the early or later Roman Empire. What you have is the swastika is representative of a persecuted spirituality. So this persecuted spirituality, like the Christians who ultimately emerged triumphant over Rome, this persecuted spirituality is what will emerge triumphant in the very near future. So it's...
Oh, yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
The Asian Indians and the Hindus have actually made really good effort to destigmatize the swastika to the point where, like, they've made pretty good headway, but it's like it's really tough,
Well, that it's only because the Jews have a control over Western media right now. That's the funny thing about censorship. Accusing me of censorship. That's the insanity of the entire position. And then they try to make themselves sound like they're reasonable. By the way, George, before you go, you'll hear this when you listen to like I said, the first and third hour of the opening hours. But I want you to know that in your private time when you can, look up on Google Earth and look up 1247 Green Street. Not my address, 1242, but across the street, directly across the street from me.
I checked the Google.
Yeah.
I checked the street view, but it's from last year, or it's like early last year.
Okay.
But I only saw like a tree and.
Okay.
Stuff. Is it by that tree or?
It is right by that tree. So it should be visible if they update it. Maybe that's why they haven't updated it. But there is a extraordinarily large stake, like a wooden stake that's supposed to go through a vampire's heart, or the kind that Dracula would have impaled a Turk upon. There is an extraordinarily large stake across the street that's been put up that's not connected to anything. And it's obviously not a telephone pole or a power pole. It's just a big wooden stake with a semi-sharpened end. And it's placed across the street. It's not connected to anything. It's absolutely bizarre. It's an occult threat that I was taunted with. People have directly said that to me in some of these stupid comments on YouTube that I deleted in the past few months. And I never paid attention to what they were saying because I didn't think it made any sense. Then I only noticed it coming home yesterday. And I said, holy shit, there's a big stake across the street right in front of 1247 Green Street. So it's right near the tree. But it's not blocked or off by the tree or camouflaged by it. And so, see what you can find. Like Brendan said, he checked it. Maybe Aristides checked it too. Whatever can be found. Somebody will probably be able to take a picture and put it online. Maybe I should try and do that. So I'll try and do that. But in the meantime, trust me, it's there. So there you go. And that's just to... So, other than that, you have a blessed day at work, George, and take care.
Yes, thank you for having me on. It's been wonderful speaking to you all, and have a great evening. And thank you, and please support Douglas any way you can. Much appreciated, Douglas. Thank you for having me on, and have a blessed day yourselves. Take care.
Thank you. Bye for now. Love you dearly. And, of course, dear Brendan Zogan is with us for at least a few more minutes, or maybe he has to go now, too. Oh my God, Brendan! How Jesus! Thank God that you're able to at least.
I'm still here.
Yeah, thank God you're able. Well, I mean,
despite all the
attempts to knock you.
Yeah.
I mean, just so people know, honestly, Brendan, it's amazing. The reason that they attack him so much is because he has the capacity to do what he does. Here we are! Nemo's got the photo! He put it in the text box. There we are.
I was looking at it too.
Yeah, now that is actually been sharpened at the top. That's actually since been sharpened at the top. It's, this comes at it from an angle that you don't see it. If you were at the other end of that stick.
Wait, I don't see it.
Dude, it's right there in the center. A big green fucking pole. It's attached to nothing.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, okay.
It's not attached to anything.
Yeah, okay, I get it. Yeah, okay.
But if you look at from the other end, it's all sharpened at the other end. You don't see that from this end. If you go at the other end, it's like sloped. It's like sloped, like a steak that's been sharpened to go up somebody's ass. It's all sloped. And
it does look like something that the Carpathians would have erected, but
but look at it. It's not. You can see the telephone pole that is out of the photograph. The pole that actually has a line.
Yeah.
It's much taller. So all the telephone poles are much taller than this pole. This pole is very short, comparatively speaking. Yeah. It's taller than the tree, but it's short. It's not connected to anything, and it's at the end that you cannot see.
I see it now.
Yeah, it's sloped in its sharpness, so that it's got this kind of like steak appearance, like it's meant to go up somebody's ass. This is what's been put across the street from me, and you know, I got some stupid.
Oh yeah, I can see it now. I see the slopage.
Yeah. And so well, I mean, you can't really, but if I'll probably have to take a photograph from the other end and see if I can get it.
There's another photo. I'll send the other.
Oh, okay. There we are. Oh wait, yeah. So this might be the other photo from the. No, okay. That's. Oh, here we are. So or something. Somebody's put up a third photo, and let's take a look. So you can see a slight slope, but it's like somebody's gone up there and sharpened it a few times since. So you see a slight slope here. But somebody's sharpened it a few times since, or crews have sharpened it a few times since, using a cherry picker and a chainsaw, no doubt. So it's been made to look more and more like a steak over time. So this one says 2023, so these are important. I'll download both of these, and yeah, this is it. It's incredible. So was this one the first one loaded up was from Nemo? The second one was that from you, Bren?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I tried to send one, but it went to the wrong chat. It's like tough to get. Yeah.
Okay. And let me take a look.
To get to this chat for some reason.
No, these are both from Nemo then. So let me take a look at Brendan's, and let me see. So he might have said it. I don't see if you sent it to me in private. I don't see it.
I removed it from the other chat because it would confuse things. So let me see here. Okay.
And Aristides, let's take a look at what he sent. So that was a wonderful illustration from Aristides. Okay, so we'll see what comes up next, but everyone's doing good research on this, and
that is odd that it's just floating there with not connected to anything. That's anomalous.
In and of itself. Without even the slope. But
especially from what the lineman was telling you, that they don't have any plans of replacing anything.
Yes.
So it's not like it's a replacement pole.
Well, it can't be. It's too short. The telephone poles around it are much taller. As a matter of fact, it's with the second photograph sourcing from Nemo Albano in Australia. You can see the comparative size of this pole to the telephone pole further down. And you can see the lines on that telephone pole, how far up they are, and just how this pole is like, it's not like that at all. It's not at that length. So there we go. And it's just a weird green pole with 3 yellow stripes on it to show that the city erected it, or somebody forced the city to erect it. But it's basically an occult message. And so thank you to Nemo. Nemo Albano has done yeoman work. We'll get further input from Brendan on this. Incredible stuff. And Aristides, as an engineer, any thoughts as to, say for instance, someone were trying to rationalize this. If someone were trying to rationalize the appearance of this unconnected wooden pole, what would you think might be the rationale for it?
That is hard to say.
Thank you. In other words, there isn't one. Yeah.
Right. Pretty much. Yeah, it's very out of place. Like,
wait, it still didn't send. I've been sending this one.
Oh no, it's not sending. Yeah, it's not going through. Man, they're fucking with you, Brendan. They always are, of course. Whenever Brendan and I are. So our man Nemo is asking, what's with the 3 yellow stripes on the bottom?
In California, that's just what they put on poles.
Okay.
Like street poles.
So we got it.
They're reflectors. They're reflectors.
Yeah, we got it from Brendan. We finally got it. So it's in the text box now. We got this from Brendan. There you see a more defined slope. And so they're constantly going there with the cherry picker and kind of sawing it to a further and further slope. And it is that in it is also anomalous. What you already see.
I mean, it's not a utility pole. Like, what the fuck is it?
Thank you. It's just a stake. And
I like how they put the 3 stripes on it just to like confuse people. Like, because if you're on the ground, you wouldn't tell.
Yeah.
That's how it slipped past me the first time.
Thank you.
Yeah, it just blends in.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, when you're on the ground, you would just look at it and say, "Oh, it must be connected to something." It's what you would rationalize it. So there we go with that. And incredible work by all of you. And it goes to show here's the enemy at work, and they work with an occult belief system. They live in an occult paradigm. And they are operating on the basis of occult beliefs. Okay, so is there any way, Nemo and Brendan, that you could get that into the chat room, like our chat, so our listeners can see this stuff, or is that possible? We'd have to like upload it online or something. Yeah,
it would be kind of difficult, but you could link the address, but that's about it.
Yeah, or tell people again, look it on Google, or so that's what Nemo's done. He's given people the Google Earth link. And, okay, so I think Bob Goodman is saying talk to text, talk to chat, so I'll take a look at chat. Nemo Albano is saying he posted a link to Google Earth for our listeners, so you all have that. Okay, so I'm going to take a look through here, and Acid Kick, thank you so much for bringing El Nemo's channel to everyone's attention. Deeply appreciated. That's the Odyssey.com channel. Also, don't forget John Warrington's Odyssey channel, which has a lot of the older stuff. So everyone, Acid Kick, if you could put up John Warrington's links as well. So Mary Wins was with us for a while. El Nemo, of course, reminding people to do the thumbs up. Yeah, we had less thumbs up tonight than any other night in forever, and yet we had so many more listeners, 100, which means about 500. And
it went up to nearly 60 at one point.
There we are. Thank you. So yeah, which means about 600. And overwhelmingly, they were probably all NSA agents and shit, wondering what the fuck went wrong and why I'm not dead yet, because I changed my number over at Omni. Because they knew I was going to Omni, because they knew about the reservation. And
I had a chuckle when you said they're all checking into this this transmission to see how the power outage went.
Yeah,
it's like
Yeah,
I don't know why I thought that was funny, but it was just like
No, it is funny. That's what they would do. And Acid Kick is
they're like hoping you would be crying about it, and then you're like, I feel so well rested.
Yeah.
Everyone else got screwed over.
Yeah. Oh yeah, compared to them. Oh my god.
And the funny part is that's probably the first time they even heard about it. They were like, fuck.
Yeah. No, it's true.
The whole neighborhood got nuked, or like,
Oh god, they must have been terrified.
It's almost like a comedy. They're like, oh shit, we forgot to tell them about the switch.
Yeah. Yes. That's right. Well, my neighbors, they thought it was a terrorist attack. They were like,
holy shit! Yeah, I don't doubt it.
Yeah, and we're
like an earthquake or something.
Yeah,
coming. The power shuts off and shit.
Yeah, coming out in the middle of the night. What's going on? And it's just imagine the terror. Yeah, and these are all wealthy people, spoiled people. These are all like people with the sense of privilege. People with the sense of privilege, and they got fucked. I mean, really fucked. Liquid ice cream and shit. So then Amor Fadi says, Barbara G. Walker, I gave her book Woman's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets. That is whom Peter Moon was quoting concerning the Jewish cannibalism. Concerning Jewish cannibalism. And she says, I gave her Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets to my sister. I'm pretty sure she never paid any attention to Miss Walker's great mother goddess feminine symbolism was appealing. I didn't remember the author until Peter mentioned her. Goddess bless you, Douglas, Peter, the rest of Team Dietrich. This is all Amor Fadi. And all the lovely people in chat. I will support and donate financially as soon as I can. I feel guilty for not supporting before. I've always wanted, but I just haven't been able to. Look, we understand. The majority of people who listen to Douglas Dietrich live in tent cities, okay? They're either working for the NSA or they live in tent cities. It's generally there's very few people in between. It's just the way it is. And so then he went into reminding people. Then Bob Goodman said, "Your personal story is so surreal. It's all a grand challenge to embrace. Breaking my mind." And he says breaking in the sense of car brakes. Breaking my mind, the vampire thing is about too much. I hope you can't understand. I'm sure he means I hope you can understand. Thanks for sharing. Can understand, he said next. Talk to text. There we are. And thank you, Bob Goodman, for that. He says, I make a plethora of attempts to put your name out there, Triple D. Don't be surprised if you get some traffic and some trolls. Thank you. I appreciate that profoundly. Tad Ricketts says, love and respect. Acid Kicks 96 respect. DDD mucho respect. Peter Moon respect. So welcome aboard, Tad Ricketts. Again, of course, Tad Ricketts is a regular. Thank you so much, Tad. And so then we have that with the chat. And Bob Goodman, definitely appreciate your participation. And the vampirism. How do I say it? It's like Amy Como went to some woman. Oh, there we are. Aristides put out the Odyssey for Maggot. Thank you. You've got it now, Mr. Sid, SYD. Aristides provided the link. Aristides has got it. And so that's the John Warrington Odyssey channel. Don't forget to constantly put that up there and promote that. I feel so bad for him. Oh my God. What's your intuition about him, Brendan? Anything else that he's doing besides food porn? Like fish and chips that he can't afford?
The last thing he posted was just something innocuous, like some joke or like a meme. The same thing he does every couple months, so I don't know. It doesn't seem good.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
So I hope he's all right. But
oh my God, I feel so bad.
looks like he was last active 7 months ago, so.
Holy shit. That's awful. I feel so bad for him. I just want to weep. And yes, the maggot thing is just horrible. He tries to make himself look as repulsive as possible. So yeah. I'm going to give it a heart and a teary-eyed because...
What is his story, Douglas?
The acid. Has anyone ever told you, Sid, that you have the most feminine voice? If you were
this is like John Warrington used to do these before it was cool to do the AI photos.
Yeah,
he would like use the AI to make the most grotesque thing possible. I don't know why he was like you said. It's just he just felt like it was funny or something to make like the most repulsive faces.
Yes.
So he like had the AI do it with maggots.
Yeah. Dude, tell them it's not just that he felt it was funny to make. Basically, he got on the mini cam of his computer, and he would just photograph himself with nosebleeds and cut upper lips and just make grotesque expressions. There was something about it that was very similar to an ape encountering a mirror in the forest. The anthropologists or the primatologists would put out a mirror in the forest for the great ape to encounter, and then the ape sees it and just starts going beating his chest and shit, and then finally making different faces as it mimics it, and all that. This is what he was doing. It's just that John Warrington was like a primate who had discovered that mirror, and his minicam.
Well and fine, but he kept publishing like dozens of them.
Yeah, dozens of them. Yeah, just monotonously. It was
like doing Joker smiles and like droopy eyes, like all kinds of weird stuff.
Yeah, just as if he was. It's there's no way to describe it. It was just awful, and so he made himself as repulsive as possible, and then most of his whatever he would publish would be generally ironic wit. Just kind of like sly, ironic, sarcastic commentary. He doesn't like the royal family, and though he wasn't an anti-monarchist, he wasn't like he was what I would consider he identified as an Englishman, which he disambiguated from being simply British. But the poor man was like his story, as asked by Sid. Who, like I said, the way he asked that, what's his story again? I had to do a double take there because that tone, it sounded so feminine. That's a compliment, by the way. Honestly, Sid, I don't know how you look, but if you could pull off cross-dressing, your voice would carry you over, even if physically you couldn't pull the task. But when it came to
poor John Warrington, this is basically his story, was that John Warrington was the product of some kind of military intelligence family, which is how he explained it to me originally, and then promptly went into denial. Yet, obviously, he did not have a regular background. He was convinced, of course, that his family was somehow monitoring him, and that photographs were taken of him, say, for instance, visiting his parents' grave. By that I mean like his grandfather's grave. His grandfather had served in World War II, and I believe it was on the German side with the Luftwaffe. And so he had a grave that, because the man had originally been a British citizen or something like that, he was buried in England. And he visited the grave, and yet there was a photograph of him taken at the gravesite that he claimed was taken at such an angle as if someone had a camera on top of the headstone and was taking a photograph of him standing over the grave from the headstone perspective. He said there must have been a camera in the headstone. And I'm saying that's not necessarily the case. It might have been a close-up telescopic focus from somebody who was simply positioned elsewhere, like a camera version of a sniper. And but I was trying to tell him about some of these things, and I was trying to let him know, your family's obviously involved with intelligence, because his life situation was just so unusual. He had this extended family, and he was a manager of a building that in England was highly unusual. When I described it to George Knight said he'd almost never seen a building like that or heard of a building like that. But basically there were several floors, and everybody was sharing the kitchen and the bathrooms. So each floor had maybe a single bathroom. There might have been a communal kitchen for the building, or there might have been a kitchen on each floor. And he was the manager of this family-owned property, and therefore got to live there free and basically collect rent.
Sounds like a hostel or something.
Yeah, and collect rent from the other people living there. And it lasted all the way through COVID. And what does it look like he's doing? I don't have an X.
I don't have a Twitter, and I refuse to even sign up. It's like,
yeah, that's right. Twitter. Yeah.
Twitter is now X. And,
right.
And then now they're coming out with Disease X. So it's like, I mean, these people are just so cheesy.
Thank you.
I was making a joke about it. I was like, it's just X-Files at this point. Like,
it is.
They're so lame that they can't even, like the they live beings can't even just get their own freaking storyline anymore. They have to just rip it off from fiction.
Thank you. It's so true. It's so fucking true. So Nemo was saying
these aliens are lame as fuck.
Thank you. Yes, so true. Nemo was saying, I noticed John Warrington's active on Twitter. That's when our man Brendan was saying, what does it look like he's doing? I don't even have an X account. That reminds me of another anecdote that I'll go into later. But basically, when it came to...
I think you called it, Douglas. You said, why the fuck did Elon name it X? It just sounds like a porn site. Well, that's what it ends up... That's what it is. Now.
Yeah, thank you.
People just sell their photos or whatever they do on it.
Thank you.
It's not even like a social media anymore.
Oh, it's just Elon Musk's lonely pity party now. It's his lonely echo bubble for his pity party, where he
that's the political part, but everyone else that uses it is just like basically prostituting themselves.
Thank you. Yes.
Or just put it like, it used to be Tumblr where you can put up porn for free.
Yeah.
Now it's Twitter.
There you go. Maybe that's what John's doing, giving everybody dick pics. It's like,
that's
forget naked face.
I'm not going to sign up.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Leave that to others.
Yeah, but come on, help me remember here. I just saw her the other day, and I swear to God, it might be my psychiatrist, but she might have put up some compartmentalized wall, but every time I see that supermodel's name, and I swear I'm going to make myself remember it, and I keep forgetting it. But who is the supermodel his brother was stalking? The German supermodel.
Oh, that's right.
I just saw her the other day.
Yeah.
Moss! Kate Moss! Kate fucking Moss! Anyhow, Nemo says that John Warrington's just reposting a lot of different topical content Okay, sad.
So it's the same trip he's been doing.
I guess. No, before it was worse before. Like you said before, he would just go to the bar or the cafe, which had the internet access, because he obviously doesn't have it at home, and he would just republish his old posts from Facebook. He would just republish them. You know, the share button on the share your memories shit. He was just sharing his memories, and you said the only original thing he did was the food porn about the fish and chips he couldn't afford. He put up a big picture of fish and chips.
It was like best fish and chips restaurant in Worcestershire or something.
Yeah.
Where he lives.
Yeah.
It's like, dang, poor guy's like outside the window, like looking at it.
Yeah, drooling.
And shit.
Yeah, yes, he's drooling outside the window and rubbing his belly. He's rubbing his belly, pointing at his mouth.
Man, I'll send him 10 pounds. Like, if he just comes, you know.
Yeah. God.
Answers my text.
Yes.
Just for the fish and chips.
Yes, thank you. And so Aristides says, yeah, it's pretty random, nothing particularly impressive or any real theme. And then Acid Kick, that's Sid, says, that's what I always thought about is YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely a special person.
Yes. He certainly processes very differently. But
it's like I had no, you know, a lot of people were put off by him, but I always had a, you know, what would be the word for it? Like, you know, I always thought it was quaint, you know.
Yes.
Like he's like a metalhead, you know, an autistic metalhead, or presumably.
Yes.
You know, it's like, it seems nice, you know.
Yeah. And so, he always thought of himself deep inside as trying to get in touch with his feminine. He always told me, I'm really mistaken for a girl a lot. And I kept thinking to myself, what kind of girl would you be mistaken for? And all I could think of was a Russian babushka, the really old ones pushing broom. You know, all I could think of was the old Russian babushka pushing broom that somebody would walk by and say, hey, babushka and shit. And okay, I'm not going to go into it. But basically, maybe privately, I'll talk to some people about this. But anyhow, so dear John, he has this lunatic brother who got a international restraining order placed on him for stalking Kate Moss, the German supermodel. And so if you look up stalker of Kate Moss who killed both his parents, that's John Warrington's brother, who killed both their parents. And he like beheaded the mother and stabbed the father 40 times, or beheaded the father, I think, and stabbed the mother 40 times. That's really Freudian, very Oedipus complex. Behead the father, stab the mother 40 times, and then he ran over the father, I think, with a car multiple times to make certain. He turned him into a speed bump, ran over him multiple times just to make sure he was dead. And this is after beheading him. And John Warrington was saying he was warning his parents about this for years. And I didn't know how this could possibly happen. But there you go. Kate Moss stalker admits stabbing both parents to death. So there's John Warrington's parents. There's his brother. And so there you have it. And there's more to the story, of course. I could give you gory details, but what John Warrington was warning his parents about for years was
as
about
if that wasn't gory enough.
Yeah. Thank you. But John Warrington was warning his parents about his brother for years, but they always said, "You're the strange one." Well, I could understand why they said that, but I mean, it's not like the brother was any more normal.
Well, the odd part is like they just let him walk out of the asylum.
Thank you.
Out the front door. Like I read one of those articles, and it was literally like. The way they worded it was like he just walked out the front door.
Thank you. That's exactly what happened. Now, by the way, he
even said bye to one of the staffers. Like he said, like, "Oh, have a good day," and then just.
Thank you. Now, it might have been this. Now, we know for a fact somebody has not only been letting him out of the asylum where he was institutionalized, but they've been sponsoring his tickets to Germany, because this guy would walk out, buy tickets to Germany, go to Germany, and stalk Kate Moss. So this guy's obviously been sponsored as an asset. But beyond that, This is what I found out from George Knight. George Knight has, basically his wife, Sarah, has a daughter. Her first daughter is institutionalized, and was institutionalized at a very young age, in isolation no less. And yet George Knight said he met her out of the asylum.
when he said he met her, and I said, how, did you visit her in the institution? And he said, no, it was outside of the asylum. I said, how did that happen? He said, well, once a year, to prove that they're not cruel and inhumane, once a year, they'll let people out of the asylum on their own as kind of like we trust you and we trust society can accommodate you, and then they're supposed to check back in or they're apprehended and brought back in. So once a year, theoretically, they'll let anyone out of the asylum and let them do whatever they want.
That not explains why the English have that kind of idea where you just mind your own business when you're in public. You never know who you're going to run into.
Yeah. And it's like
I was told that in England. They're like,
interesting.
Everyone minds their own.
Yeah, there you go.
You really don't ask questions.
You don't want to turn into a meat pie.
Yeah, there we are. Thank you. And so I am presuming they don't do this all at once. That it's just with each patient, there's a cycled, like, this went out this day, this went out that way, and they cycle it somehow through the 365 days of the year. And presumably only a few are let out at this time each day. If there's 500 in an asylum, a few will be let out on one day of the year, then some another. It's something like that. But, basically, with this dude, it might have been that. Or it might have been that more likely he's got some kind of sponsorship because of the Stalking with Kate Moss gives that impression. But yeah, then he went home and killed both the parents and it destroyed John Warrington's life, because after that, the property he was managing was taken away. And I think he had been put on the dole. What do they call that? There's kind of
the
when
dole.
they... Yeah. No, but it wasn't. It was like they phased people out for COVID. When they were phasing people out for employment, George could tell us, there was a special term the British have when during COVID they phased you out of employment. So just so people know, John Warrington was gainfully employed all his life at a factory that manufactured door hinges and window hinges for doors and windows. And they phased him out into a kind of semi-retirement during COVID, and then once he lost the property, then he went into what is almost certainly consul housing, which was a term I never even heard of until, the crazy Christina lady came on our show, and then asked George Knight automatically, oh, you in consul housing? And it just wasn't an offensive assumption. I asked George, aren't you offended? And he was, oh, no, but I mean, you're talking about a guy who works for, I would be offended. I mean, right. And she seemed to assume that we were all a bunch of welfare bums, that we were all sitting around all day, just jacking off, going on the internet.
Like her.
Yeah, thank you. But basically, that was her impression of everybody was, you on welfare, what kind of scam you got? Because she dated the German guy, right? The German welfare recipient, the East German guy.
Exactly.
Yeah. And so he gave her the impression
who somehow had enough money to fly around the world.
Thank you.
On the German dole.
Yeah, thank you. Well, that's not too unbelievable. I can imagine that Germany's prosperous enough.
Well, he was obviously selling drugs or something.
Yeah, of course. That goes without saying. That goes without saying.
Exactly.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. And of course, prostituting her. He was basically her pimp. Yeah. And that's where she got the impression everybody's on the dole and everybody's hustling and, we're all just doing dope and, jacking off. Well, honestly, in my case, that's pretty accurate, but still, nevertheless, when it comes to John Warrington, once he lost, they took the property away because, the parents were dead. It went into escrow or something, and so he lost that and got into consul housing, and after that had no internet, which was explained by Christina, is that you go into consul housing, you have to pay for the internet or something, and most people can't afford to pay, so they have to do a side hustle. And, and poor John, what has he got to sell? Can't sell his body.
Poor guy.
Yeah, poor guy. And, you just want to weep. Was there someone with us who vanished? Or I guess it was George. So it's kind of like Aristides is still with us, and he was looking stuff up, and Sid's still with us. And
yeah. Okay. I'm pretty much reaching the end.
Yeah. Oh God. Well. Can I haven't had a chance to refresh myself. Can I ask you? Okay. Talk shrooms with Sid here, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay. I'm gonna refresh myself, and then you can go to bed. Okay.
Is there anyone else? like right now? Because I have to do the same real quick.
It's okay. Let you do it first. Yeah, because the other person here is Aristides, and you know Aristides is a great guy, but he's not exactly Mr. Talk.
I mean, it is like
I'm relatively awake.
Okay. So Aristides will hold it.
Right.
Brendan will refresh himself.
I'm doing okay.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Aristides and Sid will hold it.
Oh yeah, Nemo's got some good content in the chat, but let me just use the restroom. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Yes. Take your time. And Nemo, join us. Yeah. Get on the goddamn call, Nemo.
Where'd Nemo go?
Nemo. That's it. We need him on the goddamn call. So let me call Nemo again, and add him to the call because he can help immensely with this. It's oh God. And there we are, Nemo. He says not in the mood. Not in the mood for chat. For vocal chat. Not in the mood for vocal chat, he says. Oh, poor guy. It's,
Can we get...
What's that?
Can we get Brooke on?
Dude, I wish. Yeah, that's... I tried already. I could try again. And let's see if we can do that. So you like the way she calls you Lizard Dick.
Lizard Dick?
She said that when you were here.
Why would she call me Lizard Dick? Where's that come from?
Because you call yourself Acid Head, and Real Tech Geek is always talking about how big his dick is, and it's easy to confuse the both of you. So, she conflated the two of you into Lizard Dick.
Lizard Dick.
Yeah. So there we are.
I'm the king of Lizard Dicks.
There we are. Yes.
Acid.
Yes.
My brains. A lizard dick.
I mean, come on now. You do take Datura, and that's like, just so people understand, that Datura is serious shit. Okay, this is like, you by the time you're hitting Datura, this is no longer drugs per se. This is shamanism, and at that point, you're talking about shamans who are like trying to create zombies and shit. This is what Datura is, part of the zombie formula. You do know that, right?
Yes.
So holy shit. It's like and very low dose ketamine treatment. I love it. Yes. Well, Brooke knows all about that. Or at least she knows how to pronounce ketamine. I'm not going to we'll let her express what she's tried, but she's not. That's why she doesn't. She's here.
Hey, Brooke.
Oh my God, Brooke, honey. So honey, you did notice the horses on your card, did you not?
The horses on the card?
Yes, I sent you a card with horses.
Yeah, okay. First of all, I didn't even see the card until after, because I realized I missed the card, and I did it yesterday actually.
Okay.
But I didn't really pay attention to the horses. I was like, oh shit, I missed this card.
Uh-huh.
It's in my upstairs bathroom, as a matter of fact.
Oh, wonderful. Anyhow.
But no, I didn't realize it was the horses because I'm the earth horse, right?
And I'm the fire horse. So there's two horses there to represent us. So it's more than just dick pics that I sent you to I'm doing more than just showing you my dragon. I'm showing you my heart.
Yes, it's wonderful. I still can't believe you paid $60 to send me 2 pictures of your dick.
Yes, just so everyone knows, in my case, it's different from something vulgar or crass. It's a statement of solidarity. I wanted Brooke to know that since I was 5,000 miles away and just couldn't give her what she needed, I was doing so in spirit. Right, Brooke? That's
yes. Oh my gosh, yeah.
So, honey, tell us about the possum. Okay. Tell us about the squirrel. Catch us up. And what about hedgehogs? She left.
Right. Oh.
She left. That was.
Brooke, come back and tell us about hedgehogs and squirrels, please.
Oh my God. Why is my life so hard?
It's not fair.
It's hard because it's karma. I wiped out her family in a past life. They were gypsies. I know it. It's. I laughed because all the Jews went silently, but the gypsies would scream. Okay. And that was fucking weird. What the fuck was that?
Where'd she go?
What was that? It's just it's my whole life is like this. It's just strange.
She's fucking a little bit.
What?
I think she was fucking with us a little bit.
Sure, yeah. Isn't it like giving her a little too much credit for pre-planning something, or it seemed pretty organic and spontaneous to me. It was just kind of like she was there, and then I couldn't believe she picked. Yeah, what?
I really saw a different side of her on I think the last transmission. I mean, she's always, you know, she's such a boisterous personality, and I always enjoy her. But she was making a hell of a lot of sense last time around, and I hadn't heard her speak that way about geopolitics and
that's kind of true. I listened through that. It was kind of true. Rare moment.
Well, I'll tell you what. I think you guys have got this. You're on a good roll now. I'm gonna go mute. I'll be back in about 10-15 minutes at the longest. Brendan should probably be rejoining any minute. And so I'm gonna go. You guys okay with this, right? I can go mute. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay. I'll be back,
Yeah.
just for our listeners to understand.
Okay.
And right now these gentlemen are wonderful. Nothing pre-planned tonight. Honestly, tonight I'm a dead man walking. It's hard to explain. Brendan Zogit says, if y'all are good, don't wait up for me. So let me heart that. And he's warning us that he somehow he flushed his foot down the toilet and now he's stuck. That's basically what happened. Okay. Oh, so let me give him a teary eye for that, or give him a kind of high five as well. A high five, a teary eye, and then be on my way. But there we go. And so Acid Kick's given the 3 waves. That's cool. Very surfer-like. Very surfer dude. Acid Kick, for those of you who haven't figured it out, is obviously Californian. There's no other way that anyone could survive with without being Californian, with that level of processing of thinking on the level of psychonautical expansion from the filter, the psychonautical expansive filter. Okay, I'm going to go mute. Everyone, I will return. Brendan may not, but Brooke hopefully will, and we'll figure things out as time goes on tonight. And just so people understand, I slept at the hotel a little bit. Most of it was spent in the tub, but I did these little fits and spurts of sleeping, the tub, sleeping, and I'll kind of get back into that if anyone's at all interested. You'd be surprised. People love this stuff. Just hearing about people's little lifetime eccentricities. And but aside from that, there really wasn't any time for sleep. So that really didn't compensate, because most of the time I'm up for 2 days and I sleep for 2 days. And I had been up for 2 days before I had to prepare to go to the hotel. So the sleeping fitfully at the hotel was one thing I did to make certain I wouldn't fall asleep in the tub. It wasn't so much really sleep. I did that when I got home. When I got home and was up for a while and then went to sleep, I slept like the dead and really slept through like 11 hours. But when I woke up to do the transmission, I'm still dead, really. And I really can't wait to go back to sleep and then sleep for 2 days and then be normalized. So I'm just dead, sleep talking tonight. Sleep talking, throughout the transmission, and we'll see how far I go. But our numbers were up throughout the night, like Brendan said, very high. And a lot of this, I mean, let's be real. He said it went up to 60 at one point. The only time it does something like that is when we're able to get Marina Saren on. I mean, so this is like the enemy was probably all joining up to figure that how did he survive the Omni thing? Because like I said, I changed rooms as soon as I got there. So there probably was some intent to displace me, have me go to the Omni where they knew I was going because I made the reservation, and then probably knock me off. And probably all that fucked up, and everybody who was involved with that attempted abortive assassination attempt probably came in to listen tonight, along with all the people involved with the power outage shit, involved with, it just probably everybody was listening to find out where everything went wrong and how Douglas Dietrich is still alive. And probably were calling to hear me weep and moan and piss and all that shit, but it turned out to be completely different. And with that, I'm going to leave these two gentlemen. And I'm going mute, and these wonderful people have this, and my thanks to both of them. Okay, bye for now.
Sure. All right.
Hey there,
Hey. How are you doing?
Well, I'm doing pretty well.
Good.
Having a good time.
Yeah, I'm glad.
Yep.
Glad.
How about yourself?
I'm pretty awake for now. Sometimes I don't last this long, but when do you sleep usually? In the day?
During the day. Yeah.
Oh.
Generally.
Huh. Yeah. Wish I could do that sometimes.
It's nice.
Not
I'm photophobic.
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty uncomfortable out there in the
Like-
sunlight.
Oh, really? You
Yeah.
don't do well going out when it's bright?
Yeah. I get like a legit physical, like, allergic reaction. I can deal on very foggy days, but yeah, my mind doesn't really work under full sun. I mean, you know, like that, like as if it ordinarily works. It's even more fucked up.
What do you think what is that from?
I'm not entirely sure.
Was it always that way?
Could be psychiatric drugs.
Mhm.
Yeah, could be combinations of chemicals having something to do with it, but I'm not sure. But I've heard people talking about microdosing. Yeah, Nemo says probably from all the drugs. Yeah, from the orchestral effect, right?
Yeah,
be.
I mean, maybe I hadn't heard of that, but maybe from a lot of those, yeah. So it's like a visual thing. Like if you were outside and it was bright, but you had your eyes closed, you'd be all right. But it's just like the visual processing.
Yeah, like visual and cognitive processing, and I'll start to swell up, and my skin will itch like crazy. You know, like an allergic reaction.
But not from it hitting your skin, just from like I said, like if you didn't have your eyes open, it wouldn't happen.
Well, no, I wouldn't say that. No,
you know what I mean? I'm just wondering if it's like, if it starts with visually, like, or if it's a physical thing with, like, say, sun hitting your skin.
Well, it seems to all happen at once. It's like a big kick in the balls, you know, from the light. And, you know, the activity of the daytime as well. It's just, you know, the movement of people and machines, and everybody's got their shit turned on. All the lights are on, in addition to the sun being out. And, you know, there's so much noise. The air is moving around. You know, nighttime allows for a whole different level of cognition.
Mm-hmm. Huh. But it's a pronounced physical reaction.
And cognitive, yeah. It's my faculties are happier, much happier. I enjoy being up during the day. You know, I can deal with a bit of the daytime activity when the sun is fogged out properly. Then I enjoy it. When it's raining, you know, I can deal with that. Like the other day, it was raining and gray in the bay, and I had the rain on the window, and I had one of the nightshade truffles, and a couple of other the psychedelics, and that was wonderful. I could definitely take in that kind of daylight.
Okay. But you end up mostly being up at night and sleeping during the day. So you'd get along well with hanging out with Douglas. Like, you know, you got like the same schedule.
Yeah, we do. We do. Yeah. I only wish he did his transmissions like, 3 or 4 times a week, instead of just 2.
Oh, I don't know. It's already a lot to keep up with.
Yeah.
But I actually try to like listen through to, hear what was talked about when I fall asleep. So
what? Sorry, back up a little.
No, well, they're long, and I actually try to go back and listen to, what I missed when I fall asleep.
Right.
So it's quite a few hours already.
It is. I understand.
Yeah. And it's not always like serious. Sometimes it's just like kind of bullshitting, but then sometimes there's really, some gems in the rough there of, stuff that gets discussed, or you never know who's going to come on when, or
definitely. Yeah.
George and I will pop on, and all of a sudden they're talking about some really serious shit, or
yeah, Douglas just blows my mind.
Yeah.
Consistently.
Yeah. He does that to a lot of people. Huh? So how long you been tuning in?
Well, someone told me about the YouTube activity, or I forget what came first, but something going on 15 years ago now. And then I actually was aware of Douglas through certain acquaintances we've had in common, strangely enough, over the years, which I'd like to discuss with him, in private at some point, before I talk about it much more. But yeah, I was aware, that there was a guy who had worked the Presidio, been involved with shutting down the child trafficking, who had been the basis of the character data, things of that nature. I remember being told very early in life.
Okay, so you were been aware of him for a long time. How long you been regularly like listening in?
About 10 years at least, something like, I want to say since 2011-ish.
Wow.
Yeah. What about yourself?
Not that long at all. Like I really started regularly. Let's see. It was a year before this past October, so a year and change.
Wow. But you do well with keeping track of the information, I bet.
Yeah. Yeah, but because I really try to really listen through all of it, like I've caught up on a lot of what he talks about. So I could see if you were like just kind of randomly tuning in, grabbing an hour here and there, it'd be very like confusing. But
yeah, people who've hung in here for a while now, like it's all fairly cogent.
Yeah.
And
yeah, so it's been a year and a few months. So, like I said, cool. I tried to listen through pretty much the whole thing, so there's a couple days in between, to catch up, and kind of got in the crash course there.
Cool. So how did you first find out about Douglas?
Because of Peter. I've known Peter a long time, and he'd be sending his emails out, and then for a while it was like, oh, I'm gonna be on this guy's show, but he'd be here and there on appear on various people's shows. He's appeared on others, but those are kind of more normal-ish, like just an hour you know, maybe not even a regular thing, or, but I didn't think much of it, you know, it'd be like, but then he kept mailing out like, oh, I'm going to be on Douglas Dietrich again. So I tuned in a couple times and like, you know, okay, it was okay. I guess it just depends on when you tune in. But then I don't know, it just really hit a point where I was like, oh, holy shit, like this is good. And you know, the more you listen, the more fascinating it gets, you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So
I remember listening in, like, I want to say the year leading up to the Trump election, which is what, 2016? Is that right? Yeah, I mean, and he was talking about the Vladimir Putin connection, you know, I mean,
right,
a good year before anyone. You know, as far as I could figure out, I was asking around, you know, among friends who pay attention to more, you know, mainstream coverage of current events and whatnot, and they had no idea.
Yeah, well, there's a lot that gets left out of that.
Yeah, I mean, and people who in, like, say around the Bay Area, people who would kind of pride themselves on being hip to, like, you know, what they would think of as alternative media, which Douglas has exposed like crazy.
Right.
Yeah. People who are, you know, really enthusiastic about people like Michio Kaku, you know, and we've heard Douglas tear his ass apart.
Yeah.
Some of these other characters, like Nelson Mandela. You know, there are, you know, characters like this. I meet really nice people who seem very well-meaning and decent, but they're very enthusiastic about, like, Oprah Winfrey, Nelson Mandela, Deepak Chopra, you know, things of this nature. And the idea of non-duality, that's a real big one among, like, Jewish supremacists and the psychedelic underground. I was blown away by the what would you call it, a diagram that Douglas provided. I think it was last time around. I believe he said it was the communist Chinese roadmap of the American psyche, something like that.
Which one was that?
I think you know what, he got into it with myself and Nemo, and it was, I think you may have been asleep by that time, but if you could go back in the chat, there's a great document. I can find it and look. But if you basically follow the line from non-duality all the way down, I mean, follow the line from non-duality up in the far right hand of the page down.
Was it that the one, the big chart thing?
The chart thing, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, I got that.
There's one in I believe Chinese, right? And then there's one in English, yeah.
Right. And that's where it came from. It came from Chinese originally.
Douglas didn't say exactly, but that,
because I've seen that kicked around here and there.
Okay.
Before.
I haven't seen it before. It's my first time seeing. I've seen kind of similar things.
Yeah.
But,
okay. So yeah, non-duality. Explain that.
Well, Douglas, I imagine could have a field day with this. This is another thing that this other character, John Lamb Lash, I like a lot. He talks about this, the Jewish mindset and their idea of non-duality, okay, and how the Jewish conception of non-duality has like infected the the like new age self improvement world, and I think it's reflected in that chart if you follow the line down from non-duality. I don't have it in front of myself right now, but it goes all the way down to, you know, fairies and Bigfoot, and, you know, being, and it's like the story of the down, what Hunter Thompson maybe was talking about, what he said, the downward spiral of dumbness. That's what it brings to mind for me. But it's like the story of the downward spiral of the American psyche and into QAnon and you know, being fixated with all kinds of crap, like you know, that would fit the MO, you know, and being something like what Roswell is, right, to the American psyche.
Right.
And so, you know, non-duality, non-dualism, or whatever they call it, you know, peel back the foreskin of that trip, and what you find is Jewish supremacism. You know, just bald-faced, fucking loathsome.
So it's
you're
saying it non-duality, like this isn't just a specific form of non-duality, but this is just kind of part and parcel, part of the same thing.
Well, it ties in with a lot of toxic thinking somehow, in lots of unfortunate and like surprising ways, you know, because you know, a lot of what we think of as like what the white light kind of movement, you know, pursuit of enlightenment through meditation and whatnot. God, I wish I had that thing in front of me right now. Kind of losing my train of thought just a little bit.
I could probably.
You could help me get back in a bit. But yeah, non-duality. Yeah, so non-duality in the psychedelic world, it's reflected in that chart. You know, and it's something that's intrinsic in the Jewish mindset. And it's something John Lash elucidates on adeptly, I think. And I'd love to know what Douglas thinks about this. You know, it's like he was saying with people who, you know, they come at you and they want to verify that you know that, hey, we're all one, right? We're all one, right? You know, and there's supposed to be something nice behind that, but it's like, what is it really? Is it just a big filthy fucking void full of, you know, outer gods and insanity? And, you know, it's like, and what are the agendas, the aims of people, you know, behind these movements, right? Whether it's like Oprah or Deepak or what was that, Tony Robbins, or, you know, what have you. And it's something you encounter with like Israeli psychedelic therapists. Just a very dark trip. Nemo knows a lot about that. Yeah, I bet he could chime.
The "we're all one" thing is kind of like saying the same thing as that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand it myself. I don't feel like I understand it, but I feel like I'm encountering all kinds of hypocrisy and, you know, double talking, jive ass bullshit, you know, all over the spectrum. In straight culture, counterculture, new age culture, religious culture, you know, what have you. And, you know, I don't begin to feel that I've tied it all together neatly in my own understanding. I'm just tripping out with this shit, man.
Okay, I just got back in time to hear that. There it is. Okay, and our friend Brendan entered the link on Shennong, the God King of Chinese. Shennong, God Farmer or God Peasant. Yes, as a matter of fact, that should really be utilized by the Communist Party. If only they had the balls, they could convert that into a kind of communist icon. At any rate, what else is being said here? Nemo is saying Rusty Nelson exposed Hunter Thompson as a sick fuck who used to photograph and film snuffing of victims back in the 80s. And Brendan was saying, well, all that is written into Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, so apparently he was self-confessed about that and really didn't care. And then he points out they even mention it in the film. And Nemo says, yeah, I remember a scene in that movie where you can hear police talking in the background about a 16-year-old girl being murdered and having part of her brain harvested. Thank you.
I mean, I think that's something that you would have heard about, though, in California, hanging around the counterculture at the level that Hunter Thompson was, just for that period of time. That doesn't necessarily mean that he was, engaged in that level of child abuse. What do you think about that? Yeah.
But look, I've got no beef in this argument. I just came back here. I'm just reading things out loud. Did something happen where I presume you were bringing up Hunter Thompson as kind of like some example of maybe psychonautical investigation that you were inspired by or something, and then the people
about the chart that you provided, I think last transmission.
Oh, yes, go on.
You described it as, was that the communist Chinese roadmap of the American psyche and like the downward spiral of
yes. So go on. Yes, please, by all means.
The downward spiral of the American, tarded, perception of
paradigm. The American paradigm. Yeah.
The tarded American paradigm that we're all in.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes. So you guys maintained good numbers. I'm proud of you. And we're getting some other images in the chart. I'm sorry. There it is.
Sorry.
Yeah. So this is the very chart which our man is discussing, the Great Awakening chart. So Brendan Zogit brought up the fact that the Temple of Shennong is in Taiwan, and thank you, Brendan. I was saying the communists, if they had any sense of, imagination, they could easily communize the thematic as a great peasant god is a peasant, right? You get what I'm saying? I mean, that would have been the old Maoist thought. These days, communists don't even think like that. So, anyhow.
Well, I was talking about the line that goes from the top right corner down towards the bottom right corner. It kind of starts right about where it says non-dualism, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And it goes down through these various things. And I love where it lands right here in meditation, the law of karma, DMT, psychic, entheogen, psilocybin, shamans, psyop, dolphin's way, all this, yeah. And so I'm just thinking about how this manifests, like in psychedelic subculture.
Okay. Are you saying that
the Jewish mindset in psychedelic subculture, even the Zionistic mindset?
Okay. So okay. And obviously there's a certain tendency with some people who take psychedelics to enter into a paranoid frame of mind. And I presume that would have something to do with what you're speaking about as well, right?
No, I've actually encountered people who openly identified as Jewish supremacists and pushed Jewish supremacism covertly through the idea of non-dualism within the psychedelic underground.
Excellent. Very good. I am.
Awful people.
No, I understand that. Not fusing over their agenda. I'm saying that was described very well. That is mind-blowing. That's like, that is hyper-specific. Why would they... Not that I'm doubting anything you say. I believe it. I guess they're just a bunch of degenerate recreational drug abusers who have decided to try and convert other recreational narcotic substance users.
PIR. They call themselves PIR. And I think what they are is at least the American version is like a form of Zionistic war narco-terrorism. They're inflicting the Jewish mindset on a lot of vulnerable,
Got it. Okay. Got it. So now I understand where you're coming from. Okay. Right. And like Nemo says, they like to believe they were on the path of becoming gods. Laugh out loud. I can see it. And I see what he's saying, and I see what you're saying. And so our man Brendan also says all the counterculture 1960s guys were Jewish. Leary, Ramdas.
No, they love
it's a terror. And he says, but they were not religious as I saw them. Well, Ram Dass was the leader of a cult. So what Brendan is saying is they weren't religious by any definition that he found to be serious or something. I encountered Ram Dass's brother, who was totally fucked. And that guy was just really fucked. He was really bitter, too. And so, okay, so what Brendan is saying is they were not Judaic. In other words, they were on a completely different trip. And so the Ram Dass became pretty infamous. And he was like, just fucking everybody in sight. He was like, obviously ripping everybody off, made himself a multimillionaire. All sleazy as hell, a lot of these guys. They make me sick.
A bit more. I would love to hear more about that, Douglas.
About what? The
sleaziness, the sleazy underbelly.
Ram Dass and these cult leaders?
Yeah, Ram Dass and all these fucking assholes.
It's, for what it's worth, his brother was no better. His brother was a complete and total loser who was just a really bitter old fuck. And he was older, he was all fucked up, and he was just really bitter because he was living in poverty while his brother went on to become a multimillionaire, ripping people off with spirituality. And so when it came to Ram Dass himself, it was just anecdotes from former cultists of his that one of them told me he had been invited into the inner sanctum, and so he thought he was now enlightened and shit, and then Ram Dass said, "Here, kneel here," and while he was kneeling, then Ram Dass tried to fuck him up the ass. It was, hence the term Ram Dass. It was, that's when he lost his faith, and, oh my God, it was all just for this. This is what it all comes down to. I mean, yeah, well, that's what did you expect? I mean, I don't know why these people think that they can reset their lives, their great life reset, and, they enter some, fucking cult when the guys obviously look so repulsive. All these people involved as these gurus all look like shit. They all look like, white Western versions of Shoko Asahara, the blind guru from Japan. They're all fat and chubby. The only difference is that they can open their eyes. That doesn't mean they see anything of substance, but they can open their eyes. And they convince people they got some insight. It's just a sad fucking joke. But do me a favor, you guys were holding so well, I just want to finish this last little bit of my sandwich here. Aristides, so what was apparently the conversation concerned, you started with the chart, went down that road, and how do you see the chart in terms of, say for instance, some of the materials I sent you? I should send those to Acid Kick as well. I think he gave me his email, right? Did you give me your email? You can always give it to me again.
Yeah.
Then I can send you some further materials.
other materials? Because I admit the chart is rather busy, and I haven't reviewed it in every detail.
Of course not. Yeah, I mean, I don't expect you to do that because
And I
it's driving me.
that.
Yeah.
What other materials in relation?
Oh, I was just saying the other materials I sent you, the maps of the mind, for instance, and the other histograms, the...
those are, yeah, I see. I made sure to get the full resolution.
Excellent.
And save them. And the map of the mind, it was a book, but it was a series of images, so I had to get all the images individually. It'd be nice to kind of paste it back together into one, like, file. But yeah, that seemed very fascinating. I haven't looked at it in great detail yet, but I did make sure to save it and kind of just flip through it.
Excellent. I'm trying to find a way to send it to people. It's supposed to send as kind of like a Ziploc. When I put them all into the email, it's supposed to put them into like a Google file that if you said... Yeah, it did?
Yeah, one of them was like that, and then the other two were not.
The other two were just redundant. They were kind of like a backup. I was sending them as a backup because, you know, the first one seemed to send about 40 of the images and then cut off at that. So I tried to send 40 more with each so that the book would be completed in 3 emails. But supposedly with the first one, the rest of them were all inside of some Google file that it turned it into. So with Amy, she had to ask me permission to open the file. She had to send me a request to open the file. Was yours like that, or could you just open the file?
No, I opened it.
Okay.
The zip, and the other two, I think, were just, it just wasn't zipped up. But I think it was some 112 or 13 pages.
Yeah, it was 113 pages exactly. Yeah,
I've got them all.
Excellent. And so yeah, so I was thinking,
where'd you get that?
Oh, Maps of the Mind is a book that came out in the 1980s, and that was Charles Hampton Turner, and I was very impressed by it, and I'm going to sneeze, so keep talking. Ah!
80s.
Oh my God!
Okay, he said, yeah, the communist Chinese would do well to make use of this.
I said that?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
I didn't say that about Charles Hampton Turner's Maps of the Mind.
Oh, no. Oh, I'm still looking at this other thing. I could be completely confused. Sorry about that.
No worries. Yes, you're looking at the Great Awakening. That was originally a communist Chinese map of the American mind. See, the communist China, this is where it becomes relevant. And now you see what I'm saying, right, Aristides? The maps of the mind were examples of great philosophers attempting to map the human psyche. The communist Chinese were attempting to map the American mind and came up with this. That's why, yeah.
Is that where the chart came from?
The chart came not from Maps of the Mind, but from the communist Chinese. So
that's why they're a Chinese version of it.
Yes.
And then it was like translated or whatever into the English chart. Okay.
Yes.
Because I had seen this around. I didn't know what the hell it was. Mm-hmm. I was like, what the hell mess of garbage is this? Like, you know, every weird, you know,
thank you.
Fact think of is just like jammed in there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Follow that weird little line down from meditation rigpa, non-dual mind, all the way down through hyperspace, through Sidonia, Mars slave colonies, NASA cover-ups, Nazi breakaway groups, Dark Fleet, Draco and Reptilians, and then it goes down into, you know, beyond, deeper below that circle, it's Dr. Masaru Emoto?
Emoto, yes. Masaru Emoto. Isn't that the guy who does the water?
I'm not sure. But then it goes down through the higher mind yoga, remote viewing, Douglas, remote viewing, down into meditation, and then it hits all the entheogens, and it's talking about psychedelic shamanism, LSD, dolphins, whales, MK Ultra.
Yes.
Down to the far right corner, it's like spontaneous. And I'm having a hard time reading that. What is that word, if anyone can help me with that?
I'm not looking at the chart.
That-
If I
that
looked
team
at
is
that
something.
chart, I would go stark raving mad. This is one of those things where I think that's what happened to most